Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Incredible Victory, The Battle of Midway, by Walter Lord, narrated by Norman Dietz. Forward. By any ordinary standard, they were hopelessly outclassed. They had no battleships, the enemy 11. They had 8 cruisers, the enemy 23. They had 3 carriers, one of them crippled. The enemy had 8. Their shore defenses included guns from the turn of the century. They knew little of war. None of the Navy pilots on one of the carriers had ever been in combat, nor had any of the Army flyers. Of the Marines, 17 of 21 new pilots were just out of flight school, some with less than 4 hours flying time since then. Their enemy was brilliant, experienced, and all-conquering. They were tired, dead tired. The patrol plane crews, for instance, had been flying 15 hours a day, servicing their own planes, getting perhaps 3 hours sleep at night. They had equipment problems. Some of their dive bombers couldn't dive. The fabric came off the wings. Their torpedoes were slow and unreliable. The torpedo planes even worse. Yet they were up against the finest fighting plane in the world. They took crushing losses, 15 out of 15 in one torpedo squadron, 21 out of 27 in a group of fighters, many, many more. They had no right to win. Yet they did, and doing so, they changed the course of a war. More than that, they added a new name, Midway, to that small list that inspires men by shining example. Like Marathon, the Armada, the Marne, a few others, Midway showed that every once in a while what must be need not be at all. Even against the greatest odds, there is something in the human spirit, a magic blend of skills, faith, and valor, that can lift men from certain defeat to incredible victory. Chapter 1. A Single Stroke. Petty Officer Heijiro Omi didn't have a word to say in excuse. As the Admiral's chief steward, he was responsible for the food at the party, and that included the tai, a carefully selected sea bream cooked whole. It had been a happy inspiration, for tai broiled in salt meant good luck in Japan. But this time the chef had broiled it in bean paste, miso to be exact, and as every superstitious Japanese knew, that extra touch meant crowning good luck with bad. Obviously, it was just a slip. The chef hadn't been thinking, and Omi had been off attending to some other detail of the party. Still, even the smallest mistake was humiliating when one had the privilege of personally serving Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto, the universally worshipped commander-in-chief of the combined fleet of the Imperial Japanese Navy. Now Omi stood forlorn and silent as Commander Noboru Fukusaki, the Admiral's flag secretary, dressed him down. The Admiral himself hovered in the background. A humorless half-smile flickered across his face. Well, no time to brood about it. The guests were already swarming aboard the flagship Yamato, riding gracefully at her red buoy in the anchorage of Hashimajima. Some 200 officers soon packed the quarterdeck. Dark, scowling Admiral Nagumo, of Pearl Harbor fame, a dozen young destroyer skippers, the enormously popular Captain Yanagimoto of the carrier Soryu, promising staff officers like Commander Sasaba, whose Naval Academy class of 23 seemed to be getting so many good jobs. Admiral Yamamoto had invited them all this spring evening of March 25th, 1942, to help celebrate a very auspicious occasion. A huge Japanese armada was about to set forth across the Pacific, and its goal was in keeping with its size: capture the American base at Midway, lure the U.S. fleet to destruction, and hopefully win the war for Japan at a single stroke. Cheers and banzais echoed across the water, past the scores of ships that packed the quiet anchorage. If anyone noticed the Thai served with miso, it was long since forgotten. Toasts to the nation, toasts to the fleet, toasts to past triumphs and future hopes. The warm sake stirred visions of limitless glory, and even the flowered cups seemed auspicious. They had been presented to Admiral Yamamoto by the Emperor himself. Victory was in the air, not just at Hashimajima, but throughout Japan. For 6 months she had enjoyed an unbroken string of triumphs beyond the wildest imagination. Pearl Harbor, the Repulse, and the Prince of Wales, Hong Kong, Manila, Singapore, Bataan. By April, Vice Admiral Chiuchi Nagumo's big carriers were ravaging the Indian Ocean, smashing Colombo, sinking 2 British cruisers, plus the carrier Hermes off Trincomalee. Then Coral Sea and still more glory. Later, men would call it a strategic defeat. It permanently blunted the Japanese thrust toward Australia. But who could see that now? A generously inflated communique ticked off a satisfying toll of smashed U.S. carriers, battleships, and cruisers. Heady stuff, making it easy to believe still more. The village radios crackled with bulletins of a demoralized America. Newspapers described U.S. cities ghost-like under a new blackout law. Reports told how unwilling American women are dragged from their homes into munitions factories. Years later, any American would recognize that this referred to the robust Rosie the Riveter. Best of all, the press described how the American people were beginning to waver. One article told how Cordell Hull was desperately trying to rally a war-weary people, but it is like trying to drive an unwilling horse into a bullfight arena. Another report said that a San Francisco radio announcer stammered when he tried to defend democracy. Dissatisfaction within camp of allies continues to mount, happily announced the Japan Times and Advertiser, quoting Father Charles E. Coughlin, the brave and well-known Catholic missionary in America. One Japanese who did not buy all this was Admiral Yamamoto. Born in 1884 during the Great Awakening of the Meiji Restoration, blooded at Tsushima under the heroic Admiral Togo, and now the leading apostle of naval air power, Yamamoto stood perfectly for all the greatness of New Japan. But he also knew his America. He had studied at Harvard, served as naval attaché in Washington, traveled around the country. "Don't take taxis, take the bus," he used to tell new Japanese arrivals. He knew America's resilience and optimism, too. His enemies would later make much of a boast that he'd signed peace in the White House. Actually, he said that Japan could never win short of signing peace in the White House. Above all, he understood American production. He may not have known that in 1940 the United States turned out 4,500,000 automobiles, while Japan made only 48,000. But he wouldn't have been surprised. He knew all too well that Japan was overmatched and that it was only a matter of time before American production would begin to tell. If I am told to fight regardless of the consequences, he confided to Premier Canoia in 1941, I shall run wild for the first 6 months or a year, but I have utterly no confidence for the second and third years of the fighting. To Yamamoto there was only one solution: a quick, decisive victory before America got rolling. If he could crush the weakened U.S. fleet, especially those carriers missed at Pearl Harbor, he'd control the whole Pacific. Then, just possibly, Washington might settle for a peace favorable to Japan, rather than face the agony of a long road back. Admittedly, it was a long shot, but what was so wrong with that? He had always been a gambler. In his American days, two of his favorite diversions were bridge and poker. "Do you like to gamble?" he once asked an apprentice secretary at the embassy in Washington. When the young man hesitantly said he hadn't yet tried, Yamamoto shut him off. "People who don't gamble aren't worth talking to." So the stakes were right. Trouble was, Admiral Chester W. Nimitz, commanding the U.S. Pacific Fleet at Pearl Harbor, refused to play along. Well aware that his crippled force was still in no shape to risk an all-out test, Nimitz contented himself for the moment with hit-and-run carrier thrusts and morale-building raids. Yamamoto decided that the only way to draw him out was to take something the Americans couldn't afford to lose. Then, when their fleet emerged to meet the challenge, he'd pounce on it with everything he had. Midway seemed the perfect bait. It was only a small U.S. outpost in the Central Pacific, but its capture offered several advantages. It would strengthen the homeland's defenses. It would be a useful patrol plane base, but above all, it would lure the U.S. fleet out. Standing only 1,136 miles from Pearl Harbor, Midway was a place the Americans would just have to defend. They would come, and he would get them. The idea first began brewing as early as February 1942. Japan was nearing the end of what it called the first phase of its conquests, and the problem was what to do next. One school wanted to go west, seize Ceylon, eventually link up with Rommel in the Near East. Another group, the bright desk boys at Naval General Staff, wanted to head south. They'd isolate Australia by taking New Caledonia, Samoa, and Fiji. Midway was the product of combined fleet headquarters, and this fact alone meant a certain amount of jealous sniping from the Naval General Staff. But apart from the traditional rivalry between deck and desk sailors, the plan seemed open to several objections. Midway was far away. The attack would have no shore-based air support. By the same token, it was well within the range of U.S. planes based in Hawaii. To many, it seemed too small and remote to be a good patrol base. Holding it would use shipping badly needed elsewhere. Above all, there wasn't enough time to gather all the supplies and equipment needed for such a long jump. The proposed June deadline was a killer. Yet Midway had one great advantage that outweighed everything else. Yamamoto was for it. No one would openly stand up against him. So on April 5th, the Naval General Staff finally gave the plan a somewhat reluctant blessing. As a conciliatory gesture, Yamamoto tied in the Fiji-Samoan operation as the next step afterward. Then, since the Naval General Staff was worried about possible bombings from the Aleutians, he also added an Aleutian attack to the Midway plan. He had plenty of ships, and it might help confuse the Americans. But intra-service rivalries die hard. and by mid-April it was clear the Naval General Staff was still dragging its feet. Now they wanted to postpone the attack for a month. All the squabbling ended on April 18th. It was just another spring day when Prime Minister Hideki Tojo took off that morning on a routine inspection trip. Then, as his party headed toward the small port of Mito, suddenly a most curious brown plane was seen flying toward them. A moment of puzzling, then the frantic realization that it was an American bomber. Tojo's plane veered wildly out of the way as the bomber flashed by, intent on its business. All Japan was just as surprised as Lieutenant Colonel Jimmy Doolittle's 16 B-25s swept in on their famous raid. The Japanese had sighted the U.S. task force, indeed expected a visit the following day when the carriers were close enough to launch their regular planes, but nobody dreamed the Americans could launch long-range bombers from a carrier's flight deck. The damage was small, but the shock and wounded pride were enormous. No one took it harder than Admiral Yamamoto. The Emperor's safety was an obsession with him. After the raid, he holed up in his cabin on the Yamato and brooded alone for a day. Chief Steward Omi had never seen him so pale or downhearted. No more doubt about Midway now. The operation took on new importance as a way to strengthen Japan's defensive perimeter, while Yamamoto was more determined than ever to bring the battle that would finish off the U.S. fleet. The Naval General Staff stopped their sniping, urged the Admiral to get going. On the Yamato, Senior Operations Officer Captain Kameto Kuroshima went into one of his trance-like periods of contemplation. It was his function to hammer together the operation, and all agreed he was born for the job. He ate, slept, lived only for operations. While working on an idea, he'd disappear into his cabin for days. Sometimes he'd burn incense and ponder in the dark. Other times he'd sit at his desk, buried in paper, as the cigarette butts piled up. He put them in a glass half filled with water because the crew wouldn't trust him with an ashtray. Lost in thought, he'd forget everything else. People said he even slept in his shoes. The orderlies rather irreverently called him Bokeh Sambo, foggy staff officer, but Yamamoto knew better. The Admiral put up with any amount of outlandish behavior because the brilliant Kuroshima was, the whole staff agreed, the god of operations. The plan that emerged was worthy of the man. It called for an intricate naval ballet involving no less than 16 different groups of ships performing with perfect coordination. All was built around N-Day, the day scheduled for the landings on Midway. On N-3 day, Admiral Hosogaya would open the show with his attack on the Aleutians. Then on N-2 day, Admiral Nagumo's superb striking force of 6 carriers would hit Midway from the northwest, softening the place up for easy capture. On N-Day itself, the invasion force would arrive from the west, supported by Vice Admiral Nobutake Kondo's Second Fleet. Meanwhile, the main force, Admiral Yamamoto's great array of battleships, would lie between the two, lurking about 300 miles in the rear, waiting to jump the U.S. fleet when it rushed out to rescue Midway. To the north, some of Hosogaya's supporting ships would lie near enough to join Yamamoto when he moved in for the kill. To be on the safe side, Kuroshima also arranged for reconnaissance. 2 cordons of submarines would be placed between Hawaii and Midway. They would spot and report the U.S. fleet as it came out, and maybe get a little target practice. Of course, these were just the bare bones of the plan. Now the scene shifted from the scented gloom of Kuroshima's cabin to the bright linoleum of the operations room, where the staff would contribute its expertise. Commander Yoshiro Wada, the chief signal officer, struggled to work out a feasible communication system. Commander Yasuji Watanabe labored over technical problems. Commander Akira Sasaki projected plans and pilot requirements. Others took on headaches like fueling, navigation, and support for the troop landings. Admiral Yamamoto often joined them. In the last analysis, it was his plan, and he wasn't the kind of leader who used his staff for advice. They were there to carry out his decisions. For large meetings, they pulled together the desks in the operations room to form a sort of conference table. For smaller sessions, they sat around in a square of brown leather sofas. On a table in the center, there was always a box of Sakura cigarettes, some cheese, and that great symbol of their victories, a bottle of Johnny Walker Red Label whiskey, liberated from Singapore. Yamamoto himself didn't drink or smoke, but he was no prig. He could joke with his staff and was always considerate of the enlisted men. Rather formal on the job, no one ever saw him take off his coat. He was disarmingly human off-duty. His sweet tooth, his zest for shogi, his weakness for Hechima cologne, all made him so much more a creature of flesh and blood than the national monument he had now become. Toward the end of April, he received his two top commanders, Admirals Nagumo and Kondo, in his red-carpeted office just aft of the operations room. They were back from the Indian Ocean, knew nothing of Midway. Now they had come to get the word. Nagumo was indifferent. His carriers could do anything. But Kondo began rattling off some of the old objections. Yamamoto cut him short. All that was settled long ago. May 1st, and the days of planning were over. That morning, the various task force commanders swarmed aboard the Yamato for 4 days of briefing and tabletop maneuvers. As they tried out the plan on the game board, Red Team, the U.S. fleet, unexpectedly caught the Blue Team, Nagumo's carriers, while their planes were off bombing Midway. Under the rules, 9 hits were scored. The Akagi and Kaga sunk. Rear Admiral Matoma Ugaki, Yamamoto's shrewd chief of staff, hastily reversed the umpire. 6 hits were erased, and the Agaki refloated. Success thus assured, the mimeograph machines began rolling. May 5th, Imperial General Headquarters Navy Order No. 18 directed the combined fleet to carry out the occupation of Midway Island and key points in the western Aleutians in cooperation with the Army. Other orders followed, and finally that ultimate badge that changed any military plan from dream to reality, an official code name. From now on, the project would be the MI operation, with the Aleutians to be referred to as AO and Midway itself as AF. One final touch. Thinking back on those tabletop maneuvers, Captain Kuroshima did feel it might be useful to know just a little more about what the U.S. fleet was doing. So around May 8th, he added an extra precaution. Seaplanes, refueled from submarines, would reconnoiter Pearl Harbor the week before the attack to give up-to-the-minute information on enemy movements. Ships began creeping out. Early May, several submarines quietly headed south, each carrying a midget sub-piggyback. Hopefully they could stage diversionary attacks on Sydney and Madagascar, throwing the enemy even more off guard. Other submarines glided east. They would refuel the seaplanes to reconnoiter Pearl Harbor. Others went to set up the cordons that would alert the fleet when the Americans came out. Still another moved east alone. The clever Lieutenant Commander Yahachi Tanaba was taking the I-168 to the enemy's very doorstep. It would reconnoiter Midway itself and report what was going on. Commander Yasumi Toyama could use a little good intelligence. He was responsible for working out the actual landings, yet he knew depressingly little about Midway. As he later confessed, it was just a spot on the ocean. He had no photos. The plane meant to take them had been shot down as it approached. His maps were sketchy and ancient. Idly, he decided to land on the south side where the reef was close to the shore. He never realized that there was a large gap in the reef to the north. He had no better idea what they'd find when they got there. A Navy estimate suggested 750 U.S. Marines. The Army thought 1,700. Most sources agreed Midway might have 50 to 60 planes, maybe 10 anti-aircraft guns, about the same number of shore defense guns. Not much else. In any case, the Japanese were bringing enough. It would be a joint Army-Navy affair amounting to some 4,600 men altogether. Colonel Ichiki's 28th Infantry could take care of themselves anywhere. So could his engineers and rapid-fire gun company. Captain Ota's 2nd Combined Special Naval Landing Force was equally tough, as were the Navy construction men and even the weather team. They all had plenty of firepower, too. The Navy alone was bringing 94 guns. The only real problem was landing craft, and that was more an embarrassment. Commander Shiro Yonai, Chief of Staff for the Navy contingent, knew they'd need flat-bottomed boats to get over the reefs, yet there wasn't a single one in the whole Japanese Navy. Finally, he buried his pride and borrowed some from the Army Infantry School. May 15th, and the Navy Occupation Force began moving out, bound for the staging area at Saipan. May 18th, Colonel Ichiki visited the Yamato for a personal briefing from Admiral Yamamoto. Then he and his troops were on their way, too. That same day, Chief Warrant Officer Takayoshi Morinaga, torpedo pilot on the carrier Kaga, swooped down in a mock attack on some cruisers maneuvering in the inland sea. The flyers were getting in some final practice, and Morinaga was a good example why they were the best at their trade in the world. Starting with the China incident in 1937, he had now been flying combat for 5 years. On the Akagi, flagship of the carrier fleet, Admiral Nagumo's staff bustled about, pulling together supplies, planes, and pilots. The attack was now firmly set for June 4th, and Nagumo's roly-poly chief of staff, Rear Admiral Ryonosuke Kusaka, thought this was much too soon. The pilots should have 40 to 50 days ashore to rest and help train the new men coming up. But like everyone else who counseled delay, he got a quick brush-off from Combined Fleet Headquarters. Nor was even Kusaka overly concerned. They might have too little time to prepare, but he spent much of it trying to put through posthumous promotions for the naval aviators killed at Pearl Harbor. Truth was, he felt it really didn't matter anyhow. We can beat the Yankees hands down with a single blow. They would soon have their chance. May 20th, Admiral Yamamoto fixed the final tactical grouping of his forces, and now the heart of the fleet, 70 great warships, gathered at Hashirajima anchorage for the last time. Dwarfing them all was the 64,000-ton Yamato, back from a quick trip to Kura for supplies. Biggest battleship in the world, her 18.1-inch guns could hurl a broadside more than 25 miles. But big as she was, the center of attention was Admiral Nagumo's striking force of massive carriers. The Akagi, 30,000-ton ugly dowager of the carrier fleet, the Kaga, most powerful of them all, the more modern Hiryu and Soryu, listed as 10,000 tons for purposes of the old London Naval Treaty, but actually a good 18,000 tons each. At that, there should have been 2 more of them. The superb new carriers Shokaku and Zuikaku were meant to be on hand, but detached for the Coral Sea affair, they had run into a little trouble. On May 17th, Shokaku limped back into Kura, her flight deck shattered and her bow burnt out by American bombs. Zuikaku followed 2 days later, undamaged, but her air group badly mauled. Between them, the 2 ships had only 6 torpedo planes and 9 dive bombers left, so there was no question of bringing them along. 4 carriers should be enough anyhow. The Americans had little left. That Saratoga-type carrier was certainly sunk at the Coral Sea, and the Yorktown probably so. Even if she survived, it would make no difference. If Shokaku couldn't make Midway, how could Yorktown? Far from giving pause, Coral Sea actually strengthened everyone's confidence. After all, that fight had been carried on by the 5th Air Squadron, generally scorned as the worst in the fleet. If this group of nobodies could hold their own against the best the Americans could offer, it should be child's play for the 1st and 2nd Air Squadrons now heading out. They were the cream of Japanese naval aviation. Son of concubine gained a victory, ran the mildly coarse joke that swept the wardrooms, so sons of legal wives should find no rival in the world. Convinced of this, one headquarters told the post office at Yokosuka Naval Base simply to forward its mail to Midway. Combined Fleet sent down a new name for the islands, Glorious Month of June. Officers who had brought ashore their personal belongings at the time of Pearl Harbor now lugged them all on board again. Cameras, trinkets, framed pictures of the family, sets of go and shogi. Chief Warrant Officer Morinaga thought how different it was from the start of the war. Then he lay awake all night. Now he slept perfectly. Midway would be simple, as easy as twisting a baby's arm. No wonder spirits were high at the gala send-off party on May 25th. No wonder they clinked the Emperor's cups and shouted their toasts. In contrast, the 26th was a day of quiet briefings, a last chance to button down the million details that went into winning a great victory. Far to the south, the transports were now assembled at Saipan. The troops busily practiced landings, splashing ashore through the surf. The minesweepers, sub-chasers, and patrol boats began streaming out of the harbor that afternoon, getting a head start so they could refuel at Wake. From the northern port of Ominato, the first units of the Aleutian Force were pulling out too. Led by the light carriers Ryujo and Junyo, they soon disappeared east, lost in a swirling fog. 6 a.m., Wednesday, May 27th, at the Hashirajima anchorage, a signal flag suddenly fluttered from the mast of Nagumo's flagship, Akagi. Sortie as scheduled. Anchor chains clattered, and the striking force began moving. First the light cruiser Nagara, leading the 11 destroyers of the protective screen, then the cruisers Tona and Chikuma, then the battleships Haruna and Kirishima with their odd pagoda masts, and finally the Akagi, the Kaga, the Hiryu, the Soryu. As they crept single file past the ships still at anchor, Yamamoto's and Kondo's great collection of battleships and cruisers, sailors lined the rails, cheering and waving their caps. The sun blazed down, and it seemed a good omen after the cloudy, muggy days they'd been having. But the best omen of all, as everyone knew, was the day itself, for this 27th of May, 1942, was Navy Day, the 37th anniversary of Admiral Togo's great victory over the Russians at Tsushima. Slowly they moved down the inland sea, through the Bungo Strait and into the great blue swells of the open Pacific. Gradually, the homeland faded into the haze. Shipboard routine picked up. Some men began doing calisthenics on the Akagi's flight deck. The engines pounded faster. They were on their way. Back at Hashirajima anchorage that evening, Admiral Yamamoto retired as usual to his cabin on the Yamato. This was when he liked to write letters, and it was always quite a ritual. The orderly would lay out brush and ink on a table, then, neatly spreading his paper on the carpet, Yamamoto would kneel down and start to write in a beautiful Chinese script. His letters were of all kinds, many to children, but some were on a special stationery used for no other purpose. These were the ones for Chiyoko Kawai, the geisha girl he kept in Tokyo. Tonight his letter to her was serious. He was clearly still aware of his all-or-nothing risk. He told her he would like to give up everything, escape the world, and be alone with her. But now he was off again, commanding all the fleet in the Pacific. The days ahead would be critical. I imagine that very delightful moments may be few. May 28th, the Attu and Kiska invasion forces slipped out of Ominato harbor. Down at Saipan, the Midway invasion force was starting too. Promptly at 5 p.m., the light cruiser Jinsu led 12 grimy transports and the tanker Akebono Maru out of the harbor. Several patrol boats joined up, and the seaplane tenders Chitosa and Kamikawa Maru brought up the rear. They were to peel off later, hoping to take the tiny island of Kura just west of Midway and set up a seaplane base to support the invasion. That same afternoon, Admiral Kurita's supporting group of heavy cruisers steamed out of Guam and took a parallel course. They were superb ships, the Kumano, Suzuya, Mikuma, and Mogami, and should play a big part in covering the landings. At Hashirajima, the main force still rode quietly at anchor. On the Yamato, the band gathered as usual outside the staff dining room at 11:50 a.m. 5 minutes later, the officers entered, stiff in their starched whites, and took their places. Then, promptly at noon, Chief Steward Omi knocked on Admiral Yamamoto's door as the band broke into a march. The Admiral emerged, he was always ready, and strode down the corridor into the dining room while the staff bowed their heads in respect. It was a daily ceremony when the flagship was in port, and today was no exception, but it would be the last time for a long, long while. May 29th, at the first light of day, the remaining ships began moving out too. First came Admiral Kondo's powerful force, designed to add still more beef to the invasion. a couple of battleships, 5 tough cruisers, the light carrier Zuiho, a swarm of destroyers, and finally the main force itself. Promptly at 6 a.m. the engines began turning over, and Admiral Yamamoto's 34 ships, heart of the combined fleet, got under way. Led by the mighty Yamato, 7 great battleships glided through the Bungo Strait and headed into the Pacific. Around them bustled the usual screen of destroyers, cruisers, and planes from the escort carrier Hosho. They were the last to leave, but that was just the point. These were the ships that would lurk in the wings while Nagumo and Kondo drew the enemy out. Then they'd move in and deliver the knockout. The chief gunnery officer delivered a stirring appeal, wrote Takao Ikamoto, a young seaman in the main force. We will keep it in our minds forever. A beautiful day, a most appropriate day for such a cheerful departure. An engineer on the Fuso scribbled in his diary. The whole crew, he went on to say, were in high spirits. And why not? How could this huge armada lose? It all added up to 11 battleships, 8 carriers, 23 cruisers, 65 destroyers, scores of auxiliaries, some 190 ships altogether. Advancing eastward across the Pacific, they stretched over 1,800 miles in a great arc from the Kuriles to Guam. On this one operation, their engines were using more oil than the peacetime Japanese Navy used in a year. Supporting them in this new age of aerial warfare were 700 planes, sea and land-based, 261 on Nagumo's crack carriers alone. Manning them were 100,000 men, including a dazzling army of 20 admirals. Commanding them was Isoroku Yamamoto himself. And what was against them? The combined fleet estimate put the U.S. strength at 2 or 3 carriers, also possibly 2 or 3 escort types, perhaps 2 battleships, 11 to 13 cruisers, maybe 30 destroyers. Not much. And latest reports indicated there would be even less than that. On May 15th, a patrol plane spotted 2 U.S. carriers down by the Solomons. That meant there might well be no carriers at all in the Midway area. Then the operation would be even easier than expected, although, of course, they would also lose the chance of including carriers in the bag. All that remained was for the U.S. fleet to do as planned. It must be in Pearl Harbor, then come out and fall into the trap. But of course this would happen. Even the orders said so. As Imperial General Order No. 94 explained, we will destroy the enemy fleet, which will appear when our operation is under way. But what if the Americans knew what was up? Not a chance. Admiral Nagumo laid it on the line as his carriers raced toward the launching point. In his own intelligence estimate of the situation, paragraph D flatly declared, "The enemy is not aware of our plans." Just about this time, 7,000 miles to the east, in a chart room at the Navy Department in Washington, a small group of officers were putting the finishing touches on a large chart of the Pacific Ocean. It was labeled in firm block letters, "Study of AF and AOB Campaigns, May 29, 1942. The route of the Aleutian force was clear now, and it was carefully traced in magenta pencil with the added note, "Assumed departure 0800 May 26th. The movements of the invasion force were clear, too. A red line headed out from Saipan, neatly marked, "Depart 28 May." Admiral Nagumo's striking force was causing a little more trouble. The May 27th departure date was clear enough, but the green line that slanted down from the northwest toward Hawaii was marked, "This course can be rejected." A new line ran more directly east, heading straight for Midway. At the headquarters of the Commander-in-Chief United States Pacific Fleet in Pearl Harbor, CINCPAC, other officers worked on a similar chart. Experts at both places were in close touch with each other, exchanging data, comparing notes, sometimes differing in their interpretations. At Pearl, for instance, Admiral Nagumo's route ran farther to the north, then slanted southeast toward Midway, compass bearing perhaps 135 degrees. But here, too, there were uncertainties. Nobody seemed sure, for instance, just what was scheduled to happen at 6 p.m. on June 2nd at a particular point some 650 miles west of Midway. It was obviously some sort of rendezvous, but the exact nature was hard to tell. It seemed there were a few details that even a brilliant intelligence team couldn't work out. Chapter 2. The Code and the Target. Visitors were never welcome. To see anyone in the Navy Combat Intelligence Unit at Pearl Harbor, it was first necessary to buzz a locked door at the top of some cellar steps. Eventually a man would appear, and if credentials were in order, the door would open. At the bottom of the steps was another locked door, and the same procedure would be repeated. When this second door opened, the visitor was finally in. At first glance, the place seemed a shambles. About 24 people working on top of each other, wading through a sea of paper. Any trace of a filing system had long since vanished. Stacks of folders simply piled up on the desks and chairs, then flooded out over the floor. Presiding over it all was a tall, thin, humorously caustic man in a red smoking jacket and carpet slippers, Commander Joseph J. Rochefort, Jr. Joe Rochefort had been breaking codes for a long time now. In the early 1920s, he helped another gifted young officer, Lawrence F. Safford, set up the Navy's first center. In the doldrums of the 30s, he amused himself by breaking the State Department's Gray Code. They were mad as hell. In the fall of 1940, he helped crack the top Japanese naval code, JN-25. By now he knew the language well. May 1941, and he was at Pearl Harbor setting up his combat intelligence unit. Known in the trade as Station Hypo, it listened to Japanese traffic along with another station at Cavite, Cache, and the home base in Washington, Negat. Technically, Washington was headquarters, but the three stations really operated as a unit. Code-breaking was still a small world. The men in the business had worked together for years, sharing their findings, their theories, their hunches. None of it did any good December 7th, 1941. Japanese naval traffic had petered out, and Tokyo had also changed the key to JN-25, throwing everyone off for a few days. But the circuits soon started up again. The new key was solved by December 10th, and once more there was plenty of good listening. Rochefort had spent the fall concentrating on the Japanese flag officers' system. Now his unit joined the other stations in attacking JN-25. Not that anyone understood much directly, the actual process of code-breaking rarely yielded more than 10 to 15% of a message. The rest was all analysis. Perhaps the name of a ship suggested another usually with it, or a past operation might help next time when the place names cropped up again, or a familiar operator's touch might give the source away. Call letters could change, but a particular operator's fist never. It took a curious combination of talents to fathom all this. Ideally, a man should be sailor, linguist, and puzzle fiend in about equal proportions. So it was not surprising that the Combat Intelligence Unit was known as an outfit of individualists. Nominally under the 14th Naval District, actually they were left on their own to exercise their special brand of genius. They lived for their work, and as the Japanese offensive rolled on, they got plenty of it. Gradually they absorbed a remarkable amount of unique knowledge. One day toward the middle of April, a totally unexpected message arrived from Washington. It was, in fact, the first and only communication Rochefort ever received directly from Admiral Ernest J. King, Commander-in-Chief of the U.S. Fleet. Comanche wanted Rochefort to give, based on the current flow of intercepts, his long-range estimate of Japanese naval intentions. It was unusual, to say the least, for King to dip so far down the line in asking a question. Yet it was understandable, too, at this particular moment. The Japanese had just raided Ceylon. Did this mean a major shift in the war toward India, or would they soon be back in the Pacific? A great deal depended on the answer. Rochefort came up with a 4-point estimate reflecting the combined opinion of his staff. 1. Japanese operations in the Indian Ocean were over. The fleet was on its way home. 2. They weren't going to attack Australia. 3. They were planning an operation south of Rabaul with forces already assigned. 4. There were signs of something else brewing in the Pacific, but he couldn't say when or where. By late April, the missing pieces were beginning to fall into place. The operation south of Rabaul was definitely aimed at Port Moresby. U.S. units headed for the Coral Sea. The other operation remained something of a mystery, but the Central Pacific seemed a strong possibility, and it was hard to look at the map without noticing Midway. Serving at various times as a coaling station, commercial cable relay point, and Pan American Clipper rest stop, Midway was currently a very useful but highly exposed Navy patrol plane base. It consisted of just 2 tiny islets, Sand and Eastern, lying side by side in a beautiful blue lagoon. There was nothing else worth anything for 1,000 miles around. Midway was out in the Pacific alone. All alone. Admiral Nimitz made a brief visit there May 2nd, spending a day with the officers in charge, Navy Commander Cyril T. Simard and Marine Lieutenant Colonel Harold Shannon. Nimitz mentioned no specific threat, but did ask what they'd need to defend Midway against an attack. The 2 men poured out their requirements. If I get you all these things you say you need, then can you defend Midway against a major amphibious assault? Yes, sir. Another week passed, and at Pearl Harbor, Rochefort began to get a better picture. As always, it was a matter of piecing together the scraps gathered by all 3 stations, Pearl, Washington, and a new unit in Australia, replacing the one lost with the Philippines. Even so, there was nothing conclusive. It was all spotty, but nonetheless revealing. For instance, it was clear that Admiral Kondo's Battleship Division 3 was talking a lot to Nagumo's 1st Carrier Force, that certain transports were getting orders to Saipan, and Bat Div 3 was talking to them, too. That Cruiser Division 7 was also heading for Saipan. Was there any connection between these things? The traffic never gave any clear-cut answer. Often the pertinent messages were days apart. Yet Joe Rochefort had a knack of remembering them all, and as he pieced the picture together, it pointed to a mass operation involving most of the Imperial combined fleet. But again, where? The Japanese never mentioned any particular spot. But gradually one name began cropping up more and more often, sometimes as a destination, sometimes as a place calling for certain equipment. In a sort of code within the code, this place was always called AF. Rochefort's little group racked their brains. Finally, someone remembered that AF had also appeared in messages last March. At the time, a couple of Japanese seaplanes made an abortive attack on Pearl Harbor. Papers flew as the whole office dug through the piles of intercepts, trying to track this vague clue down. Finally, there it was. The Japanese had indeed mentioned AF. Those seaplanes had refueled from a submarine at French frigate Shoals, a tiny atoll lying toward Midway, and one of the messages spoke of passing near AF. For Rochefort, that settled it. AF must lie in the Midway area, and the only place worth taking around there was Midway itself. From now on, his estimates began stressing Midway as the probable target. Not everyone saw it that clearly. The intercepts also referred to AL, AO, AOB, all definitely in the Aleutian area, and some high officers, especially in Washington, thought that the real target was Alaska or the West Coast. Admiral King himself leaned for a time toward Hawaii as a possibility, and the Army Air Force was always worried about a raid on San Francisco. It was hard to change their minds. As usual, Rochefort's unit rarely managed to read more than 15% of an intercept, and to the average professional officer, 15% seemed mighty little to go on. It was different in the old days when offices were smaller and the men knew each other better. Now there was tremendous turnover. Whole new layers of command moved in, often staffed by men who knew little about radio intelligence. It was too much to expect them to understand the intricacies of cryptoanalysis. Nor did it help that the cryptoanalysts were so secretive. They had to be, of course, but that didn't make it any easier to sell their wares to the bright new faces at Comminch. So the Navy Department had its skeptics, and so did the Army Air Force, and so, for that matter, did the High Command in Hawaii. But Rochefort also had his allies, and one of them was Nimitz's intelligence officer, Lieutenant Commander Edwin T. Layton. He, too, knew the Japanese and their language well. He spent 2 years at the embassy in Tokyo just before the war, then was Admiral Kimmel's intelligence chief at the time of the Pearl Harbor disaster. Like the rest of Kimmel's staff, Layton wondered what would become of himself when Nimitz took over. And like the others, he felt that tremendous surge of morale when Nimitz asked them all to stay with him. Intelligence, Nimitz told Layton, was something he knew nothing about. He had only this one suggestion. He hoped that Layton would approach his job as though he were Admiral Nagano or Yamamoto, or whoever was calling the tune in Tokyo. With the information at hand, he should put himself in Japanese shoes and come up with his best estimate of their plans and intentions. With such sailing orders, it was easy to fall under the spell of Joe Rochefort's shop. Layton was completely sold, did his best to sell Nimitz, too. The Admiral himself was half convinced, but no more. Around May 8th, Leighton finally begged Nimitz to visit the Combat Intelligence Unit. Then he could see for himself. Leighton was sure that once the admiral watched the place in operation, saw how carefully the information was pieced together, then he too would become a true believer. Nimitz couldn't come. Swamped with work on the Coral Sea battle, he was just too busy. But he did send Captain L.D. McCormick, his war plans officer. McCormick said he was busy too, but finally agreed to set aside 2 hours. Down the stairs they went, and into the basement room, which for once the staff had made a half-hearted effort to clean up. On a makeshift table of planks and sawhorses, Rochefort had spread all his intercepts. He patiently showed how one led to another and how they all fitted together to form a composite picture. McCormick was fascinated. In the end he spent not 2 but 3.5 hours poking around, flipping the material, asking 1,000 tough show-me questions. There were no velvet gloves on either side. How do you know the Kamikawa Maru isn't just heading for her home port? Well, if she is, that would be doing a tonsillectomy through the rectum. In the end, McCormick came away completely convinced, and to sell McCormick was to sell Nimitz. From that day on, the admiral was the staunchest ally Rochefort and Leighton could hope to have. Washington remained skeptical. For one thing, they still hadn't pinned down exactly what the Japanese meant by AF. Rochefort was always sure it was Midway, but he needed proof. Around May 10th, he went to Leighton with an idea. Could Midway be instructed to radio a fake message in plain English, saying their freshwater machinery had broken down? Nimitz cheerfully went along with the ruse. Midway followed through, and 2 days later a Japanese intercept was picked up reporting that AF was low on fresh water. May 14th, Nimitz filled in Major General Dallas Emmons, the local army commander, and declared a state of fleet-opposed invasion. On the 15th, he began assembling his meager collection of ships. He had only 3 carriers, and all were thousands of miles away in the South Pacific. Rear Admiral Frank Jack Fletcher's Task Force 17 was at Tonga-Tabu licking its wounds from the Coral Sea battle. The carrier Yorktown had not been sunk as the Japanese claimed, but she was far from healthy. 1 bomb had ripped out her innards, and 2 near misses had opened some seams. Vice Admiral William F. Halsey's Task Force 16 was marking time off the Solomons. He had arrived with the carriers Enterprise and Hornet just too late for Coral Sea. Nimitz radioed them all to hurry back. At Tonga-Tabu, Fletcher quickly made a few patchwork repairs, then he was on his way. East of the Solomons, Halsey got the message May 16th local time and immediately began collecting his scattered ships. He was rounding up the last of them on the 18th when a new message arrived from Nimitz. This one was only 2 words: expedite return. As they swung northeast for Pearl, the Enterprise's navigation officer, Commander Richard Rubel, had a satisfying thought. He recalled how on the 15th they had discovered an enemy patrol plane snooping about on the western horizon. Visibility was perfect, and it had plenty of time to get off a good contact report to Japanese headquarters, firmly placing Task Force 16 deep in the South Pacific. Back at Pearl Harbor, the Combat Intelligence Unit labored on. Rochefort himself concentrated on the translations. So much depended on the nuances of the Japanese language even after a message was broken. He was now putting in 20 to 21 hours a day, curling up in some corner for occasional naps, going home only when someone told me I ought to take a bath. The rest of the staff worked just as hard. Jasper Holmes slaving over his ship positions, Tommy Dyer gulping keep-awake pills by the fistful, the brilliant Ham Wright buried in paper. At Sink-Pack, staff officers carefully noted the information on their charts. By now, the composition of Nagumo's striking force was down pat. Car Divs 1 and 2, Crew Div 8, all the familiar names, but the route was more uncertain. Some clues suggested they'd come straight across. Other clues said no, they'd go considerably to the north, then slant down. There was a theory they might even strike from the east. From all this, time was clearly another question mark. There was less mystery about the occupation force coming up from the southwest. The route was clear. The only question was when it would arrive. Well, somebody figured out that if the transport Goshu Maru left the Marshalls May 17th, it could link up at Saipan on the 22nd, and the whole convoy would be at Midway on the 30th. On the other hand, there was much radio traffic about exercises, and maybe these would push the whole operation back a little. Carried away by the mounting excitement, it was hard for the insiders at Sink-Pack to realize that some people were still dubious about the whole business. On May 16th or 17th, Nimitz received a letter from General Emmons saying he appreciated the intelligence, but felt he ought to point something out. These estimates were based on enemy intentions rather than capabilities. It was safer to plan in terms of capabilities, and the Japanese were certainly capable of attacking Hawaii. Nimitz called Commander Layton in. The admiral's blue eyes twinkled with amusement as Layton exploded with exasperation. Yet Emmons' misgivings were understandable. Like most others, he knew little about Rochefort's work. Beyond that, there was the matter of Nimitz's order directing a state of fleet-opposed invasion. This put all his 7th Air Force bombers under Sink-Pack control. But if the Navy was wrong and the Japanese did come to Hawaii, it would be Emmons, not Nimitz, who would feel the full blast from the War Department at being caught with no planes on hand. Nimitz was not able to reverse course, but he did make a move typical of this most careful and conciliatory of men. He assigned one of his staff, Captain J.M. Steele, to the specific job of keeping an eye on the combat intelligence unit's material. Steele became a sort of devil's advocate, deliberately challenging every estimate, deliberately making Rochefort and Layton back up every point. Steele really threw himself into the job. Layton rued the day it ever happened, but from Nimitz's point of view, the assignment served two very useful purposes. First, it did something specific about General Emmons's letter without any real change in course. Second, it provided a genuine check just in case they all were wrong and the Japanese really did have an extra trick or two. No more time for debating. The latest intercepts indicated that the attack might come as early as May 28th. Nimitz warned Midway, and preparations at Pearl moved into high gear. Decisions were made in hours that normally might take days. What to do about the Aleutian sideshow? Nimitz decided to counter it with a small force that would keep the Japanese occupied and guard his own flank. How to use the submarines? Put them in an arc west of Midway to try and intercept the Japanese fleet coming in. What about the battleships on the west coast? Keep them there. They only got in the way. How about the Yorktown's damage? Take a chance on repairing her at Pearl Harbor. An urgent message listed the things they'd need: arresting gear, 50 new Mercator gauges, and so on. In any other navy, it might have seemed strange that this priority list also included a new freezer for the soda fountain. The Army was now in high gear, too. On May 18th, the entire 7th Air Force went on special alert for an attack on Midway, or, the old fear persisted, an air raid on Hawaii. B-17s began pouring in from the west coast. At the same time, big new PBYs were arriving for the Navy. These, in turn, hurried on to Midway. They were all part of a sudden rush to beef up the place, a far cry from the old days when Midway seemed at the bottom of every supply depot's priority list. For months, the Marines just couldn't get any barbed wire. Now they got hundreds of miles of it. Sandbags, anti-aircraft guns, impregnated clothing, PT boats, reinforcements, all poured out in a steady stream. When the big railroad ferry Kitty Hawk left for Midway on May 23rd, her decks bulged with fighters and dive bombers, even 5 light tanks. But how to use this growing strength, and how best to coordinate it with the 3 precious carriers racing up from the South Pacific? On the 23rd, Nimitz asked Admiral Pat Bellinger, his patrol plane chief, and Captain A.C. Davis, his staff aviation officer, to confer with the Army immediately on how to make best use of all the planes available, both Army and Navy, ashore and afloat. They should think in terms of possibly 5 Japanese carriers, and they must hurry. Time is everything. The submarines were already moving out. The big Nautilus was lying in dry dock when her skipper, Lieutenant Commander Bill Brockman, was asked how soon he could get going. Brockman said about 48 hours. Everyone worked around the clock, and at 9 a.m. on May 24th, she slipped down the channel, bound for her station in the arc west of Midway. 11 other subs were out there, too. 7 more patrolled to the east, in case Nagumo tried an unexpected dash for Hawaii. May 25th, there was new excitement at Pearl Harbor. This day, the Combat Intelligence Unit came through with its hottest item yet, a long Japanese intercept that really laid it on the line. This message ticked off the various units, the ships, the captains, the course, the launching time, everything. Rochefort was hard at work on the translation when word came that Nimitz wanted to see him personally at a certain time. Completely absorbed and wanting to finish it, he turned up at the Admiral's office half an hour late. This was too much for even the placid Nimitz, and his manner was chilly to say the least. But he soon warmed up as Rochefort gave him point by point the exact battle order and operating plan of the Japanese striking force. Nimitz rushed a new message to Midway, giving all the details. There were only 2 bright spots. Nagumo's force no longer included the carrier Zuikaku, and the date of the attack would be later than they originally thought. It should fall somewhere around June 3rd to 5th. Washington still had its skeptics. Now the big fear was a Japanese ruse. The enemy might be just feeding Nimitz these messages to cover up a major raid on Hawaii or the West Coast. After all, they used fake radio signals to fool SINCPAC just before the attack on Pearl Harbor. Maybe this was the same sort of thing. Nimitz should plan his defenses with this threat in mind. There was something to the argument. The Japanese had indeed used radio deception before Pearl Harbor, nor was radio traffic analysis infallible. A week before the December 7th rain, SINCPAC had placed one Japanese carrier division in the South Pacific because the destroyers that usually guarded it were down there. Yet, as everyone soon found out, this guess had been all too wrong. Nimitz's intelligence men argued this time was different. There were only isolated messages before Pearl Harbor. Now there was a mountain of intelligence. And besides, there was the makeup of the Japanese force. It clearly involved a landing. They wouldn't be bringing all those troops and transports for an air raid on San Francisco. The argument dragged on. At the bottom, it was really just the old controversy over enemy intentions and capabilities. Sacred to the Naval War College was the doctrine that all decisions must be based on what the enemy could do rather than what it probably would do. Nimitz knew the risks of outguessing the Japanese as well as anyone, but as he often told Leighton, he felt the Navy's planning should put more stress on what was most likely to happen rather than just the worst that could happen. This time, moreover, he had a source of intelligence never dreamed of by the men who wrote the textbooks. Those intercepts gave him a priceless advantage that must not be wasted. He was sure the Japanese were coming to Midway, and all countermeasures should be based on this assumption. He stood firm, and won. Just in time, too. That key intercept of May 25th was the last message in the JN-25 code that Rochefort's group managed to unravel. Right afterward, the Japanese changed their system, and everything went black. It would be weeks before the Combat Intelligence Unit began reading this sort of material again. Meanwhile, they could only fill in some gaps and continue to break ship-to-ship traffic. Useful, but it gave no overall picture. That remained blank. But by now it was all decided. Nimitz could place his ships and planes where he wanted. Assume 4 CV, each with 36 VF plus 27 VSB, 63 planes each, attack Balsa from short range, say 50 to 100 miles, with view of knocking out at once the air defense, wrote the Admiral in a hasty note to Captain Davis. Visualize as clearly as possible his method of operating and our best counter-tactics. Give me brief pencil memo on this, and then we will discuss. The harried staff was bombarded with questions, often getting down to hard details, for Nimitz was not just a planner, but a careful, meticulous fighter. What would be the best position for the 12 additional 3-inch AA guns now being rushed to Midway? Where should the U.S. carriers be placed to give the greatest support? Where should the subs be stationed after the attack began? Should Midway's planes avoid fighting the Japanese bombers and go all out for the carriers? Should more planes be based on Midway? The problem at Midway is one of hitting before we are hit, wrote Admiral Bellinger, submitting a search plan worked out with General Tinker of the 7th Air Force. It called for patrolling 700 miles out every day, covering the whole 180 degrees west of Midway. To do the job, they needed 23 PBYs, 8 more than they already had. Endorsing the scheme on May 26th, Captain Davis noted an intriguing possibility. The plan will leave an excellent flanking area northeast of Midway for our carriers. And they were coming in now. That same morning, on the southwest horizon, a single speck appeared. Then 2, 5, 21 altogether, as Admiral Halsey's Task Force 16 pounded up from the Solomons. It had been an exciting trip back, full of speculation. Some, like Commander Ed Crehan's Hornets engineering officer, had a good pipeline. His old shipmate, Captain Mark Mitcher, tipped him off. Others could only guess. On the Enterprise, Ensign Lewis Hopkins of Bombing Squadron 6 noted that even the plane radio transmitters were wired off. It must be really big. Seamen on the destroyer Belch wondered why Commander Timroth had them working so hard, rigging lifelines and rescue nets. Whatever it was, it looked dangerous. The man who knew best was in no mood to see anyone. Admiral Halsey had come down with a skin disease, and the itch was driving him crazy. He tried everything, even oatmeal water baths, but nothing helped. He couldn't eat, he couldn't sleep. Completely exhausted, he now lay in his cabin, a bundle of nerves and temper. At 11:33 a.m., the Enterprise entered Pearl Harbor Channel and was soon tied up at Ford Island. Dr. Hightower put Halsey on the sick list, but the Admiral, never a good patient, went over to Sinkpack anyhow. Nimitz took one look, ordered him to the hospital immediately, but first he wanted Halsey's recommendation on who should take over Task Force 16 for the coming battle. Without a second's hesitation, the normally ebullient Halsey named the man perhaps least like him in the entire Pacific Fleet, the quiet, methodical commander of his cruisers and destroyers, Rear Admiral Raymond Ames Spruance. Spruance himself had no inkling what was up. After his flagship, Northampton, made fast, he went around to the Enterprise to report to Halsey as usual. Only then did he find that the Admiral had been taken to the hospital. He joined the rest of the task force commanders as they sat in the flag cabin, restlessly waiting to learn who would take over. Halsey's aide, Lieutenant William H. Ashford, arrived, sent by the Admiral to tip Spruance off. The place seemed a little public, so Ashford took the new commander into Halsey's bedroom and told him there. Spruance was thoroughly surprised. He was junior to several other possibilities, was a non-aviator, and never even served a day on a carrier. Yet he was used to following Halsey around the Pacific, and he'd have Halsey's fine staff to back him up. He hurried to Sinkpack, where Nimitz formally told him of his appointment. A quick briefing followed on the Japanese advance. Then the two men sat around planning the U.S. countermove. To Spruance there was only one thing to do: take the carriers and lie in wait northeast of Midway. Normally he might head northwest straight for the Japanese and engage them somewhere west of the atoll, but the stakes seemed too high. Even accepting that miraculous intelligence, the Japanese just might change their plans and go for Hawaii or the West Coast. Then he'd find himself caught on the wrong side of them, out of the fight and useless. He could have it both ways by waiting in the northeast. He'd be safe against an end run, and he had a marvelous chance for an ambush. It was fine with Nimitz. Back on the Enterprise, Lieutenant Clarence E. Dickinson noticed his old academy classmate, Lieutenant R.J. Oliver, coming up the gangway. Oliver was Spruance's flag lieutenant on the Northampton. What was he doing here? It turned out he was arranging to bring over the Admiral's personal gear. One way or another, the news raced through the task force. Spruance was taking over. Halsey was on the beach. It was hard to believe. In the past 6 months, Bill Halsey had become a part of them. From the wreckage of Pearl Harbor he had lifted them, both the frightened recruits and the disillusioned old-timers, and given them a new faith in themselves. Gradually he gave them other things too: skills, strength, endurance, spirit. They knew all this, and they loved him for it. Even now they could picture him sitting up by the bow watching takeoffs. They said he knew every plane. It was almost impossible to think of being without him. Not that they disliked Spruance. They hardly knew the man. But that was just the trouble. There were stories that he was from the Gun Club, part of the conservative battleship crowd that looked down on the jaunty aviators and their sporty brown shoes. That sounded like bad news. As one long-time machinist's mate on the Enterprise later explained, "We had nothing against him, but we knew we had a black-shoe admiral in our midst." Well, they'd see. Meanwhile, they were far too busy to brood. A great sense of urgency hung in the air. People were frozen in their jobs. Even Captain Mark Mitcher, slated to be an admiral, would stay on as skipper of the Hornet. His replacement, Captain Charles Perry Mason, came aboard as observer and reminded Mitcher, "Take good care of her. This is my ship." The harbor was alive with activity. Fuel and ammunition barges tooted impatiently, jockeying to come alongside the ships. The destroyer Aylwin's entire crew worked all night, loading and stowing fresh supplies. On the Hornet, machinist's mate J.E. Hoy sweated away, shifting provisions to the kitchen. When there were one can of Spam short, the cook refused to sign for anything, and all work stopped amid angry bickering. Word reached the bridge, and Mark Mitcher exploded. Unless this was settled by the time he got there, everybody would be court-martialed. The men got the point. The cook signed, and the work raced on. Mitcher was a guy you didn't fool with. Ashore, another member of the Hornet's company had a different kind of supply problem. Lieutenant Commander John Waldron, skipper of Torpedo Squadron 8, was laying siege to the aircraft materiel office. He heard they had a supply of newly designed twin machine gun mounts. Now he was determined to get some for his slow, highly vulnerable torpedo planes. The guns were really meant for dive bombers, but there was something about this impassioned, almost mystical man. Others noticed it too, and in the end Captain Lyon relented and gave him the guns. Waldron rushed off, so elated he forgot his flight gloves. On the Enterprise, work stopped long enough May 27th for a brief ceremony on the flight deck. In a flurry of ruffles and bosun calls, Admiral Nimitz came aboard to decorate 3 of the pilots. Pinning the Distinguished Flying Cross on the chest of Lieutenant Roger Maley, the Admiral paused and looked him straight in the eye. "I think you'll have a chance to win yourself another medal in the next several days." That afternoon, a new set of specks appeared on the southwestern horizon. Admiral Fletcher's Task Force 17 was coming in, too. It had been a hard trip, full of suspense as the wounded Yorktown trailed a telltale oil slick for miles behind her. But they were safe at last, and the crew was in high spirits. They certainly didn't wish the old lady ill, but the damage from that bomb should keep her in dry dock for a long time, and after 101 days at sea they could use a little liberty. As the big carrier limped up the channel, the men could almost taste the Hotel Street beer. A special reception committee was waiting at dry dock number 1. Yard worker Cyril Williams and a crew of other hands had spent all the past night getting blocks manufactured and secured, ready to receive the Yorktown. They finished just in time, watching with satisfaction as the big carrier nosed through the gates. On board, the men learned with dismay that there'd be no liberty after all. Far from it. Working parties were already loading fresh supplies of food and ammunition. No one knew what was up. The ship's marine detachment caustically agreed, "The Navigator has lost the charts to the American waters." Even before the dock had drained, a little group could be seen sloshing around examining the bent and crumpled plates. The yard manager, Captain Claude Gillette, conferred with his hull repair expert, Lieutenant Commander H.J. Fingstad, and other technicians. Talking with them, in hip boots like the rest, was Admiral Nimitz himself. It was clear the damage was very serious. The two near misses hadn't done much. The leaks could be quickly patched, but the direct hit was another matter. It had exploded 4 decks down, spreading havoc for 100 feet. Decks blistered, doors and hatches blown off, bulkheads ripped open, frames and stanchions twisted. It should take weeks to fix. "We must have this ship back in 3 days," Nimitz told the group. His voice was quiet, his manner very, very serious. The men hesitated, looked at one another, and finally Finkstad gulped, "Yes, sir." Nimitz was back in his office at the sub-base by the time Admiral Fletcher checked in a little later. Perhaps it was because they knew each other so well, but Fletcher immediately sensed that his boss, normally the calmest of people, was deeply disturbed. Nimitz started off by asking Fletcher how he felt. "Pretty tired," was the answer. Nimitz nodded. Yes, he understood, and normally he'd send him back to the West Coast, but he couldn't do it this time. The Japanese were on their way to Midway. Task Force 17 had to go right out again. Nimitz then poured out the details, ship by ship, of the Japanese operation. "Do you know," he added, with just a touch of irritation, "they've even named the officer who is to take over the naval station there on August 1st. Gradually he filled in Fletcher on everything else. Halsey was out. Spruance now had the Enterprise and Hornet. They'd be starting off soon. Fletcher would follow with the Yorktown. The two forces would join up with Fletcher taking over all command as senior officer. Then they'd lie in wait off Midway. Fletcher understood. He had only one misgiving. The Yorktown had lost a lot of flyers at Coral Sea, and he was worried about the new bombing and torpedo squadrons Nimitz planned to give him. It wasn't a question of quality. He was sure they were excellent. But they hadn't worked with the ship before. Could he keep his regular group, filling it out with replacements? "No," said Nimitz. The old flyers needed a rest, and new complete squadrons promised better coordination. At some point, Spruance joined them, and the question arose whether the Yorktown could really make it. "She'll be joining you," Nimitz said firmly. It certainly didn't look like it. The Yorktown now lay high out of the water. Yard workers swarmed over her, hammers clattering, acetylene torches flaring in the growing dusk. During the evening, a courier came aboard, climbing over the wires and cables, and delivered a thick document to Lieutenant J.G. John Greenbacker, the ship's secretary. Greenbacker signed for it and thereby became the first person on board to see SINCPAC Operation Plan No. 29-42, the official blueprint setting forth all the thinking and decisions of the past 2 weeks. "The enemy is expected to attempt the capture of Midway in the near future," it explained. "For this purpose, it is believed that the enemy will employ approximately the following: 2 to 4 fast battleships, 4 to 5 carriers, 8 to 9 heavy cruisers, 16 to 24 destroyers, 8 to 12 submarines, a landing force with seaplane tenders. This catalogue of chilling details was followed by the American answer, an outline of the tactics CINCPAC proposed to follow. Specific tasks were assigned to each of the various U.S. forces. The carriers would inflict maximum damage on the enemy by employing strong attrition tactics. As decided, they would operate northeast of Midway, hoping to catch the Japanese by surprise. Submarines would go for the enemy carriers. Midway itself would concentrate on defense and patrols. Hawaii would contribute a long-range striking force. In listing these tasks, the language was usually general. Midway's first job was simply hold Midway, but there was no doubt that everybody had enough to do. There were 86 copies of Op Plan 29-42, and as they were distributed throughout the various commands, selected officers studied the details with fascination. To those eligible to see it, the meticulous intelligence on the Japanese movements seemed almost incredible. Not knowing where it came from, and perhaps having read too many spy thrillers, the Enterprise's navigator, Commander Rubel, could only say to himself, "That man of ours in Tokyo is worth every cent we pay him." A bright sun sparkled off the water next morning, May 28th, as the destroyers of Task Force 16 slipped their moorings and glided single file down Pearl Harbor Channel toward the open sea. Behind them came a pair of tankers, then the cruisers, and finally the Enterprise and Hornet. On the bridge of the Enterprise, the Black Shoe Admiral, Raymond Spruance, thoughtfully watched his first command of carriers move down the harbor. In the words of the master plan, he was on his way to inflict maximum damage on the enemy, and to guide him he now had a last-minute letter of instructions just issued by Nimitz to his two commanders. In carrying out the task assigned on Op Plan 29-42, you will be governed by the principle of calculated risk, which you will interpret to mean the avoidance of exposure of your force to attack by superior enemy forces without good prospect of inflicting, as a result of such exposure, great damage to the enemy. To achieve this most delicate of formulas was now up to him. At 11:59 the Enterprise cleared the channel, swung toward Barber's Point, and headed for those lonely waters northeast of Midway. Back at Pearl Harbor, a rebellious but helpless patient watched from a lanai at the Naval Hospital. For the utterly frustrated Halsey, seeing them go without him was even worse than the itch. In contrast to the antiseptic quiet of the hospital was the bedlam at Dry Dock No. 1. Hundreds of men now swarmed over the Yorktown. She seemed even more alive out of the water than afloat. Clouds of smoke poured up from the acetylene torches, burning away her damaged plates. The clatter of drills and hammers never stopped. Deep inside the ship, Bill Bennett, the burly supervisor of Shop 11-26, bore down on his gang of 150 shipfitters. One qualification of a Navy Yard boss was to be even tougher than his men, and Bennett easily met the test. He was in charge all the way as they sweated to erase the devastating direct hit. There was no time for plans or sketches. The men worked directly with the steel beams and bars brought on the ship. Coming to a damaged frame, burners would take out the worst of it. Fitters would line up a new section, cut it to match the contour of the damage. Riggers and welders would move in, tacking the new piece in place. Then on to the next job. There seemed no end to the grind. And it was hell down there besides. 120-degree temperature, little light, lots of smoke. When a man looked really ready to drop, Bennett would send him topside for a sandwich and a breath of air. He himself never bothered with any of that. Occasionally sucking an orange, he worked for 48 hours straight. All over the ship was the same story. Ellis Clanton, chief quarterman at Shop 31, didn't leave the ship for 3 days as he struggled to repair the weird assortment of fixtures that are part of a great carrier, elevator shoes, arresting gear rams, and so forth. Working on the hull, Ed Sheehan grew so tired he finally fell asleep on the scaffolding. At one point, a group of welders seemed about ready to fold. Out of nowhere, a naval officer appeared and asked them to gather around. The Japanese, he explained, were on their way to Midway. They thought the Yorktown was sunk. Wouldn't they be surprised if they found her fit and ready to fight? His psychology worked. The men rushed back to their jobs. All the night of the 28th, the pace continued, the Yorktown spouting sparks and blue flashes as the welders worked on. It was a nightmare for the ship's crew, but few had time to rest anyhow. Gunner's mate Jefferson Vick was typical. He spent 48 hours straight hauling bombs aboard with only one 5-hour break. While the work went on, an odd thing was happening in nearby Honolulu. First, the electric power failed in the Kahala district. Then, when that was fixed, it failed in the Nuuanu Valley. The same thing happened from time to time in other parts of town. The local citizens were used to the erratic ways of the Hawaiian Electric Company, but this time was no accident. Needing extra power to run the enormous amount of repair equipment, the Navy Yard contacted Leslie Hicks, president of the company, and explained the emergency in confidence. Hicks said he thought he could help and quietly staged failures in one district after another, diverting the desperately needed electricity to the yard. By mid-morning on the 29th, they had run out of time. At 11 o'clock, the cocks were opened, the dry dock flooded, and the Yorktown towed back into the harbor. It was a slow, delicate job getting her out. Much too slow for the tower, which kept flashing "Expedite, expedite." Hundreds of men still worked on her. Bill Bennett's ship fitters were gone, but the electricians and mechanics were everywhere. In his cabin, Captain Elliot Buckmaster labored over 1,000,000 last details. Commander Dixie Kiefer, the ship's colorful executive officer, dropped by at one point, urging the captain to put his own personal belongings ashore. No, said Buckmaster, he was too old a sea dog for that. Never get separated from your personal gear. The work went on, ashore as well as afloat. The Yorktown's landing signal officer, Lieutenant Norwood Campbell, struggled to get the new squadrons in shape for carrier landings. The pilots were mostly from the Saratoga. She had been torpedoed in January, and since then they had spent a good deal of time kicking around. Lieutenant Commander Max Leslie's Bombing Squadron 3 was sharp. They had spelled the Enterprise's bombers on the Doolittle raid. But Lieutenant Commander Lance Massey's Torpedo 3 was rusty, and Lieutenant Commander John S. Thatch's Fighting 3 was very much a mixed bag. Some were Yorktown veterans, some hadn't seen a carrier for months, some had never served on one. At the moment, all were at Kaneohe on the other side of the island. Most still didn't know what was up, except that they were suddenly practicing a lot. But that day, word began to get around. Commander Leslie took his rear seat man, radio man W.E. Gallagher, aside and told him they had a new assignment. They were joining the Yorktown and going out to meet the Japs. He didn't say where, but Gallagher was to be ready in the morning. Saturday, May 30th, dawned clear at Pearl Harbor. On the Yorktown, the shrill call of a boatswain's whistle was the first signal for many that Admiral Nimitz was coming aboard. They had won their fight to get her ready. Now it was time to wish them good luck and good hunting. Turning to Buckmaster, the Admiral said to announce to all hands that he was sorry they couldn't go back to the mainland yet. They had a job to do. But when it was over, he'd send the Yorktown to the west coast for liberty, and he didn't mean peanuts. At 9 o'clock the engines began turning over. Far below, yard hand Fred Rodin and his gang were wrapping insulation around some newly installed pipes. Suddenly someone yelled down the shaft, "Okay, boys, all ashore that's going ashore, we're pulling out." Rodin and his mates bolted topside. This was one trip they didn't want to make. The Yorktown was already gliding downstream as the last of them dropped down into a launch and bobbed off toward the shore. On she went, picking up speed as she moved down the channel. On the flight deck, the ship's band, with perhaps just a touch of sly humor, lustily blared out, "California, here I come." That afternoon she picked up her revamped air group, flown out as usual from the base, and by nightfall the whole task force was far beyond the sight of land. They had accomplished wonders. The Yorktown was there, but the odds were still long this brilliant moon-swept night. It would take more than the best intelligence, planning, and determination to beat Yamamoto's huge armada. They knew it at Sinkpak, too, and it had a lot to do with naming the rendezvous point where Spruance and Fletcher were slated to meet. This dot on the map, this mythical spot on a trackless ocean, they wishfully called Point Luck. For Lieutenant Commander Toshitake Ueno, this same moonlit night brought only bad news. As the darkened U.S. ships pounded north, his submarine, I-123, lay idle and useless off French frigate shoals, several hundred miles to the west. According to the final version of the Japanese plan, the I-123 was meant to help refuel two seaplanes up from Kwajalein for a last-minute look at Pearl Harbor. But there would be no refueling tonight. A big American patrol plane lay anchored in the lagoon. It was odd. When first tried in March, Operation K, as they called it, went off very well. Then the two big seaplanes came up from Kwajalein, refueled from the tanker submarines, and flew on to Pearl Harbor without any hitch. True, they didn't accomplish much, but that wasn't the fault of the arrangements. The rescue sub stood by, the radio beam worked, the refueling went smoothly, and above all, nobody bothered them at French frigate shoals. This time was different from the start. When the I-121, first sub to arrive, reached the shoals on May 26th, she found a U.S. seaplane tender already sitting at anchor. Soon the I-122 and I-123 also came up, and the next 3 days were spent peeking through periscopes, waiting patiently for the tender to go away. But she didn't, and by the night of May 29th something had to be done. Tomorrow was the big day. The planes would be leaving Kwajalein during the night, planning to arrive and refuel at dusk on the 30th. As senior officer, Commander Ueno took one last look. 2 ships were there now, and reluctantly radioed the situation to Kwajalein. Vice Admiral A.G. Goto understood. He radioed back that the operation was postponed today. Expect the planes on the 31st. Now it was the night of the 30th, and pretty much the same story. As Commander Ueno searched the moonlit anchorage, he couldn't see the tender, but there was no mistaking that PBY. The Americans were still there. Around midnight, he again radioed Kwajalein that the place was being watched. This time the answer came from Goto's boss, Vice Admiral Nishizo Tsukahara, commanding the 11th Air Fleet. The planes wouldn't be coming at all. Operation K was suspended. It meant there would be no reconnaissance of Pearl Harbor. But little matter, Nimitz's ships were safely at their berths, and there they would stay until the great attack smashed at Midway and brought them rushing out into Yamamoto's great trap. At Pearl it seemed strangely empty with the fleet gone, but there was still plenty of activity at Sinkpak. Coming to work that evening, Commander Layton brought along his helmet for the first time since December 7th. From Rochefort's intercepts, he knew this was the night for Operation K. French frigate shoals were under close watch, but if something went amiss, there might be a lot of flak flying about. Nothing happened, of course, except that several of Layton's colleagues kidded him for bringing his helmet to work for no reason at all. The official records are naturally full of abbreviations and code words. CV is Navy lingo for carriers, VF for fighters, VSB for scout bombers. Balsa is a code name for Midway. For simplicity's sake, this book will usually translate such designations into layman's terms, but they seemed too much a part of the flavor of the note to do so here. Chapter 3. Ready. Nobody told Admiral Nagumo that Operation K had failed. Radio silence seemed too important. So the first carrier striking force plowed on toward Midway, the staff free from worry. They would get the word if K turned up anything useful. They heard no results, so there was nothing worth reporting. Spirits were high on every ship. In the golden weather, the first days out, the pilots practiced their bombing and torpedo runs, thrilling the men on deck. Watching them from the guard destroyer Nowaki, Commander Magotaro Koga couldn't imagine anyone beating them. Our hearts burn with the conviction of sure victory, he scribbled that night in his diary. Even the little things were turning out right. Through one of those happy accidents that can occur in any navy, 3 months of PX rations had been distributed at once. Joyful bargaining filled the air. Only one man was having bad luck. First night out, Commander Mitsuo Fuchida, leader of the Akagi's air group, came down with appendicitis. Now he wouldn't be able to lead the planes against Midway, duplicating his great feat at Pearl Harbor. The weather turned sour on the afternoon of June 1st. Fortunately, they had just finished refueling, and for the moment the flyers had little to do. Fighter pilot Raita Ogawa relaxed in the Akagi's wardroom while a scratchy gramophone ground out the popular song Kirameku Seiza. Its lilting strains reminded them all of planes high in the sky. Torpedo pilot Takayoshi Morinaga lay in his bunk on the Kaga, reading modern Japanese history. The Hiryu's assistant air officer, Toshio Hashimoto, could be found deep in a game of contract bridge. On the Soryu, bomber pilot Juzo Mori amused himself playing a sort of bamboo flute called a shakuhachi. Several others aboard liked doing this too, and they'd gather together in a corner of the flight deck, their plaintive music floating incongruously over the deck as the big carrier charged on. Hundreds of miles to the southeast, the invasion force lumbered along at a slower pace. On the bridge of the Jinzu, Commander Toyama struggled to keep the 13 transports in some sort of order. The formation was quite simple, just 2 parallel columns of ships. But the convoy had been slapped together so quickly there wasn't time to learn the signals, and the transports had a way of straying. The troops couldn't have cared less. They practiced weapons handling and landing craft procedures when they could. But there wasn't much room, and most of the time they were just jammed together, squatting on the open decks, talking of girls and home. Far to the rear, 600 miles behind Nagumo, steamed Yamamoto's great main force of 34 ships. On the 7 big battleships, the men whiled away their free hours sunbathing, doing calisthenics, and simply puzzling. The Japanese Navy always kept Tokyo time wherever it was. Now many of the new recruits, fresh off the farm, felt they were entering a strange part of the world indeed, where the sun rose at 3 o'clock in the morning. On the Yamato, Admiral Yamamoto moodily dabbed at a bowl of rice porridge. His huge appetite had finally caught up with him, and he now had a mild case of diarrhea. A more serious problem was the intelligence coming in. Starting May 29th, his radio traffic people had noted a heavy increase in U.S. messages in the Hawaiian and Aleutian areas, much of it from aircraft and submarines. It suggested a U.S. task force might be at sea. The disturbing signs multiplied. A U.S. submarine just ahead of the transport group was sending long coded messages to Pearl. Wake Island reported American patrol planes operating far out of Midway. A fresh radio traffic analysis showed 72 of 180 intercepts were urgent, a suspiciously high percentage. On the other hand, a new intelligence estimate from Tokyo on the 31st again placed U.S. carriers off the Solomons. It was all very baffling, enough to make a man wish that Operation K had worked out. And now it appeared the submarine cordons were fouled up too. 3 of the 4 subs assigned to the line west of Hawaii were involved in the K fiasco. They'd be late getting on station. Worse, all 7 assigned to the cordon northwest of the islands would also be late. They were the ones meant to take position across the Hawaii Midway line on June 1st. But fitting out took longer than planned, and now they wouldn't get there till June 3rd. Should any of this information be relayed to Nagumo and the carriers? Admiral Yamamoto was inclined that way, but Captain Kuroshima was strongly opposed. As in the case of reporting on K, he felt radio silence was too important. Besides, the Akagi's own radio must be picking it all up anyhow. Nothing was done. The question again arose a day or so later. Tokyo radio intelligence now definitely suspected a U.S. carrier force somewhere off Midway. Once again, Yamamoto was inclined to relay the word on to Nagumo. Once again, the god of operations preached the gospel of radio silence. Once again, nothing was done. 600 miles ahead, Nagumo's carriers steamed on. In the Akagi's radio room, the operators bent low but heard nothing. The Yamato wasn't talking, and Tokyo was too far away. With its small superstructure, the Akagi had a comparatively weak wireless. It just couldn't catch those distant signals. And now the weather was failing, too. All day June 1st it grew steadily worse. A fine rain mixed with heavy mist. The ships plunged ahead, dim blurs in the gathering gloom. The view was sharp and clear at Midway as Commander Tanaba of the submarine I-168 swung his periscope toward the dazzling coral sands of the atoll. He had been hanging around for 3 days now, making meticulous observations. These he carefully radioed to Tokyo to be relayed on to the advancing fleet. There was much to report. Patrol boats came and went. Some 90 to 100 planes landed in a day, including a number of bombers. The PBYs took off at dawn, returned in the evening, suggesting patrols at least 600 miles out. Several construction cranes were at work. The garrison must be strengthening its defenses. Most of the time, Tanaba stayed submerged, 2 or 3 miles offshore, his eyes glued to the periscope. Around him, the crew hopefully fingered the good luck charms that Ensign Mochizuki had just given them all from Kameyama Shrine. They hadn't been seen yet, but it was risky business poking around this way. Once they sneaked within 800 yards of the beach. At night the I-168 surfaced, and Tanaba continued his studies with binoculars. Midway was under blackout. Still, it was possible to see a little. At one point he counted 9 work lights burning. Clearly something was up. The past month had been a hectic one for the defenders of Midway. They still had a long way to go, but at least they could look with some satisfaction on what they had already done. Certainly it all began with Nimitz's visit. Until then, the base felt itself pretty well forgotten, except for an occasional shelling by some Japanese submarine. But that May 2nd was a revelation. Nimitz was everywhere, and into everything. On Sand Island he rummaged through the underground command posts. He poked around the big seaplane hangar where the PBYs were serviced. He crawled into every gun pit of the Marines' 6th Defense Battalion. Then over to Eastern Island, 20 minutes across the lagoon. Here he examined the Marine airstrip and shook hands with all the pilots. When he finally flew off, the Marines conferred upon him their highest accolade. He was, they all agreed, a goddamned gentleman. About 2 weeks later, equipment began pouring in. Commander Simard and Lieutenant Colonel Shannon had filed a list of their needs on May 7th. But the first thing to come in wasn't on any list at all. It was a pair of shoulder eagles for Simard, giving him a spot promotion to captain. At the same time, Shannon was promoted to full colonel. Both soon learned they'd be earning those eagles the hard way. About May 20th, Admiral Nimitz's letter arrived, addressed to Simard and Shannon jointly, spelling out the Japanese plan. It was all there, every step, as far as Nimitz then knew it. Most sobering of all, he put the date at May 28th, only 1 week away. No one felt the pressure more than Shannon. Though under Simard, he was the Marine commander and directly responsible for Midway's defense. Next evening he called his key men together at the castle, an unpretentious house left over from Midway's civilian past. Here he told the group that the Japanese were coming and outlined the steps to be taken to meet them. Adjutant W.P. Spencer then covered various matters in more detail, including instructions on what to do if taken prisoner. At this point, Marine gunner Dorn E. Arnold, who had been in the Corps forever, closed his notebook. Shannon asked if he wasn't interested. Arnold replied that he didn't need this information since he didn't intend to be taken prisoner. He was damned if he'd end up pulling some Japanese PFC around in a rickshaw. As finally outlined, Shannon's plans reflected his past. He was an old-time Marine, up from the ranks, of Belleau Wood vintage. Barbed wire, barrages, dugouts had all left an indelible impression, and sometimes it seemed he wanted to turn Midway into another Hindenburg line. But he also had the hard-nosed tenacity that went with this kind of warfare. And that, more than anything else, was what Midway needed right now. They had a good test of their spirits the very next morning. May 22nd began calmly enough. Captain Simard was buried in work at his command post. The 81-millimeter mortars were practicing on the south shore. Pharmacist's mate Edwin Miller was swiping a snack from the hospital kitchen. Then, suddenly, it happened. A terrific explosion shook Sand Island. A cloud of dust and smoke billowed into the sky. The Japs were here. Everyone was sure of it. The men grabbed their helmets and raced for their battle stations. But it wasn't the Japs. It was far more discouraging. Some sailor, testing connections, had crossed the wrong wires and tripped a demolition charge under Midway's gasoline supply. Half the tanks, about 400,000 gallons, were gone. It damaged the distribution system, too. From now on, they'd have to fuel the planes by hand from 55-gallon drums. It was enough to dishearten anyone, but Captain Simard didn't panic. No heads rolled, no scapegoats, no angry recriminations. He calmly cabled the bad news to SinkPack and asked for any help they could give. As for Colonel Shannon, airplanes were another world anyhow. "Wreck 'em on the beach," he growled, and it seemed more comforting than ever to have this tough old leatherneck as a rallying point. They all caught his spirit. No one ever dug harder at the Marne than the 6th Defense Battalion did on Sand Island, building up emplacements, scooping out shelters, sandbagging new positions for the guns Nimitz promised. And on Eastern Island, across the lagoon, the Marine airmen were digging too. Bunkers for the planes, holes to store bombs, fuses, gas and water, to say nothing of slit trenches for themselves. They were soon down to 3 or 4 hours' sleep a night. All the while barbed wire was sprouting along the coral beaches. Major Robert Hummel strung so much his friends called him Barbed Wire Bob. Yet there could never be enough for Colonel Shannon. It stopped the Boches, it would stop the Japs. "Barbed wire," exploded a weary Marine. "Cripes, the old man thinks we can stop planes with barbed wire." But they worked with little complaint, for Shannon's sheer guts had captured them all. Captain Robert McGlashan, his young operations officer, trudged 11 hours a day in the blinding sun, checking positions, checking communications, checking camouflage, checking fields of fire. Once he even took to a submarine to see how it all looked from a periscope. Yet they still had so little considering the size of the juggernaut hurtling toward them. They needed ingenuity, too, and Captain McGlashan knew just where to turn. He went to Marine gunner Arnold. These old-time gunners were legends in the Corps. They had been everywhere, could do anything. Deacon Arnold himself dated back to the Siberian expedition. Now McGlashan asked him to cook up some anti-boat mines and booby traps. All it would take was an old-timer's knowledge of explosives. Actually, Arnold knew almost nothing about explosives, but that didn't faze him. He once read a book on the subject. Recruiting a routine headquarters detail, he tackled the job with the kind of relish that could only come from someone not used to playing with dynamite. He and his men located some blasting gelatin, brown stuff that looked and felt a little like dough. This they kneaded and rammed into lengths of sewer pipe. Sealing the ends with hot tar, they ended up with a sort of mammoth firecracker. Altogether, they made 380 of them. These they strung together in bunches of 6 and planted offshore to discourage any landing attempt. Electrically detonated, they made a highly satisfactory explosion. More primitive was the impressive stockpile of Molotov cocktails they gradually built up from Midway's rather generous supply of empty whiskey bottles. And so the work went on, never stopping, for in a sense they were already under siege. The guns were always manned, meals served beside them, and the whole garrison now lived underground. Both the Navy and Marine command posts were dugouts near the center of Sand Island, Captain Simard giving orders by a white telephone that looked incongruously fashionable, Colonel Shannon holding forth in a deep dugout covered with beams and 12 feet of sand. Every night both commanders met with their staffs to review the day and plan for tomorrow. The Marine sessions, at least, were often quite stormy, for the staff was perky, and the colonel not easily moved from his favorite theories. At one point he wanted a smoke screen, and it was quite a fracas before McGlashan and Arnold convinced him that it would draw the Japs rather than hide the island. Another time he clashed with Captain Simard over shifting some barbed wire long enough to let the Navy fill a few sandbags. Touching that barbed wire was really inviting trouble, and it finally took a mild display of rank by the captain before he got his sand. In the end, of course, they always patched up their quarrels. The staff would go off to their bunks. The colonel would gulp a last cup of coffee before turning in, and all would be up again at 5 a.m., ready to take on another hard day. May 25th they got some good news. First came Nimitz's message, giving a new date for the attack. Now it would be June 3rd to 5th, a whole extra week to prepare. Then the light cruiser St. Louis tied up at Sand Island, bringing the first reinforcements from Hawaii. Captain Ronald K. Miller's fine battery of 8 37-millimeter guns was a welcome addition to the anti-aircraft defense. 4 went to Eastern, and Miller planted the other 4 in the woods on Sand Island. He was still at it when some trucks roared up, throwing sand in all directions. A gang of men piled out, howling slogans and singing Chinese communist songs. Carlson's Raiders had arrived. This outfit, officially known as the 2nd Raider Battalion, was something of an experiment. Organized by Major Evans F. Carlson, its training reflected many ideas he had picked up during his days as a civilian observer with the communist forces in North China. It had White House blessing, but its gung-ho philosophy smacked of indiscipline to many old Marines. To say the least, Carlson's Raiders were controversial. But there was no doubt about their fighting qualities, and when Midway's hour came, Nimitz hurried out 2 companies, arriving on the St. Louis along with Captain Miller's guns. D Company went off to Eastern. C joined Miller in the Sand Island woods. Both were a wild-looking lot. Bandoliers of cartridges hung from bronzed shoulders, their pockets bulged with grenades, their belts bristled with knives, which they flung at the trees with casual skill. Even the medics were armed. No stenciled red crosses for this bunch. Still more help came on the 26th. That evening, the big ex-railroad ferry Kitty Hawk arrived with the guns, tanks, and planes that formed Nimitz's biggest contribution. Midway could use these new 3-inch and 20-millimeter twin mounts borrowed from the 3rd Defense Battalion. It could use the 5 tanks, too, but most welcome of all were the new planes, 18 SBD dive bombers and 7 F-4F fighters. New was, of course, a relative term. Actually, they were carrier cast-offs, but they were infinitely better than the ancient relics already on hand. Until now, Midway's Air Force had consisted of 16 antique Vindicator dive bombers and 21 equally antique Buffalo fighters. The Vindicators, wind indicators the Marines called them, had a tendency to ground loop. When the pilots tried diving them earlier that year, the wing fabric began peeling off. A hurry call went out to the hospital for all available adhesive tape. The Buffalo fighters were just as inadequate. The new planes, whatever their credentials, were a vast improvement on these. New in a different sense were the flyers who arrived too. 17 of the 21 pilots were just out of flight school. Some hadn't even had 4 hours flight time since the end of their training. Nor did they know why they were here. Second Lieutenant Jack Cosley thought they were merely coming to an out-of-the-way island for further practice. "You're just in time for the party," called the old hands cheerfully as the newcomers unloaded their gear on Eastern Island. Second Lieutenant Alan Ringblom, one of the new dive-bomber pilots, assumed this was the standard kidding he could expect from a buddy perhaps a few months ahead of him at flight school. At his first squadron briefing on May 28th, he learned differently. The skipper, Major Lofton Henderson, pulled no punches. The Japs were not only coming, they were overdue. The new SBDs were assigned the experienced pilots. The Vindicators were given the green recruits. None of them had ever flown one before, and there was little time to practice. They ground-looped, too, the first day. The equipment was wretched, too. No charts and only 4 plotting boards for a dozen flyable planes. So most of the time they just waited, restless hours of cards, cribbage, and watching Midway's famous Goonie birds. A kind of large albatross, the Goonies were a graceful delight in the air, but a clumsy absurdity on the ground. They were utterly tame, fascinated all the flyers, and inadvertently caused the squadron's first casualty. In a whimsical moment, Lieutenant Eck slipped one into Lieutenant Bear's bunk, and it indignantly nipped Bear's thumb getting out. May 29th brought still more help. 4 Army B-26s rigged to carry torpedoes. Led by Captain James Collins, these were the first Army planes to arrive and caused quite a sensation. Everyone crowded around, but it turned out the pilots knew little more about their mission than the new Marines. First Lieutenant James Murray had been at Hickam, expecting to join the rest of his squadron in Australia. Suddenly, all that was canceled, and he was told to take a plane over to Pearl Harbor instead. 3 other B-26s joined him, and when they arrived there, they found a collection of Navy officers waiting for them with several very large torpedoes, the first Murray had ever seen in his life. The torpedoes, they learned, would be slung on the plane, and the 4 crews briefly practiced takeoffs and landings. They never tried any drops, and none of their compasses were corrected. When they started out a couple of days later, the 4 B-26s began by fanning out in 4 different directions. Fortunately, a friendly patrol plane happened along and set them on the right course. No greener torpedo plane pilots ever flew a mission, but at least they got to Midway. This same day, 12 Navy PBYs also arrived, latest in a steady stream that had been building up since May 14th. Like the others coming in, these men had little idea what was up, but they brought a skipper who knew a great deal indeed. Commander Logan Ramsey was one of the Navy's most colorful professionals. Physically a hulking, slow-moving man, mentally he was a genius. A great bridge player, he could do navigation problems while holding a hand of cards. He was completely unorthodox and often the despair of the old breed. But the patrol plane boss, Admiral Bellinger, thought the world of him and made him his chief of staff. With the Midway crisis coming to a head, Bellinger could think of no one he'd rather have out there than Logan Ramsey. As is often the case with such men, Ramsey had a knack of attracting lively junior officers, and there was no lack of volunteers when he recruited a staff to help him. Ensign Edmund Jacoby had little idea why he was going, but with Ramsey it wouldn't be dull. As they boarded the PBY at Pearl Harbor, Admiral Bellinger came down to see them off. Knowing Jacoby wanted to be a pilot, the Admiral called out, "If you get back, I'll see you get to flight school." If I get back, thought Jacoby. What could he mean by that? He found out that night almost as soon as they landed at Midway. Captain Simard called a meeting at the BOQ, explained briefly why they were there. Then Logan Ramsey took over, filling them in on the latest intelligence. The blow at the Aleutians on the 3rd, the transports coming in from the southwest, the carriers striking from the northwest, probably on the 4th, and he told them their job. No more one-day patrolling than 2 days off. Starting tomorrow, they would go out every day 700 miles. This was the moment all their training had been leading to. Next morning, the 30th, as the first pink trace of dawn streaked the eastern sky, 22 PBYs lumbered into the air. Some were seaplanes, some the new amphibious kind, but all looked ungainly and slow. Briefly they circled the base as they got their bearings, then headed out on the spokes of a massive arc, running from just west of south to just east of north. Midway's great search for the enemy had begun. It was shortly after chow that noon when one of the PBYs limped back to Eastern Island, one engine out, and made an emergency landing. Then another cripple fluttered in. It seemed the Japs were also on patrol. They were down toward the southwest, flying out of wake, snarling and spoiling for a fight. Both PBYs were riddled with bullets. From the first to land, the Marines gently lifted a gunner shot through the back. 8 more Army planes arrived that same afternoon from Hawaii, and then another 9 on May 31st, all B-17 long-range bombers. There was some shuttling back and forth, but from now on about 15 were generally on hand. Led by Lieutenant Colonel Walter C. Sweeney, who invariably flew in his stocking feet, they gave a powerful boost to Midway's striking power. As with the B-26s, the big bombers were pulled into bunkers, and the crews roughed it beside them in tents. But that didn't stop First Lieutenant Everett Westman from sleeping in his usual silk pajamas. The Air Force always had a flair about it. Another welcome arrival on the 31st was the freighter Nera Luckenbach, with some last-minute equipment and 3,000 drums of high-test gas to help replace the fuel lost when the Midway tanks blew up. It was Sunday, but nobody thought about that until a dispute erupted over extra pay for the ship's merchant crew. Word spread that she couldn't unload until Monday. Summoned to the scene, Captain Simard explained that the Japs were on the way, that the ship couldn't leave until she was unloaded, and that there'd be quite an explosion with all that gas aboard. The crew bent to it, and the Nera Luckenbach was gone by 7:40 next morning. There was little more Nimitz could do. It was now up to Midway to use what it had. What steps would be most effective? In the underground Navy command post on Sand Island, Captain Simard probed for new answers every night with his staff. At some point, Brigadier General Willis Hale of the B-17s would come in. He'd bring over a bottle of Old Crow bourbon, they'd set it out on the table, and the work would go on. Should the B-17s be held back as a long-range striking force, or should they be used more right now to beef up the search? How to get everything off the ground fast when the Japs finally did attack? Far into the night they talked and planned, while the junior officers went about their regular duties, making search assignments for the morning, writing reports, handling communications with SyncPack over the cable. To a communications officer, this direct cable link with Pearl was a thing of beauty and a priceless asset. It meant that Midway could be in safe, instant contact with Nimitz without using radio. No risk of intercepts, no codes to break, no heavy flow of messages to start some eavesdropper thinking. To the radio traffic analyst in Tokyo, nothing was happening on Midway at all. It was part of the old Trans-Pacific cable system, and was what gave Midway its chief importance before the war. Now all that was gone, although oddly enough the next link westward to Japanese-held Guam was still intact. Occasionally someone in the dugout would wander over to the key and bat out an obscenity in that direction. Usually there'd be a pause, then some angry-sounding gibberish would come snapping back. June 1st, and Ensign George Fraser, the versatile young communications officer under Logan Ramsey, got a new kind of problem. Word came that a wonderful Navy torpedo plane was being added to Midway's defenses, the TBF. 6 of them would be flying in that day, and since nobody would expect a plane that looked like these, he was to alert the anti-aircraft batteries not to shoot them down. "What's a TBF?" was the first question he got. There were no silhouettes, no recognition books, no trained observers. The best Fraser could do was take his cue from the familiar F-4F fighter. The new plane looked, he explained, like a pregnant F-4F. The word was passed, and when the 6 TBFs duly appeared, not a finger touched a trigger. It was just as well, for these men had come a long way to be in this show. They belonged to the Hornets Torpedo Squadron 8, and had been in Norfolk breaking in these new planes for the carrier. They were still at it May 8th when they got orders to come to Pearl. There were 19 planes in the detachment altogether, and led by Torpedo 8's executive officer, they flew to the west coast, then were ferried to Hawaii. They arrived on May 29th, just a day too late to join the Hornet. Next, a call came for volunteers to fly 6 of the planes to Midway. No problem here, although the men had no idea why they were going. They just set out on the 1st, happy to be led by Lieutenant Langdon K. Fieberling, a stylish, handsome, prematurely gray pilot who was the idol of all the young flyers. None had been in combat. Ensign A. K. Ernest had never even flown out of sight of land before. On arrival, Fieberling reported to Lieutenant Colonel Ira F. Kimes, commanding the Marine Air Group. Then back to his unit with all the grim facts, plus an extra touch. Don't expect any help from the U.S. carriers. They were off trying to save Hawaii. But nothing could cool the ardor of these young men. They whiled away the time making imaginary wing guns for their TBFs. Noting that the planes with real wing guns usually had masking tape over the holes to keep the dust out, they put tape on their wings, too. Then they inked holes in the tape where the guns had fired through. Some 560 miles to the southwest, there was again some real shooting. At 9:40 a.m., a big patrol bomber out of Wake pounced on Ensign J. Lyons's PBY, and 50 minutes later the same Jap riddled Ensign R.V. Humphrey's plane in the next sector. Both Americans scrambled to safety. By now, everyone knew the PBY was no match for any Japanese plane whatsoever. They talked it over in the staff meeting that night at the Navy command post. But the enemy that bothered them most at the moment was not the Japanese, it was the weather. A low front was closing in to the northwest, hiding the ocean below. Under that blanket of gray, almost anything could be lurking. On the bridge of the Akagi, Admiral Nagumo stood with his staff, silently staring into the mist. It was getting worse, changing to a heavy fog, and by daybreak, June 2nd, visibility was practically zero. Fine protection from enemy patrol planes, but hell on navigation. Off to the left of the admiral, Captain Taijiro Aoki conferred with Commander Gishiro Miura, his navigating officer. Miura, as always, was wearing his carpet slippers. From time to time they leaned through the bridge windows, as though the extra 6 inches might help a little. They were all concerned, for this was the day they had to turn southeast for the final dash on Midway. At the moment they were steaming in single column, able to keep in formation only because each ship trailed a marker buoy for the next in line to follow. But this was too risky when making a major change in course, too easy to lose some ships altogether. They faced a difficult choice. They could slow down, hoping for better weather before signaling the change, or they could break radio silence and do it that way. If they slowed down, they would upset the whole invasion timetable. If they broke radio silence, they might give away their position and spoil the great ambush planned for the U.S. fleet. In the end, Captain Oishi, Nagumo's senior staff officer, urged they use low-power radio and hope for the best. They just couldn't afford to alter the schedule. Too many other units depended on that. But the ambush was a more flexible matter. The U.S. fleet was probably still in Pearl Harbor. Anyhow, it was many days away, so a brief radio signal, even if picked up, wouldn't do much harm. Nagumo agreed, and at 1:30 p.m. the shortest of all possible radio signals went out. Course 125. On 26 ships, the helms swung over, the engines paused briefly, then picked up again, as the first carrier striking force turned southeast, now heading straight as a javelin for Midway. Down below there was hardly an interruption. In the Hiryu's No. 1 boiler room, the firemen made the adjustments chalked on a slate in the glass-enclosed control booth. The plane crews on the Soryu continued playing Hanafuda at 100 points a cigarette. On the Kaga, Commander Takehisa Amagai ran through a blackboard session on anti-aircraft defense. In the wardroom of the Akagi, someone wound the gramophone, and the scratchy needle once again ground out the soaring strains of Kirameku Seiza. The favorites were Glenn Miller, Tommy Dorsey, and Mary Martin's My Heart Belongs to Daddy as the U.S. carrier Enterprise steamed northeast of Midway this same 2nd of June. Task Force 16 had been at sea 6 days now, and life off duty was, on the surface at least, fairly routine. All the usual phonograph records, cribbage games, bull sessions, and occasional pranks. On the Hornet, Chaplain Eddie Harp playfully swiped a much-prized case of grapefruit from Dr. Sam Osterloh. On the New Orleans, Seaman A.M. Bagley resumed his hobby of beating Seaman F.Z. Muzeka at rummy. On duty, the pattern seemed pretty normal, too. The Enterprise plan of the day mechanically ticked off the chores for the second. 0315, ship's time, call the air department. 0325, early breakfast. 0350, flight quarters. 0500, launch first patrols, and so on through a steady sequence of patrols out and in, watches on and off, until finally that inevitable salute to a dying day, 2049, blow tubes. It was all very normal, yet not normal at all, for beneath the surface routine, Task Force 16 seethed with a tumbling variety of emotions. "Lord, this is the real thing," Lieutenant Burdick Britton breathlessly noted in his diary when the destroyer Aylwin's sealed orders were opened May 29th, and on the 30th his mind overflowed with awesome thoughts. "We have history in the palm of our hands during the next week or so. If we are able to keep our presence unknown to the enemy and surprise them with a vicious attack on their carriers, the U.S. Navy should once more be supreme in the Pacific. But if the Japs see us first and attack us with their overwhelming number of planes, knock us out of the picture, and then walk in to take Midway, Pearl will be almost neutralized and in dire danger. I can say no more. There is too much tension within me. The fate of our nation is in our hands." To Britain, even the men on the tankers seemed to sense that destiny rode with these ships. They all refueled on the 31st, and as the tankers slipped astern and out of the picture, their men lined the rails, showing thumbs up for Task Force 16. There were other emotions, too, as the force plowed on. For some of the pilots, there was that hollow, empty feeling as they thought of absolute radio silence and all that it meant. Even if an engine conked out on patrol, they could no longer ask the ship for help. Others felt a strange tingle that harked back to college and the days of the big game. On the Enterprise, dive bomber pilot Bill Roberts was normally scared before battle. But not this time. It was too exciting, the feeling of being in on the secret, of setting a trap, of watching and waiting. Others were just plain mad. Captain Mark Mitcher had a way of getting the Hornets men up, and this time he pulled all the stops. "They are even bringing the guns they captured from us at Wake." For Lieutenant Richard H. Best, commanding the Enterprise's bombing Squadron 6, there was a personal worry all his own. He had a wife and child in Honolulu, and he thought of them more than once as he sat in Admiral Spruance's cabin, listening to a special briefing on the Japanese plan. The Navy, he felt, was certainly banking a lot on all this neat, precise information. What if it was wrong? He finally asked Spruance what would happen if the Japanese bypassed Midway and came straight for Hawaii. The Admiral looked at him for a full half-minute in silence, then finally said, "We just hope that they will not." Best said nothing more. Admirals were close to God in those days, but privately he felt this was a pious hope and a rather poor basis for committing all the available strength of the United States Navy. Actually, of course, Spruance had very good reasons for the move he was making. He just didn't care to tell them. Far from banking on pious hopes, he was a man with a passion for facts, who insisted on every scrap of evidence before making a decision. And far from failing to think things through, he never moved without weighing every possible consequence. Nor did his long silence before answering Best mean uncertainty. He was just considering all the factors before speaking. Another Spruance characteristic. On the one hand, here was a young officer who had asked a legitimate question. On the other, he was a pilot who might fall into enemy hands. It was clear which way the scales finally went. Dick Best wasn't the only one who had trouble grasping this new admiral. The whole staff found it hard to adjust. Halsey had been so outgoing. Spruance preferred channels. Halsey paid little attention to detail. Spruance spent hours poring over charts and plotting the course. Halsey left so much to their discretion. Spruance left so little. Halsey was so freewheeling. Spruance so precise and methodical. Morning coffee somehow symbolized the change. In the old days, everyone just slopped it down together. But Spruance, a genuine connoisseur, brought his own green coffee beans aboard. Every morning he carefully ground it himself, made precisely 2 cups, and then courteously asked if some member of the staff cared to join him. In the end they drew lots, with the loser getting the honor, not because they disliked Spruance, but because they couldn't stand his coffee. Yet there was much more method to this little ritual than appeared on the surface. Spruance was trying to educate himself. A man with no carrier experience, he had only a week to learn the trade before facing the greatest master of them all, Isoroku Yamamoto. In his quest for knowledge, he picked the brains of his staff at coffee or any place else. A great walker, he also collared them one by one and paced the flight deck with them. Searching questions probed what they did, how they did it, how each job fitted into the whole. He walked their legs off, but with his great ability to absorb detail, he was learning all the time. The walks went on, fair weather or foul, as the staff soon discovered. June 1st was a wretched day, damp and foggy. Flying was out. Gunnery practice called off. Just the wiry admiral and his latest victim tirelessly trudging the wet, empty flight deck. Task Force 16 was now 345 miles north-northeast of Midway, marking time, waiting for Admiral Fletcher and the Yorktown. June 2nd was another dreary day, more clouds and rain. But late in the morning, 2 Yorktown planes suddenly appeared from the south. Swooping low over the Enterprise, they dropped a message. It was from Fletcher. Rendezvous time would be 3:30 p.m. At 12:08, searchlights blinked. Task Force 16 swung around and slowly began doubling back east. Then, shortly before 4 o'clock, at exactly latitude 32 degrees 4 minutes north, longitude 172 degrees 45 minutes west, masts were sighted ahead on the horizon. The moment had come. Spruance and Fletcher were joined at Point Luck. Task Force 17's trip out had been a smooth one, except for a single harrowing moment. As the Yorktown was taking on her planes from Hawaii the first afternoon out, an F-4F jumped the landing barrier and plowed into the next plane ahead, killing Fighting 3's executive officer, Lieutenant Donald Lovelace. It was a shaken group of fighter pilots who assembled in the ready room shortly afterward. They were a pickup squadron. They had never worked together. Some of them had never operated from a carrier. Lovelace, an old hand, was expected to do so much to pull them together. Now, in an instant, he was gone. It was a savage blow, and none felt it worse than the squadron leader, Commander Thatch. He was not only depending on Lovelace, they were also close friends and contemporaries at Annapolis. This was no time for emotion, Thatch quietly told his men. They had to do a job. Then he turned quickly to the battle coming up and what he expected of them. If it was a matter of saving the ship, he stressed, he expected them even to ram an enemy plane. There were no histrionics. He was utterly calm. but his strength gave them strength, and they felt a new sense of being welded together. By the time he was finished, one of them later recalled, there wasn't a pilot in the room who wouldn't do anything Jimmy Thatch asked. Meanwhile, each of the other squadrons was also briefed, and Captain Buckmaster spoke to the whole crew over the loudspeaker. He explained he knew 3 days at Pearl weren't enough to complete repairs, but the Japanese were coming to Midway, and the Yorktown was going to be there to surprise them. True to Nimitz's instructions, he then promised they'd all go to the West Coast after this little scrap. Cheers rocked the ship, although at least 2 men weren't that easily convinced. Seamen John Hershey and Bill Norton noticed there was a Royal Navy officer aboard as an observer. Superstitious in the grand manner of all true sailors, they decided that boded no good. "We will have to swim if we want to get back from this one," they told their friend Seaman Louis Ruley. Chasing north after Task Force 16, the Yorktown and her escorts moved into the same dirty weather on the 31st, refueled from the same tankers all through the 1st, and now at last were ready for the same great gamble, all linked together at Point Luck. As senior officer, Admiral Fletcher took command of both forces, and they began their quiet wait, usually closing Midway during the night, then heading off during the day. They steamed separately, but within sight of each other, about 10 miles apart. As fleets go, they weren't very much, but they were nearly everything the United States had left in the Pacific. 3 carriers, 8 cruisers, 14 destroyers, 25 fighting ships altogether. Yet a fleet at sea, even a rather modest one, is much more than ships and guns. Here it was Captain Buckmaster of the Yorktown, never allowing a light in his cabin after dark, so he could see at his best if called unexpectedly to the bridge. It was Lieutenant J.G. Bill Roberts on the Enterprise, trying to wade through Freud, his mind not too much on the text. It was Seaman Stan Kirka on the Hornet, trying to do his work in a shirt 3 times too big for him. It was Marine Captain Malcolm Donahue on the cruiser Portland, down at this moment of all times with the mumps. It was Lieutenant Britton of the Aylwin scribbling in his diary, waiting, just waiting. 500 miles behind them, toward waters Fletcher had just crossed yesterday, Lieutenant Commander Tamori Yoshimatsu skillfully maneuvered the Japanese submarine I-166. He was late. They all were late, but it should not matter. By tomorrow, the 3rd, the 7 I-boats of Squadron 5 would all be on station directly across the line from Hawaii to Midway. That should be time enough to see and report the U.S. fleet as it sped from Pearl Harbor toward its destruction. It is not believed that the enemy has any powerful unit with carriers at its nucleus in the vicinity, ran paragraph E of Admiral Nagumo's intelligence estimate, as the first carrier striking force drove on toward Midway. The Admiral was confident, and he felt with good reason. There was no word from the sub-cordon, no word from Operation K, no word from anybody. It could only mean that everything was still going smoothly. On the bridge of the Akagi, Admiral Kusaka studied his chief with satisfaction. It was so much better than that Pearl Harbor trip. Then Nagumo had been nervous and gloomy. Now he was his old self again, fierce, tough, the very embodiment of the samurai spirit. The darkened ships rushed on, and even the weather was now breaking right. Late on the night of the 2nd, the fog began to lift, and through the broken clouds an occasional star was shining. "Is there anything we haven't done?" Colonel Shannon asked his staff as they relaxed for a moment under the stars this same June night on Midway. There were no suggestions. By now the defenders had done everything they could imagine to beat off a Japanese landing. And if, as many of them secretly believed, the enemy finally came anyhow, they were also ready for that. Their 5 tanks were hidden in the Sand Island woods to make it a hot reception. Most of their codes were shipped back to Pearl Harbor. Other files were burned. Sledgehammers were stored around the base to smash essential machinery. Drivers were coached to wreck their trucks, leaping out just before impact. Caches of food were buried here and there for last-ditch pockets of resistance. They were prepared for the very end, too. Taking all the leftover steel scrap, Captain McGlashan strung it along the high ground on the north side of Sand Island. When all else was gone, here the defenders would rally for Midway's last stand. It was promptly dubbed the McGlashan Line. On the heights in the center of this ridge, perhaps 30 feet, but on Midway that was a mountain, even the Navy cooks and typists would dig in. Specifically, they were assigned the northeast flank, where there seemed less danger of their shooting the Marines by mistake. Of course, a landing on the north shore might still push the Marines that way, and to strengthen the Leathernecks' resolve, they were warned of armed sailors lying behind them. This last precaution was almost certainly needless. No group ever looked more ready for a fight than Carlson's raiders did now. To the rest of the defenders they were rarely visible, just a pack of men glimpsed now and then in the woods. The naval reservists regarded them with cautious awe. They knew that it was worth a man's life to go near them after dark without knowing the password. The raiders were tough, and better still, they worked hard. At first they had indicated that unloading ships was somewhat beneath them, but a blast from Colonel Shannon cured that. Soon they set records. More to their personal tastes, they also turned to manufacturing anti-tank mines. With advice from several who had been involved in the Spanish Civil War, their demolitions officer, Lieutenant Harold Thronson, devised a beauty. All it needed was a little dynamite, a flashlight battery, and 40 pounds of pressure. Company C tore into the job of mass-producing them. 1,500 altogether. One of Thronson's group offered his services to a kindred soul, Marine gunner Deacon Arnold, still engaged in making his own booby traps. Arnold happily added the raiders to his team, and the boy responded by devising a new anti-personnel mine. This was a sort of cigar box loaded with nails, spikes, glass, and rocks, with a small charge of TNT. Scattered by the dozen along the beaches, they could be exploded either electrically or by firing a rifle at a bullseye neatly painted on the side of the box. Yet Midway's best hope still lay in catching the Japanese first. "Hit 'em before we are hit," the sink pack planners advised, and so the 22 PBYs continued their daily runs. They were flying 15-degree pie-shaped sectors now, 700 miles out, 700 miles back, 15 hours in the air altogether. Then a quick bite, a squadron briefing, a few hours in the sack, and the whole business all over again. Lieutenant Commander Bob Brixner's Patrol Squadron 44 was putting in an 80-hour week. Commander Massey Hughes' Squadron 23 was matching him. Lieutenant Colonel Sweeney's B-17s flew 30 hours in 2 days, looking for signs of that enemy rendezvous Sink-Pack seemed to smell. And when the day's flying was done, they had to help service their own planes, too, refueling them by hand from 55-gallon drums. They were all tired, dead tired, but somehow they carried on. This June 2nd seemed especially frustrating. If the intelligence was sound, the Japanese should be coming into range, yet there was no sign of them at all. To the northwest, a curtain of fog still hid the ocean. No chance of finding anything beyond 400 miles. To the west it was clear, but despite Cinque-Pac's tip about the rendezvous, there was absolutely nothing to see. A specially equipped B-17 went out 800 miles, still not a ship in sight. Wednesday, June 3rd, began as usual for the PBY cruise, as in fact it did for all of Midway's flyers. Reveille was at 3 a.m., a swallow of toast and coffee that didn't go down so well, then to the plains by jeep and truck in the damp pre-dawn darkness. By 3:50, motors were roaring, exhausts flaring blue, and the first pale light of another new day. At 4:15, the PBYs took off, fanning out on their assigned patrols. 15 minutes later, the B-17s followed, not as part of the search, but just to get clear. No one wanted them caught on the ground in case of a surprise raid at dawn. The rest of Midway's planes just waited, motors idling, pilots and gunners standing by, until they got the daily all clear. Only when the PBYs had searched 400 miles out and still found nothing did Midway seem safe till another dawn. This morning, as usual, there was nothing 400 miles out. But at 470 miles, Lieutenant J.P.O. Lyle, searching to the southwest, spotted 2 small patrol boats steaming toward Midway. He investigated and got a burst of anti-aircraft fire for his pains. At 9:04 a.m. he flashed the first report of contact with enemy ships. Farther to the west, Ensign Jack Reed piloted another PBY across an empty ocean. He had started earlier than the rest, was now 700 miles from Midway, nearing the end of his outward leg. So far, nothing worth reporting. With the PBY on automatic pilot, Reed again studied the sea with his binoculars. Still nothing. Occasional cloud puffs and a light haze hung over the Pacific, but not enough to bother him. It was shortly before 9:25 a.m., and Ensign Reed was a man with no problems at all. Suddenly he looked, then looked again. 30 miles dead ahead he could make out dark objects along the horizon. Ships, lots of them, all heading toward him. Handing the glasses to his co-pilot, Ensign Hardiman, he calmly asked, "Do you see what I see?" Hardiman took one look. "You are damned right I do." Commander Yasumi Toyama looked up from his charts on the bridge of the light cruiser Jinsu. For once, all the transports were keeping in column, but the destroyer on the port side forward was raising a fuss. She hoisted a signal, then fired a smoke shell. Toyama rushed out on the bridge wing, and there was no need to ask what had happened. Everyone was looking and pointing. There, low and well out of range on the port horizon, hovered a PBY. Chapter 4. Many Planes Heading Midway. It must have seemed like the whole Japanese Navy. After all those grim briefings, all those days of suspense, it was understandable that the 27 ships of the transport group now looked even more formidable than they were. At 9:25, Ensign Reed flashed a 2-word contact report. "Main body." "Amplify," Midway flashed back. And for the next 2 hours Reed played a desperate game of hide-and-seek, darting in and out of cloud puffs, sending additional scraps whenever he could. At 9:27 he radioed, "Bearing 262 degrees, distance 700. 10:40, he noted 6 large ships in column. 11, he made out 11 ships, course 090, speed 19. That seemed to do the job. Base radio now told him to come on home. On Midway, Colonel Sweeney could hardly wait to get going with his B-17s. Captain Simard was just as anxious, but first there were some things to clear up. Where were the Japanese carriers? Nimitz's orders were, above all, to go for those carriers. None had been reported so far. The intelligence said they wouldn't come till tomorrow, and then from the northwest. Should they hold back the B-17s until they definitely appeared? That would be playing it safe. On the other hand, Reed described this as the main body. That might well mean carriers there, too. If there was any chance at all, Midway shouldn't wait. Hit before we are hit remained the paramount rule. But even if the B-17s went out, where should they go? Contact reports were now coming from 3 different PBYs, pinpointing 4 different sightings to the southwest. They were all just fragments. It wasn't easy to count ships when they were shooting at you. Was Reed's contact really the big one? It was worth waiting a little while to see. Reed's report at 11 a.m. settled the matter. Now it was clear he had at least 11 ships, a much bigger concentration than anyone else reported. Moreover, most of the other ships were converging that way, probably planning to link up. There was still no report of carriers, but even if there weren't any, Sweeney could go out, get back, and be ready again by the time they were promised tomorrow. At 12:30 he was on his way. One after another, 9 olive-drab B-17s thundered down the eastern island runway and into the blue Pacific sky. With Colonel Sweeney leading in the knucklehead, they roared west in loose formation. They carried only half a payload, 4 600-pound bombs apiece. For the range was so great they needed Bombay gas tanks if they were going to make the round trip. 600 miles was a long way to go to drop less than 11 tons of bombs on a squirming target, but this was the first attack these young men had made. For all of them, it was a new and tremendously exciting experience. Sweeney himself had been to West Point. His father was a retired major general. But the men around him were typical of the adaptable amateurs America somehow finds to fight its wars. His co-pilot, Everett Westman, was a truck driver, his navigator, Bill Adams, a lumber salesman. 3.5 hours went by. Then 570 miles out, and just where the Navy said to look, Sweeney made out a score of white streaks slashing the blue of the sea, the wakes of the Japanese ships. Another pilot, Lieutenant Edward Steedman, counted 26 of them, which was very good counting indeed. Contact time was exactly 4:23 p.m. At this point, Sweeney veered off, circling around the ships so as to attack from out of the afternoon sun. The white streaks stayed steady and straight. Apparently no one down there yet suspected. Now the B-17s were behind the Japanese, forming into 3 flights of 3 at 8,000, 10,000, and 12,000 feet. Turning into his bomb run, Sweeney picked up his microphone and called to the planes in his own flight. "I'll go in at 8,000 feet. You follow me." Lieutenant Westman shuddered. He could only hope the Japanese weren't tuned in, or if they were listening, that they wouldn't believe any foe could be so innocent of war as to broadcast his intentions in the clear. On the bridge of the Jinsu, Commander Toyama casually studied the sky with binoculars. The Japanese ships didn't have radar, and a good man's eyes remained the best defense against a surprise bombing. An attack seemed likely, too, right after the PBY spotted them, but that was 7 hours ago, and nothing had happened yet. Now everything was routine again as the transport group continued toward Midway, plodding along in 2 straight columns. Suddenly, Toyoma's glasses picked up 9 planes flying toward them in stately fashion. There was only time to yank the alarm before the bombs began falling. Lieutenant Yanoki, gunnery officer on one of the destroyers, didn't have that much time. His first inkling was a pattern of bombs crashing down near the ship. The Argentina Maru was a little more alert. The alarm sounded, the bridge cranked her up to 20 knots, and at 4:38 she opened fire, 1 minute before a rack of bombs exploded 200 yards astern. The convoy wriggled and squirmed, smoke pouring out of the stacks and guns. Anti-aircraft fire speckled the sky. But before the defense really got going, the attack was already over. Still flying in stately fashion, the 9 B-17s disappeared into the northeast haze. The transport group took stock. No hits, except some splinters from a near miss on one of the freighters. With the buoyancy a fighting man always feels when he has just pulled through an engagement, the executive officer of the Argentina Maru dashed off his combat report, noting that all hands were in exceptionally high spirits. The ex-salesmen and truck drivers flying the B-17s were in high spirits, too. To a man trained in banking at the University of Illinois, like Captain Paul Payne of the bomber Yankee Doodle, a transport at 10,000 feet could look like almost anything. He marked his target down as hit and burning. Taking the largest ship in the world for comparison, Lieutenant Robert Andrews said he bombed a transport of the Normandy class. Captain Clements Torcaz thought he got a battleship or a heavy cruiser. Looking back when they were 30 miles off and homeward bound, Colonel Sweeney was sure he saw 2 ships burning. They were both out of column, appeared motionless, and were issuing huge clouds of dark smoke, which mushroomed above them. In contrast, the trip back seemed more hair-raising than bombing the Japanese. Night soon fell, and nobody was used to flying formation in the dark. There were several near misses. It was hard, too, for an Army pilot to find a dot like Midway in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. At 7:30, Eastern Island turned on its runway lights, but for an anxious hour there was no sign of anyone. Finally, the base heard the welcome drone of distant motors. But it was 9:45 before the last planes groped their way home. Captain Willard Woodbury felt he didn't have enough gas left to fill a cigarette lighter. Even as they were landing, another strike was on its way out, aiming at the same Japanese force. It was the culmination of an amazing enterprise that began over 12 hours earlier at Pearl Harbor. It must have been about 3 o'clock that morning when Ensign Alan Rothenberg, a young PBY skipper, was suddenly shaken awake as he lay in his bed at the Ford Island BOQ. "Get up, you're going to Midway." "Midway to what?" was Rothenberg's sleepy reaction. His patrols in Squadron 51 never carried him in that direction, and at first he didn't even click on the name. But he pulled on his clothes, went to the field, and in the first light of dawn found his amphibian was one of 4 warming up. The other 3 were from Squadron 24. But the PBY men all knew each other, and as they briefly compared notes, it turned out none of them knew why they were going. They took off around 7, landing at Eastern Island Airstrip 9 hours later. By ordinary standards, this was a day's work. Time for a hot meal, a good bed, and maybe a stretch of routine patrols starting tomorrow. As the flight's leader, Lieutenant J.G. Charles Hibbard nudged his PBY into its revetment, the crew were surprised then to find an enlisted man waiting for them on a tractor with a torpedo mounted on the trailer behind. It was even more astonishing when he said the torpedo was for them, that the other 3 PBYs would be equipped too, that all 4 planes were a striking force to go out after the Japanese fleet. Hibbard's navigator, Ensign James Boyden, couldn't take it seriously. The PBY amphibian was a wonderful patrol plane, but it only cruised 100 miles an hour, maneuvered with stately dignity, and offered as big and inviting a target as a Pennsylvania Dutch barn. Surely no one could dream of sending it on an attack mission. Shrugging the thought off, Boyden headed for the mess hall to get a snack. The place was crowded with other crews in flight gear, Army, Navy, Marine. The atmosphere was hushed, serious, almost gloomy. More of the new PBY men turned up, and they soon pieced together a sobering picture. A big Jap force to the southwest, the B-17s out bombing them now, the enemy sweeping toward Midway. All refreshments were on the house, creating a sort of Last Supper feeling. A messenger came summoning the new arrivals to the command post. They crowded into Colonel Kymes's dimly lit dugout. Lieutenant Hibbard, Al Rothenberg, the other pilots and navigators. Logan Ramsey took over the briefing. He explained they were selected to launch a night torpedo attack, and although it had never been done before, we have to throw everything we have at them. He went on to say it would be on a volunteer basis. If they didn't think they could do it, they wouldn't be required to go. He waited, studying their faces. Not a word was said. Ensign Gaylord Probst grimly stared at the floor. Lieutenant J.G. Douglas Davis was mute, more from shock than from any burning desire to charge out on a suicide mission. Ensign Boyden silently stared back at Ramsey, trying to read the commander's thoughts. All too clearly, Ramsey's face betrayed how little he expected ever to see them again, how much he hated doing what he had to do. The briefing continued. Target, course, speed, position, technical procedures on signals and communications. Yes, it was the main body. They should look for a carrier. The attack would be led by Lieutenant W.L. Richards, the tall, red-headed executive officer of Patrol Squadron 44, already based on Midway. Outside, mechanics buckled the torpedoes onto the PBYs, one under each plane's starboard wing. At 9:30 they took off, Richards leading the way in Charlie Hibbard's plane. It was not a graceful departure. The PBYs, laboring under the unbalanced load, struggled painfully into the air. Rothenberg, delayed by trouble with his ladder, was late getting off and tagged along after the rest. Turning southwest, they headed into a beautiful moonlit night, flying in loose formation at 3,000 feet. On Lieutenant Davis's plane, coffee was brewed and served. Taking a sip, Davis pondered his chances of coming through this night alive and became slightly nauseated. The hours droned by. The planes flew on, now through scattered clouds that made it difficult to follow Richards. The others had only his exhausts and a small white light on his fuselage to guide them. Rothenberg, still trailing far in the rear, lost the rest completely. Then Probst, too, drifted off. But just after that, at 1:20 a.m., Richards's radar man picked up some targets about 7 miles away. At the controls, Charlie Hibbard calmly said he had already spotted them. Directly ahead, bathed in the moonlight, 2 columns of darkened ships were steaming toward them. A ring of destroyers guarded both columns, but there was no sign that they suspected danger. Disdaining evasive moves of any kind, they held to a course that would ultimately take them straight to Midway. Richards had Hibbard circle once to alert the others, then let down to a point off the port beam of the northern column. Now the enemy ships were silhouetted perfectly, black beads in the silvery moon path. Looking for the carrier, he picked out a long, low ship toward the rear of the column. Charlie Hibbard began his final run-in. The job was all his. He had to fly the plane and manipulate the torpedo director at the same time. The rest crouched at their posts, peering through the windows and blisters at the sea rushing past them. Now they were only 200, 150, 100 feet from the water. Still no sign that the Japanese suspected anything. But this run-in was taking forever. "Drop that damn thing and let's get the hell out of here," someone finally yelled. But Hibbard wasn't ready yet. At 1,000 yards, he knew this wasn't a carrier after all. It looked more like some sort of merchant ship. But they hadn't come this far for nothing. On they roared, now only 50 feet off the sea. At 800 yards, Hibbard finally released the torpedo, rammed the controls forward, and the PBY heaved up and over the target as a few scattered shots blazed out. Looking back, the man at the waist hatch saw a muffled explosion, followed by a second and clearer flash. It looked like a hit, and they were home free. Lieutenant Davis was close behind, but he didn't like his position, turned away, circled, and came on again. Starting his second approach, he too flew straight up the moon path toward a ship in the rear of the northern column. He too faced no return fire as he raced in, now at 50 to 75 feet. But they certainly saw him. The target veered hard to starboard and put on speed. Too late to do anything about that, just get as close as possible. At 200 yards, Davis released the torpedo, almost dead astern of the ship. He had a fleeting glimpse of her thrashing screws and rudder jammed hard to starboard. A blaze of anti-aircraft fire erupted as he pulled up with full power over the stern of the ship. On the port waist gun, machinist's mate Ted Kimmel fired back at the forest of masts, funnels, and ventilators directly below. In seconds, the whole convoy seemed to be shooting at them. Strange pink and red tracers ripped the night. Shrapnel and machine-gun fire raked the PBY. One blast smashed through the nose bubble, shattering Navigator J.I. Foster's goggles, but miraculously not hurting him. They picked up 58 bullet holes altogether, but they too were home free. Now it was Ensign Probst's turn. Though he had lost Richards on the way out, he found the Japanese anyhow. He circled down on the port side and, like the others, attacked up the moon path. It proved to be another one of those low, harrowing run-ins. At one point he almost rammed one of the escort. "Don't run into that destroyer," someone yelled. They hopscotched over it, skimming on in, releasing at 800 yards. Then, with everything bent to the firewall, Probst did a mad climbing turn to the left. Co-pilot B.L. Ammon had a brief glimpse of a flash that looked like a hit, as the whole Japanese fleet opened up. To Probst it was Coney Island on the 4th of July. They caught some shrapnel, once exchanged shots with a prowling Japanese seaplane, but with a little luck and a friendly cloud, they too managed to get clear and were home free. Only Rothenberg missed the show. Lost early in the game, he kept on course, but never found the others again. By the time he reached the scene, the attack was in full swing. Tracers laced the sky, and there was absolutely no chance to get near enough for a successful run. Hoping for an opening, he milled around for 30 minutes, Finally, his gas half gone, he broke off and headed home, winding up a thoroughly frustrating evening. On the transport Argentina Maru, Commander Yonai never expected an attack at night. It was astonishing the way those big PBYs came in from nowhere. Commander Toyama was just as surprised on the escort flagship Jinsu. After a hectic day, he was finally relaxing in the operations room, even time for an action meal of rice balls, when a destroyer flashed the first warning. As the bugle blared general quarters over the loudspeaker, Toyama rushed out on the bridge. He was just in time to see a big black enemy plane come skimming across the water, then another and another. Anti-aircraft fire exploded everywhere, but they were gone as suddenly as they appeared. Happily, there was little damage. The tanker Akebono Maru, bringing up the rear of the north column, caught a torpedo in the bow, killing 13 and wounding 11. The transport Kiyozumi Maru lost a few men from strafing. The other ships weren't touched. But Admiral Tanaka spent some anxious moments worrying whether the Akebono Maru could continue. Finally, word came that she could make 12 to 14 knots, more than enough to keep in line. Still intact, the convoy plodded on toward Midway. All this was promptly radioed to the Yamato, where Admiral Yamamoto's staff reacted with considerable surprise. It was all very puzzling. First, getting sighted at 9 o'clock that morning, then the B-17s, and now this torpedo attack. Certainly nobody expected the Americans to move so quickly. In fact, Captain Kuroshima had hoped they wouldn't find the convoy at all until after Nagumo's attack on the 4th. Here they were, a day too soon, already lashing at the transports 600 miles out. The question again rose whether to relay all this news to Admiral Nagumo, now starting his final run-in. But once again it was decided radio silence was just too important. Nothing must give those carriers away. Perhaps more thought might have been given to the matter, but too many things were happening. In all its complexity, the great operation was beginning to unfold. On May 31st, midget subs had staged a brief diversionary raid at Diego Suarez, Madagascar. Then, on June 1st, others raided Sydney Harbor. And now, in the early hours of June 3rd, Admiral Hosogaya's northern force launched its major attack against the Aleutians. Long before Admiral Yamamoto sat down to breakfast, he got the welcome word that the Ryujo's bombers had plastered Dutch Harbor. At 8:30, he detached an important part of the main force in a prearranged plan to back up this effort in the Aleutians. Vice Admiral Shiro Takasu took his flagship Hyuga, 3 other battleships, 2 light cruisers, a handful of destroyers, and headed for northern waters. But not too far. His Aleutian screening force would hover halfway between the northern force and Yamamoto himself, ready to jump either way depending on how the U.S. fleet reacted. The commander-in-chief continued east with the rest of the main force, now about 500 miles astern of Nagumo's carriers. Nagumo himself was less than 700 miles from Midway, girding for his final dash. At 6:07 a.m., Captain Masanao Oto's 5 oilers dropped astern. The carriers inched up to 12 knots. No more right now. It was folly to go any deeper into patrol plane range than necessary during daylight hours. But by 3 p.m., the Admiral had to make his move if he was going to launch tomorrow at dawn. The engine-room telegraphs rang, and the first carrier striking force leaped forward at 24 knots. Down in the Akagi's engine-room, Commander Yoshibumi Tanbo watched the great turbines respond. How he loved that place! He even took his meals there, rice balls with pickled plums amid the hot oil and pounding machinery. Topside, working parties were rigging stacked hammocks and coils of rope to protect the most exposed equipment from flying shrapnel. Overhead there were still plenty of clouds, but the weather was steadily improving, and at 7:30 Admiral Kusaka stood on the bridge watching the last rays of a magnificent Pacific sunset. A crash of gunfire shattered the evening calm. The escorting cruiser Tona began blazing away with her anti-aircraft batteries. 3 fighters roared off from the Akagi to investigate, and the whole task force scanned the sky. At 7:40, the Tona's blinker explained she had spotted about 10 enemy planes, but then lost them. 14 minutes later, the Akagi's fighters returned after a fruitless search. Clearly, some lookout was getting the jitters. Not so the flyers. The months of solid victory had built that rarest kind of confidence, the faith that lets a man rest easily the night before a battle. The Kaga's pilots turned in early, and when the air officer, Commander Amagai, checked a little later, they were all fast asleep. On the Soryu, Juzo Mori inspected his bomber one last time, then went to bed as usual with his mother's picture by the pillow. By midnight the striking force was less than 340 miles from Midway, about 110 from the launching point. At 2:30 a.m. on the 4th, a lookout on the Akagi sounded another alert, a light from an enemy plane on the starboard beam. Another flurry of excitement, another false alarm. It wasn't the first time in history a sailor had been fooled by a star. Admiral Nagumo knew better. The half-hearted Americans weren't about to cause any trouble at this point. Later they might be goaded into action. His intelligence estimate explained it nicely. Although the enemy lacks the will to fight, it is likely that he will counterattack if our occupation operations progress satisfactorily. "Logan, I just know I can get them," Massey Hughes urged in his deep Southern drawl as he talked with Commander Ramsey in the Midway command post dugout. It was around 3 a.m. Word had come through that the PBYs had hit the Japanese force hard, and now Hughes wanted to take some more PBYs and finish them off. He was a real fighter, an aggressive little middleweight boxer from Alabama, and sitting still was always hard for him. Ramsey was gently discouraging. It was now clear that this was only the transport group, that the Sunday punch was coming from the carriers hidden under those clouds to the northwest. He explained all this, but still it was difficult. They were only a few years apart at Annapolis, and he didn't want to make it a question of rank. But he remained firm. And beyond tactical grounds, there was another reason. Ramsey wanted Hughes to take over if anything happened to himself during the coming attack. He didn't want to risk killing the next in line chasing a group of transports. Not that Ramsey didn't appreciate the difficulty of just waiting. "I feel like a June bride," he remarked. "I know it's going to happen, but I don't know what it will be like." They all felt the same. It was a tense night, for everything was turning out exactly as the intelligence boys had said. First the raid on Dutch Harbor, then the invasion force discovered to the southwest. Now, according to the same script, they'd really get it in the morning from that big force of carriers. Intelligence said they'd be coming in on a 320-degree bearing, so it was a serious group of PBY pilots who studied their patrol sector assignments that evening. When Lieutenant Howard Addy of Squadron 23 checked the blackboard at the Sand Island BOQ, he saw he drew 315 degrees. That meant he'd be flying out on 322.5 degrees, back on 307.5 degrees. As far as he was concerned, he was elected. After briefing, the usual bull session. Squadron 23 had a great collection of talkers, and tonight there was an extra treat. John Ford, the distinguished movie director, was on hand. In an imaginative stroke, Nimitz had sent him out to film whatever might happen. Now he was in the middle of everything, exasperating the supply people, but delighting everyone with his tremendous enthusiasm. Far into the night he helped ease the tension with tales of glamorous Hollywood. "Oh, my God, now I've got a movieite," was Captain Simard's somewhat quaint reaction when Ford first appeared. But he, too, was soon won over, and now the problem was where to put this celebrity and still keep him alive. Simard finally decided the best place would be the upper part of the main powerhouse on Sand Island. It was relatively well protected and at the same time offered a superb vantage point. From there, Ford could take his movies and at the same time give the underground command post a useful running account of what was going on. This solved, Captain Simard's preparations were practically over. Everything had been done that could be done. Even a touching talk to the Navy yeomen and pharmacists' mates chosen to make the last stand. With great feeling in his voice, Simard wished them all good-bye and good luck. Nearly everyone now seemed resigned to another Wake Island. That base's capture remained a bitter memory. The officers removed their insignia to keep Japanese snipers from picking them off. In the harbor, the PT boat crews prepared to make the landings as expensive as possible. One of the squadron's officers had always refused to buy GI insurance. That afternoon he asked for the full $10,000 worth. Sorry, he was told, no forms available. The Marines were grimly determined. Captain McGlashan carefully burned most of the remaining classified documents. The men in the gun positions swapped chilling bits of scuttlebutt. The Japs had a marvelous new landing barge that could drop a gate right over the reef. The big blow would be a night gas attack. Carlson's raiders busily armed themselves with a new weapon, the 14-inch screwdriver that was part of a PT boat's standard equipment. As one of the raiders explained, it was good for the ribs, if you know what I mean. One and all, they continued working on Midway's defenses to the end. On Sand Island, men were still placing the last mines on the northwest beach in the early evening twilight. At Eastern, Barbed Wire Bob Hummel anchored his last concertinas offshore after dark. Private Joseph E. Love, normally relegated to garbage collection and the Goonie Bird burial detail, found himself stringing telephone lines until nearly midnight. It was after 12 when Colonel Shannon and Captain McGlashan finished one last tour of inspection and trudged back to the command post. McGlashan was satisfied. He felt that, come what may, the Marine garrison had done all it could. The flyers were ready, too. During the evening, Colonel Kimes called a meeting of all the personnel in Marine Air Group 22. "This is it, boys," he said, and not knowing how things would turn out, he simply told them, "Give it all you've got, and good luck to you all." The fighter pilots in Squadron VMF 221 would need all the luck they could get. The 7 F-4Fs seemed so pitifully few, the 16 Brewster Buffaloes so hopelessly obsolete. Major Red Parks, the squadron commander, knew how long the odds were. Normally, he was an aggressive, intelligent extrovert not too concerned with psychology or the vulnerabilities of mankind. He would rather slit his throat than admit anything that might be construed as longing for solace. Tonight was different. As he sat with his executive officer, Captain Kirk Armistead, in the Eastern Island snack bar, he seemed very serious and disturbed. Armistead tried to cheer him up, saying something like, "By this time tomorrow it'll all be behind us." "Yeah," Parks gloomily nodded, "for those of you who get through it." The outlook wasn't much brighter for the dive bomber pilots in Squadron VMSB 241. During the evening, Major Henderson called them together and gave them a few of his thoughts. He said he knew how poor the equipment was. The flight tomorrow would be strictly a voluntary proposition. However, he was taking off as soon as the enemy fleet was within range, and the others could follow him if they wished. Henderson was like a father to most of the squadron, and there was little doubt what they'd do. "Sleep in your clothes tonight," Captain Richard Fleming, one of the pilots, told his rear seat man, Corporal Eugene T. Card. "They may come in at any time, so be ready to turn out." Card was ready. He had gone over his machine gun once again. He checked and rechecked the radio frequencies and various dial settings. He even stocked the plane with cans of corned beef and pineapple juice in case they were forced down at sea. Now, if only the Japs would attack or go away. Anything, as long as they did something. The young Navy pilots on loan from Torpedo 8 were ready too. During the day, they kept posted on the various sightings and strikes. They knew their turn would soon be coming up. But Ensign Bert Ernest felt he had a good omen. Walking alongside the Eastern Island runway just after dark, he found a $2 bill. He carefully tucked it in his wallet, hoping that any powers it had would help bring him through. The B-26 crews remained utterly casual. Probably nobody is less informed than an Army flyer at a Navy base, unless it's a Navy flyer at an Army base. And these men were no exceptions. Lieutenant Murray had yet to learn of any enemy sightings, still had only the haziest idea why he was at Midway. That evening, as he and his crew sat beside their plane, a Marine private wandered by who knew just as little. The private was happy, said he was about to go stateside on leave, and demonstrated a Goonie Bird dance, which he planned to introduce back home. The crew laughed and clapped, agreed that it would soon be all the rage. They hadn't a worry in the world. By the end of the day, 7 more B-17s had arrived from Hawaii, a final gift from Admiral Nimitz. Altogether, some 120 planes now jammed the base, along with 11 PT boats, 5 tanks, 8 mortars, 14 shore defense guns, 32 anti-aircraft guns, and 3,632 defenders. For 2 tiny islets in mid-Pacific, one 2 miles long, the other about a mile, it all added up to quite a show. Midway, as one Marine put it, looked like an asparagus patch. Even so, they felt very much alone. In some cases, the defenders were warned they were strictly on their own. In others, they just assumed it. Only a few knew there was any chance for help from the outside. One of these exceptions was Ensign Jacoby, Logan Ramsey's aide in the command post. Jacoby wasn't making the big decisions, but he listened a lot, and nothing intrigued him more than the talk about Point Luck. For Admiral Fletcher on the Yorktown, it just didn't add up right. Ensign Jack Reed's contact report, intercepted by the carriers, clearly said main body, yet it was the wrong direction. According to Nimitz's briefing, the carriers should be coming down from the northwest, and certainly the intelligence had been right so far about everything else. Dutch Harbor was hit exactly on schedule. That is not, repeat, not the enemy striking force, warned a radio message that soon arrived direct from Nimitz, ending all doubts on the matter. Sinkpack's signal went out to stress that only the invasion force had so far been sighted, that the carriers would still strike from the northwest tomorrow. Task Forces 16 and 17 continued making time, cruising slowly north under gray, broken clouds. On the carriers, the flyers went over their planes, checking the firing circuits, cleaning their charts, and plotting boards for tomorrow's data. The fighter pilots saw that their guns were loaded, bullet by bullet. The bomber and torpedo pilots once again went over their signaling and firing procedures with their rear seat men. No relationship was closer, and none more a life-and-death matter than the teamwork between these two. The crew captains fussed over the planes, and when there was nothing more to be done, polished them one more time. Woe to the mechanic on the Yorktown, whose maintenance work didn't come up to leading Chief V.J. Feigenbutz's standards. The old chief had a passion for bombing Squadron 3 and a volcanic vocabulary to express it. All afternoon Fletcher and his staff waited for word that Nagumo had been sighted, but nothing ever came. At 7:50 p.m. he changed course to the southwest. This would take him to a point about 200 miles north of Midway at dawn. Assuming Nagumo was still following the script, the U.S. carriers would be in perfect position for launching a surprise attack on the Japanese flank. The ships steamed on into the night, dark forms cutting a calm, moonlit Pacific. If the battened ports and hatches suggested inactivity, that was deceptive, for there was plenty going on. It has been said that running a carrier for an air group was a little like running a hotel for a crowd of conventioneers, and this was never truer than the night before a major strike. On the Enterprise, the supply officer, Commander Charles Fox, faced 100 extra problems feeding and servicing the ship. Tomorrow, most of his men would be at battle stations, far from their regular jobs. The day's needs must be met in advance. Spares and plane parts were brought up from below. Battle rations prepared and packaged. In the kitchen, the cooks turned out stacks of sandwiches and no less than 10,000 spiced ginger cookies. The flyers themselves had little to do but wait and think about tomorrow. There was no single dominant mood. Every man had his own private mixture of feelings. For Ensign Charles Lane, a young but experienced dive-bomber pilot on the Yorktown, it was not a feeling of fear exactly, but apprehension and regret that he might not return. On the Enterprise, Lieutenant Bill Roberts felt a strange sense of excitement. It was the element of trapping the Japanese, he thought, that made this time so different. Ensign Thomas J. Wood on the Hornet bubbled with high spirits. Like the rest of the ship's pilots, he knew nothing of combat, had never even had a chance to learn about fear. He was young, aggressive, and boasted to anyone who would listen that he personally would sink the Akagi. The dive-bomber pilots, at least, shared one thing in common. They were ready. They had trained months for this, worked hard, now felt prepared to give a really decent account of themselves. The new men, in particular, yearned to go out and show what they could do. Not so some of the older torpedo pilots. They had been around too long to be carried away by excitement. By now they had been in enough scrapes to know that even the finest spirit can't make up for poor equipment. And they knew these TBDs were death traps. The 100-knot speed, the slow rate of climb, the wretched torpedoes. None knew the truth better than Lieutenant Commander Massey, skipper of the Yorktown's Torpedo 3. Lem Massey was a shambling, lovable character who enjoyed good company and went out of his way to find it. Tonight he recruited a couple of non-flyers in the squadron and brought them into his cabin. Bringing out a bottle of scotch, illegal but not unknown on carriers, he told them how long the odds were against the squadron. He probably shouldn't be talking this way, he said, but he just had to share his gloom with someone. When they went out tomorrow, he didn't see how they'd ever get back. Another man who knew about these torpedo planes was John Udell Lane on the Enterprise. He was a rear-seat man in Torpedo 6, and he had a premonition of what tomorrow offered. Visiting a friend's compartment, he talked long and sadly of his home in Illinois. Putting on a favorite record of soprano Melissa Corgis, he moodily played it over and over again. Against this almost bittersweet mood of resignation, the blazing spirit of the Hornet's brand-new Torpedo Squadron 8 seemed all the more striking. Lieutenant Commander John Waldron was a hard-driving taskmaster with a fierce passion for getting at the enemy. Whenever the big day came, he was determined to be ready. He drilled his men mercilessly, ran their legs off, fought for extra equipment, anything to win. "If we run out of gas," he once remarked, "we'll piss in the tanks." He also knew how to blow off steam. The squadron parties that he and his wife Adelaide gave in Norfolk were famous. Then he put aside his toughness, royally entertained the young ensigns, and sometimes allowed a deep streak of tenderness to shine through. There was the night when he took Ensigns Jim Cook and Corwin Morgan to a darkened room where his children were sleeping. "Cookie, you and Morgan look in this room. Did you ever see such pretty little girls?" The following morning he'd be all business again, pounding away at his tactical theories. They were often unorthodox. Ensign George Gay considered him foxy. Waldron himself lightly referred to his extra intuition, thanks to a streak of Sioux blood. In any case, he hammered home his ideas till, as Gay put it, we could almost look at the back of Commander Waldron's head and know what he was thinking. His men griped a lot. No one else had to work that hard, but they believed in him completely. Soon they were a compact, closely knit team, as fiery and determined as their skipper. They ran laps around the flight deck and did group calisthenics, while the other flyers hooted and loafed. They tucked knives in their belts, wore shoulder holsters, and didn't give a damn about the taunts of circus and Mexican ponchos. And all the time they worked. There wasn't much chance to fly, but no squadron ever spent more hours in the ready room. Waldron was a fanatic on detail, and he'd go over the smallest point again and again. Like a schoolteacher, he'd toss sharp, unexpected questions at any pilot who seemed to be daydreaming. This night of June 3rd, the briefing stressed one of the skipper's favorite subjects, the proper angle of attack on a hard-turning target. As usual, he was all business. But when the meeting broke up, he turned almost shy as he handed out a final mimeographed message along with his plan of attack. "Just a word to let you know I feel we are all ready. We have had a very short time to train, and we have worked under the most severe difficulties. But we have truly done the best humanly possible. I actually believe that under these conditions we are the best in the world. My greatest hope is that we encounter a favorable tactical situation. But if we don't, and the worst comes to worst, I want each of us to do his utmost to destroy our enemies. If there is only one plane left to make a final run in, I want that man to go in and get a hit. May God be with us all. Good luck, happy landings, and give 'em hell." Torpedo 8 drifted back to its quarters. Most of the men puttered, read, or played cards. Ensign Abercrombie won $45 at poker. Waldron himself wrote a tender note to dearest little Anne, one of his children, and endorsed a small check to his father-in-law. He had already written Adelaide everything he could say. "I love you and the children very dearly, and I long to be with you. But I could not be happy ashore at this time. My place is here with the fight." Only Ensign Gay was still busy. As navigation officer, he was attending to the last-minute job of getting some charts run off for the rest. Finally, it was time to turn in, but he found it hard to sleep. Bulletins on the battle were beginning to come in. The PBYs were out making their midnight attack. Gay felt a little bit nervous, kind of like before a football game. Throughout the fleet, others had the same trouble. On the Enterprise, Dick Best slept like a baby, but more were like Lieutenant Dickinson of Scouting 6, restlessly visiting back and forth, talking the night away. One thing was true of them all. Lieutenant Jim Gray, skipper of Fighting 6, has put it, "It is doubtful that there were any atheists in Enterprise on the night of 3 June, 1942. Through the night and into the first hour of June 4th, the U.S. force steamed on, always edging southwest toward Midway. On the Yorktown's bridge, Admiral Fletcher's staff were biting their nails, wondering why the Japanese carriers were still unreported. They should be well within Midway's range by now. After a battle is over, Fletcher later remarked, people talk a lot about how the decisions were methodically reached, but actually there's always a hell of a lot of groping around. He finally decided to launch a search to the north at dawn, just in case the enemy might be sneaking down that way. Certainly they were out there somewhere. Everyone knew that by now. Below decks, Seaman Melvin France slipped down to his locker and switched his money to his wallet. By tomorrow night I might be swimming. Up in Sky Control on the Enterprise, the assistant gunnery officer, Lieutenant Elias Mott, restlessly flicked on a portable radio. Wherever it happened to break out, he knew battle would be joined in the morning. Maybe a little music and news from home might help. Honolulu came in strong and clear. The news said a leading entertainer had just been commissioned a lieutenant commander. Mott bitterly snapped it off. That's all I need from home tonight. Actually, home was taking things far more seriously than Lieutenant Mott thought. The Army had never completely given up thinking that the real Japanese target was the West Coast, and tonight was a time of great jitters. Leaves were canceled. West Coast radio stations were silenced for a while. A 9-minute blue alert was sounded in the San Francisco Bay Area. Radar had picked up an unidentified target 60 miles off the Golden Gate. Whatever it was, it soon faded away, but not the feeling of fear and alarm. To get early warning of any assault, the Navy's Western Sea Frontier Command established a picket line of patrol boats and yachts 400 miles off the California coast. Ashore, the Fourth Army and the Western Defense Command urged the public to report immediately any Japanese seen wearing the uniform of an American soldier. There was little chance of mistaken identity because all Japanese Americans in uniform had been shifted to other areas except 3 men on special duty at Fort Ord. Conditions were even more tense in Hawaii. By now, everyone knew something was up, and the wilder rumors had a big Japanese fleet heading straight for Pearl Harbor. Army patients were discharged from the hospital at Schofield in anticipation of battle casualties. The civilian defense volunteers were called to duty. General Emmons urged all women and children living in downtown Honolulu to evacuate to a safer place. A strange silence seemed to hang everywhere, a mixture of hope and fear. At Pearl Harbor, the Marine Guards manned the machine guns atop the concrete pillars of the Navy Yard gate. Trucks were parked as roadblocks across the entrance before dark. On all ships, the gun crews were at their posts. Shortly after dark, there was an A1 all-out red alert. All repairs came to a stop. Workers manned machine guns on the shop roofs. Others stood by the fire hoses. The yard was completely blacked out and sealed off. When the graveyard shift came, they were told to go home. The swing shift, caught by the alert, sat around in the shelters. They tried to sleep or smoked and talked about the coming invasion. Behind blackout curtains, the sink pack staff worried the night away. Commander Layton found himself thinking of the people he knew on the other side. He wondered what an old friend like Takashi Kanawa was doing right now. On the Hiryu, Commander Takashi Kanawa paused briefly before the ship's shrine outside Captain Kaku's cabin, then hurried on to the bridge. As executive officer, this was Kanawa's battle station, and looking down, he could already see the planes warming up in the pre-dawn darkness. Below decks, the ship was springing to life. The flyers were up at 4 and had breakfast on trays in the ready room. Normally, they had just an action meal before battle, but this time they got the full treatment: rice, soybean soup, pickles, everything. And to top it off, there were dried chestnuts and cold sake, a traditional combination served from the earliest times to Japanese warriors entering battle. The Hiryu's air officer, Lieutenant Commander Susumu Kawaguchi, had never heard of such a breakfast. All this symbolism suddenly made him take Midway far more seriously. In his final briefing, he made a special plea, urging the pilots to put their nerve into it. Beyond that, there was little to say. The men were all veterans, knew their jobs perfectly, and Kanawa had complete faith in their leader, Lieutenant Joichi Tomonaga. A tough, silent, hard-drinking man, Tomonaga was an expert torpedo plane pilot. He had seen no action since Pearl Harbor and was champing at the bit. When he said good-bye to his wife at Beppu, he seemed particularly glad to get aboard the Hiryu and head for battle. Kanaba noticed this, and when Fuchida came down with appendicitis, he immediately thought of Tomonaga as the ideal man to take over. Kanawa put it to his old academy classmate, Commander Minoru Genda, who was Nagumo's operations officer, and the matter was quickly settled. The briefing over, pilots headed for their planes. Overhead, a few stars lingered in the sky. It was still quite cloudy, but the eastern horizon glowed orange, promising clear weather ahead. On all the carriers the scene was much the same, yet as varied as human nature. On the Soryu, C.P.O. Mori and his friends engaged in the nervous banter that fighting men find useful at such times. "You're going to get it today," someone told Mori. "No, you're the one," he retorted, exactly as expected. Then they turned to joking about who would end up with each other's savings accounts. On the Kaga, serious, thoughtful C.W.O. Morinaga quietly adjusted his senimbari around his waist. According to ancient tradition, its 1,000 stitches, each sewn by a different well-wisher, would give him divine protection. On the flagship Akagi, a wobbly Mitsuo Fuchida struggled topside to see them off. Then Commander Genda arrived on the bridge in pajamas. He, too, had been sick, down with a wretched cold, but was determined to be on hand today, and no one could have been more welcome. Admiral Nagumo depended enormously, some said too much, on the brilliant mind of his operations officer. On practically any subject, Nagumo accepted Genda's recommendations without question. Indeed, cynics referred to the striking force as Genda's fleet. But his appearance at this moment was a shot in the arm for them all. In a rare display of sentiment by that dour old sailor, Nagumo threw his arms around the commander's shoulder. "All hands to launching stations," blared the Akagi's loudspeaker. "Start engines." A sudden roar, and the soft gray of dawn blazed with unexpected color. Exhausts flared white. Wing lights flicked on, red and blue. Floodlights bathed the yellow flight deck. "Commence launching," ordered the bridge. And the air officer, Commander Shogo Masuda, swung his green signal lamp in a great arc over his head. Lieutenant Shirana's Zero crawled forward, gathered speed, thundered down the deck and into the air. 8 more fighters followed, then 18 dive bombers. As Lieutenant Chihaya's plane flashed by, he had his canopy open and waved to the cheering men on deck. The other carriers were launching too, their planes orbiting slowly around the fleet till they were all in formation. From the Hiryu's bridge, the ship's only passenger watched with more than academic interest. He was Lieutenant Commander Asaichi Tamai, appointed to command an air wing of the new naval base to be established at Midway. By 4:45 they were all formed up and on their way. 36 level bombers from the Hiryu and Soryu, 36 dive bombers from the Akagi and Kaga, 36 fighters, 9 from each carrier. Heading southeast, they soon faded into the brightening sky. All was quiet again on the carriers, but not for long. Orders went out to prepare the second attack wave, Nagumo's insurance policy in case a U.S. fleet unexpectedly turned up. In total strength, these reserves matched the force now winging toward Midway. The main difference lay in the arming. This time the level bombers would carry torpedoes, and the dive bombers would switch to armor-piercing missiles for use against ships. It all added up to 36 dive bombers from the Hiryu and Soryu, 36 torpedo planes from the Akagi and Kaga, and again 36 fighters from all 4 carriers. In the first rays of the morning sun, the elevators brought the new planes up. Flight deck crews wheeled them into position, mechanics shackled on the torpedoes, the pilots stood by, loafing and relaxed. It seemed almost a waste to hold back so many good men this way. Lieutenant Takashige Egusa on the Soryu was the finest dive bomber pilot in the Navy. But Nagumo wanted to be safe. Anybody could bomb an island, but a moving ship took skill. As long as there were any chance of the Americans appearing, however unlikely, he wanted to have his best men available. On the same unlikely chance, he had also ordered search planes to scout generally eastward for 300 miles. There were only 7 of them, a motley collection from 5 different ships, and they had to cover an arc of 165 degrees, but nobody was taking this effort too seriously. Nagumo remained convinced that there were no U.S. carriers around, and Genda had a reputation for always slicing reconnaissance rather thin. Every plane used for patrol work meant one less for the slashing attacks that were his specialty. Today the search also had a ragged start. The planes were meant to leave at 4:30, same as the Midway strike, but it didn't work out quite that way. The cruiser Tonnerre, which was contributing her No. 1 and No. 4 float planes, had catapult trouble, and that held her up a while. But finally all was fixed, and at 5 a.m. the Tonnerre's No. 4 plane, last one of the 7 to leave, soared eastward into the sunrise. It was a half-hour late, but to Lieutenant Takeda, the Tonnerre's hard-working air officer, that shouldn't make very much difference. It was breakfast as usual, almost, in the Enterprise wardroom, as the U.S. fleet hovered 200 miles north and slightly east of Midway. Although only 1:30 a.m., Steward Collins had everything ready. Lieutenant Best had his invariable shirred eggs, Lieutenant Gray had his one-eyed sandwich, an Enterprise specialty consisting of a slice of toast whole to accommodate a fried egg. For some of the old hands it seemed like any other day, but for others it was different. Lieutenant Commander Wade McCluskey, leading the Enterprise Air Group, felt the usual quips were missing. A hushed note of expectancy hung over the room. On the other hand, Commander Fox sensed a note of nervous gaiety. In any case, as supply officer, Fox knew for a fact that appetites were below par. As McCluskey sampled his scrambled eggs, he was surprised to see Lieutenant Commander Gene Lindsay slide into the seat beside him. Skipper of Torpedo 6, Lindsay had cracked up coming in the other day. Fished out of the Pacific with a badly wrenched back, he was meant to be sidelined indefinitely. Now here he was, not only up, but planning to fly in a spare torpedo plane. When one of his pilots asked how he felt, Lindsay obliquely replied, "This is the real thing today, the thing we have trained for, and I will take my squadron in." Breakfast over, the pilots drifted off to their ready rooms. There was one for each squadron on every carrier, and they looked more like classrooms than anything else. Rows of seats with writing arm attached, a blackboard up front for the latest dope on position, wind, course, target, and the all-important point option, where the ship could be found after a strike. There was also a teletype machine that clacked out bulletins which were projected on a screen. At the moment there was little on the blackboard, and the teletype was silent. Nagumo's force still hadn't been found. On all three carriers the pilots hauled out their plotting boards from drawers under their seats, checked a few odds and ends, then sat back and waited. Cards and paperbacks appeared. Seats were adjustable, and a man like Ensign Whitey Moore of Torpedo 8 was soon leaning back, grabbing a little extra sleep. He could never get enough. Commander Waldron slipped down to the Hornet's wardroom for morning coffee with Commander Ed Crehan, the ship's engineering officer. They were old Annapolis classmates, and this was a daily custom. Today Waldron was in an exalted mood. Torpedo 8 would at last have a crack at the enemy. He said he was going to get a Jap carrier or he wouldn't be back. The minutes crawled by. On the Yorktown, Ensign Charlie Lane of Bombing 3 decided to leave behind his Clemson ring and Hamilton watch in case he didn't return. On the Enterprise, Commander McCluskey began assembling his flight gear in the little office he used outside the squadron ready rooms. At this point, his regular rear seat man stumbled in to report he had just broken his glasses. Of all times. McCluskey put in a hurried call to Bombing 6 for a spare gunner who didn't need glasses, and in a few moments a bright-looking lad named Chochalusek appeared. He had no combat experience, but he was just out of aerial gunnery school. Welcome news on this particular day. The U.S. force continued southwest, the Yorktown trailing about 10 miles behind the Enterprise and Hornet. On the Yorktown's bridge, Admiral Fletcher still wondered where Nagumo could be. He had sent out his just-in-case search to the north, but there was no word from that direction. No word from the Midway plains either. Lieutenant Addy was an hour out of Midway now, and still no sign of the Japanese. Elected to patrol the all-important 315-degree segment, so far he was having a milk run. The big PBY droned on, the long rays of the rising sun lighting the broken clouds ahead. Then, around 5:10, a small seaplane came whistling along from out of the west. It was on an opposite course and didn't swerve an inch. Just hurried on toward Midway, about 120 miles away. Addy radioed the single word aircraft, then followed it up with a longer description. To the crew in the PBY, it meant only one thing. The Japanese fleet must be close. On they flew through occasional squalls. By 5:30 the weather was clearing upstairs, but there were still some cloud banks near the water. As Addie approached one of these, two aircraft carriers burst through from the other side, just 20 miles away, and steaming directly toward him. It was, he thought, like a curtain going up at the theater. In the next patrol sector to the south, Lieutenant William Chase had also spent an uneventful first hour. His PBY was flying about 15 minutes behind Addie's, but the sunrise, the clouds, even the coffee were much the same. Then around 5:40, probably just after Addie discovered his carriers, Chase found something too. There to the north was a huge formation of fighters and bombers flying toward Midway. Standard procedure called for a carefully encoded contact report, but this was no time for that. In plain English, he shot off a fast warning. Many planes heading Midway, bearing 320, distance 150. That's him. Relief, excitement, elation, anticipation were all mingled together in Admiral Spruance's first reaction as news of the contact reached him on the flying bridge of the Enterprise. It was the same on the Yorktown, where Admiral Fletcher thankfully realized the long wait was over. So the Japanese carriers were found. But where? The first brief contact reports were agonizingly sketchy. Task Forces 16 and 17 were both tuned to the PBY frequencies, so there was no delay, but there was certainly confusion. For one thing, the fact was quickly lost that two different PBYs were reporting two different sightings. Messages were mixed together, making for inconsistencies. More important, there was nothing yet on enemy course and speed, absolutely vital for launching an attack. Lieutenant Addie was doing his best. After that electrifying discovery of the carriers, he veered to the left, circling slowly around the Japanese fleet. He used the clouds as much as he could, sending back bits of information as fast as he gathered it. 5:34, enemy carriers. 5:40, ED 180, sight 320 degrees. 5:52, two carriers and main body of ships, carriers in front, course 135, speed 25. That was enough. Somehow the full picture didn't reach the Yorktown's bridge until 6:03, but once in hand, Admiral Fletcher lost no time. At 6:07 he signaled Spruance, proceed southwesterly and attack enemy carriers when definitely located. Will follow as soon as search planes recovered. Task Force 16 plunged forward at 25 knots. On all ships, general quarters began sounding. At 6:15, the harsh staccato of the buzzer on the Enterprise. At 6:26, the urgent clang of the Hornet's gong. It varied from ship to ship, but the effect was always the same. The scrambling, the pounding of feet, and always in the background, the insistent clamor of the alarm itself. On Sand Island, the powerhouse whistle blasted away. The siren on Eastern added its wail. Private Love, just lining up for chow, dropped all thoughts of breakfast and raced for his anti-aircraft battery. Lieutenant Jonald Cooksey, 6th Battalion dental officer, rushed to his first aid post, well aware of Colonel Shannon's sharp reminder, "A dead or wounded doctor is no damn good to me." In his Eastern Island dugout, Captain W. M. Bell, platoon leader of I Battery, recalled an old Marine dictum that it was an officer's duty to look calm and well-groomed at all times. He carefully shaved, dressed, and sipped a glass of pineapple juice before going to his platoon. Confusion was everywhere along the Eastern Island runway. When the first contact reports came in around 5:30, the Marine CP ordered all planes to start engines. Enemy bombers were said to be only 100 miles away. But when minutes went by and nothing appeared on radar, new orders went out: cut engines. Then at 5:53, Navy radar broke in. Many bogey aircraft bearing 310 degrees, distance 93. This was it, all right, and as the sirens went off at 5:55, new orders went out to get going. But by now some of the pilots had cut engines, others were still warming up and couldn't hear the alarm. The CP truck raced along the runway, its own siren shrieking, Captain Bob Burns shouting to everyone to stand by for takeoff. At least the B-17s were no problem. They had gone out as usual at dawn, but instead of merely using up gas, this morning they had been ordered to attack the Japanese transports again. Now the new threat changed everything. Captain Simard radioed Colonel Sweeney to divert his bombers to the carriers sweeping down from the northwest. At the same time, orders went out to the PBYs on patrol: stay clear of Midway. After completing mission, go to French frigate shoals or one of the outlying reefs. But there were still 66 planes at Midway. None must be caught on the ground. At 6 o'clock, the 26 fighters began taking off. One of them soon returned with engine trouble, but the other 25 climbed toward the northwest. Major Parks led the way with 2 divisions. Captain Kirk Armistead followed with the rest, heading out on a slightly different bearing as a hedge against radar error. About 30 miles out, they were all ordered to orbit. They would not have long to wait. At 6:04, Navy radar put the bogies only 74 miles away. Next it was the 6 TBF's turn to take off. Captain Burns raced up in his jeep and spoke to Lieutenant Fieberling. The skipper sent a mechanic running to each plane. He scrambled on the wing and yelled above the roar of the motors, 320 degrees, 150 miles out. One by one, the TBFs thundered down the runway, rising gracefully despite the torpedoes. It was 6:10, and radar had the Japanese 47 miles out. Now the 4 B-26s, Major Joe K. Warner, the Army liaison man, drove up and gave Captain Collins the dope. But as the crews scrambled into their planes, Lieutenant Jim Murray still wasn't sure what this was all about. He only knew he had a torpedo, a position, and there was some target out there. Rolling down the runway, he hoped it would be a nice, fat, easy merchantman. Only the Marine bombers were left. Major Benjamin Norris went first, taking out his 12 decrepit Vindicators. One immediately returned when a cowling blew off. The squadron skipper, Major Henderson, brought up the rear, leading the relatively new SBDs. By now there was no field organization left. No radio, no briefing officer, no directions, just a wild scramble to get into the air. But Joe Henderson somehow knew what to do, and his young pilots were more than willing to follow. At the last minute, 2 of the SBDs broke down, but the other 16 took off. Colonel Kimes fixed the time at 6:15. Some put it a few minutes later. In any case, it was none too soon. At 6:16, the radar had the Japanese at 29 miles. With the last plane gone, an overwhelming silence hung over Eastern Island. Men crouched quietly in the gun pits, the slit trenches, the observation posts, all eyes fixed on the empty blue sky to the northwest. It was almost hypnotizing. And at E Battery, Captain James O'Halloran sharply reminded his lookouts that there were other sectors too, that the Japanese had been known to pull some surprises. In the shelters and dugouts, hundreds of other men quietly waited, hidden by sand and camouflage. As W.O. Bill Lucius hurried toward his slit trench near the mess hall, Major William Benson called out from the command post dugout, "Bill, I have the best dugout on the island, as well as the best communications equipment. Why don't you stay with me?" "I was so scared at Pearl Harbor," Lucius replied, "that I hardly saw the Japanese planes. I don't want to miss them now." From the piers and moorings a small flotilla of boats slipped into the lagoon between Eastern and Sand. Lieutenant Clinton McKellar neatly dispersed his 11 PTs. Boatswain Oliver carefully positioned his collection of launches, all loaded with machine guns and rifles. Chief Boatswain's mate Stanley Engels took his tug Tamaha and tied up to an old sunken scow that looked like the last thing the Japanese would want to bomb. In the dugout hospital on Sand Island, pharmacist's mate E.B. Miller began boiling coffee on a hot plate. It was far too strong to drink. He was making it for a Murphy drip, an old-fashioned remedy used rectally in treating shock. At the command post, Captain Simard couldn't resist temptation. He should be in the dugout by now, but he hung back, fascinated, like so many others, straining his eyes to the northwest. Logan Ramsey kept urging him to get under cover. On the upper decks of the powerhouse, Simard's movieite, John Ford, was searching the northwest too. He was now equipped with cameras, film, binoculars, and a phone direct to the CP. His vantage point was perfect, but so far there was nothing to see. In fact, Midway looked deserted, nothing moving, just a lazy, peaceful tropical island. Outside Colonel Shannon's command post, the Marine Guard, PFC Ed D. Winslow, stood watch by the doorway. It was a distracting assignment this morning. The radar station was hard by, and as the Japanese drew closer, someone kept calling out the miles. Inside, the radar operators watched closely as two sets of blips, one enemy, one friendly, swept together just beyond the horizon. Chapter 5. Hawks at Angels 12. Lieutenant Hashimoto knew they were getting close from an outlying reef he sighted below. Riding as observer in Lieutenant Tomonaga's lead plane, he pointed it out to the attack commander. The trip in had been uneventful. One Hiryu bomber turned back with engine trouble, but something like that always happened. The other 107 planes carried on, the bombers in two separate V of Vs, the fighters flying cover above them. At 6:16, CPO Juzo Mori, leading his three-bomber division from the Soryu, sighted a dark blot on the glittering horizon. Midway. Next instant, two of the Hiryu's bombers, flying just ahead of his own, suddenly burst into flames. Mori, Hashimoto, everybody looked up, just in time to see several American fighters swooping down on them, guns blazing. Tally-ho! Hawks at Angels 12, supported by fighters. Captain John Carey was the first to spot them, and in the verbal shorthand of the Marine flyers, his words told the others that he had spotted the Japanese coming in at 12,000 feet. All 25 fighters converged on the scene. Carey didn't wait. Leading his three-plane division of F-4Fs, he made a wide turn and dove 90 degrees on the enemy formation. His guns hammered away at a Japanese section leader. It fell out of line, burning. Captain Marion Carl and Lieutenant Clayton Canfield followed Carey down. Canfield set his sights on the third plane in the section. It exploded in flames. Major Parks piled into the melee with the rest of his group. Most of the Marines got in one good pass. Then, as they climbed for a second run, the Zeros tore into them. Bullets ripped Captain Carey's cockpit, smashing both his legs. A 20-millimeter cannon shell tore Canfield's wing flaps to shreds. Parks himself went reeling into the sea. Captain Armistead, arriving with his division a few minutes later, fared little better. After one pass at the bombers, he saw 3 fighters climbing toward him, steep and fast. For a second he thought they were Marines, but no such luck. Cannon and machine-gun shells blasted him out of the fight. Seeing a Zero on his tail, Lieutenant Darrell Irwin tried to escape by diving. He plunged down from 16,500 feet at 300 miles an hour, pulled out at 3,500. The Zero was still there. Down again, this time at 500 feet. The Zero was still there. He finally crash-landed what was left of the plane, with the Zero still there. Captain Herbert Merrill caught it from above and behind. At 8,000 feet he lost partial control. Then 2 more hits, and the gas tank blew up in his face. He bailed out, but his worries weren't over. He heard the Japanese often strafed parachutists, so he didn't pull the ripcord for another 3,000 feet. Finally he hit the water a couple of miles offshore, got rid of his chute, and inflated his Mae West. Midway looked a long way off. How could he swim that far? Then he thought of home and his new baby twins, and began to try. Occasionally a trick worked. When Marion Carl couldn't shake off a Zero, he suddenly cut the throttle, threw his plane into a skid, and the Jap raced by. Captain William Humber couldn't shake his Zero either, finally turned and gave it a burst head-on. The Zero staggered and fell into the sea. Usually the Japanese were much too clever and sometimes had a trick of their own. When Lieutenant William Brooks saw 2 planes dogfighting at one point, he went over to help the American. Both planes turned on him. He had been fooled by a sham battle between 2 enemy pilots. Brooks finally escaped with 72 bullet holes in his plane. But it wasn't deception, skill, or even numbers that made the big difference. As the Marine fighters fluttered down to the sea or staggered back toward Midway, it was clear that the greatest Japanese advantage lay in the Zero itself. The Marine pilots were astonished. Like most Americans, they had been taught to think of the Japanese as an imitative people who couldn't do much on their own. Now here was a fighter that could outclimb, outrun, outmaneuver any plane the U.S. had. If it was also highly vulnerable, they rarely had a good enough shot at it to find out. Even the F-4Fs were completely outclassed, and the ancient Buffaloes, as Lieutenant Charles Hughes sadly remarked, looked like they were tied to a string, while the Zeros made passes at them. For their part, Nagumo's pilots also got a surprise. They, too, had some fixed ideas about their enemy. Like most Japanese, they believed Americans had little heart for fighting and would quickly fold once the going got rough. Yet here the Marines were, hurling themselves into battle with a spirit worthy of the samurais. They also showed better tactics than expected. Hashimoto, for one, was amazed how they dived from overhead so unexpectedly. Anyhow, Lieutenant Suganami's Zeros now had everything under control, and the attacking force continued on. Under Organization No. 5, they would strike in 3 waves. First, a dose of level bombing by the Hiryus and Soryus units. Next, the Akagi's and Kaga's dive bombers would come. Finally, the fighters from all 4 carriers would strafe anything left. The Hiryu and Kaga would concentrate on Sand Island, the Soryu and Akagi on Eastern. Still in 2 V of V's, with the fighters reforming above, the whole force curled around the atoll and began its final run from the north. To PFC Philip Clark at D Battery, they looked like 3 wisps of clouds far out on the horizon. To pharmacist's mate Miller, up from his dugout for a look, they seemed more stretched out in a single line. But there was no doubt they were coming on fast. At 6:29 the radar fixed them at 8 miles. 6:30 battalion said fire when within range. 6:31 all guns opened up. A dozen black puffs erupted at 200 to 300 yards behind the advancing planes. At D Battery, Sergeant Evetts, who knew more about fire control than all the brass, cranked in an arbitrary adjustment. A single string of bursts left the main group and walked through the formation, setting one plane on fire. Then another blazed up, but kept flying in flames for an interminable period. As it fell, a great cheer went up. Even the men deep in the Navy command post could hear it. At the entrance, Captain Simard watched transfixed, while Logan Ramsey urged him again and again to get under cover. "Skipper, this is no place for you to be." At 6:34, the planes were directly overhead. On Sand Island, Sergeant J. Koch studied them through the F Battery telescope as the bomb bay doors opened and the first bombs dropped out. He felt a moment of terror as he wondered where they were going to hit. High in the powerhouse, John Ford couldn't see them unload, but assuming the seaplane hangar would be one of the first Japanese targets, he already had his camera trained on it. He was right. A stick of bombs hit home, spewing fragments in all directions. Ford not only filmed the scene, but, perhaps too smart for his own good, he caught a load of shrapnel in his shoulder. Stunned for a moment, he was soon back on the job, shooting pictures and phoning his blow-by-blow account to Captain Simard's command post. Another stick of bombs crashed down on D Battery. Captain Gene Buckner didn't see them coming, never knew what extra sense made him yell over the command phone, "Take cover," but he did, and his men ducked just in time, except Corporal Osa Curry, hanging on at the exposed height finder. He fell fatally wounded. Yet war is a matter of wild contrasts. The same moment on Eastern Island found Warrant Officer Lucius dodging a barrage of knives, forks, cigars, and cigarettes as the first bombs there smashed the PX and mess hall. And even before the dust settled, one old-timer ran out from his shelter and gathered in all the cans of beer he could carry. Now it was 6:40 and the dive bomber's turn. To Carpenter's mate William Schleiss, battling a fire on the roof of the seaplane hangar, it looked as though every plane was diving directly for him. Huddling against a heavy beam, he put his hands over his face, but peeked through his fingers and saw how it came out. The bombs just missed. No such luck at the powerhouse on Eastern. It was a small building, heavily bunkered, but that didn't help. A perfectly aimed bomb landed square on the roof, wiping out the inside completely. Major Benson's command post got it next. Seeing it go, Warrant Officer Lucius thought of the Major's invitation to spend the attack there, where it was safe. Now Lucius was untouched in his slit trench, and Benson's CP was lost in dust and smoke. He rushed over to help, but it was too late. His friend was already dead in the rubble. In a way, it was hardest on the men underground. They could only listen and wonder. In the first aid dugout on Sand Island, pharmacist's mate Miller tried to concentrate on his Murphy drip while the light bulb blinked and swayed. Smelling the coffee, Lieutenant Commander A.E. Addy, the doctor in charge, cheerily announced he would like some. It wasn't fit to drink, but this seemed a brave attempt to keep up morale, so Miller poured them each a cup. They stood up and solemnly toasted each other. Then, hanging onto a stanchion as the dugout rocked with explosions, they tried to drink it down. Still going strong, Dr. Addy launched into a series of jokes. Miller, now as sick as he was nervous, vaguely heard him ramble on. "Well, that reminds me of the old fat woman in Arkansas." Outside it was the Zero's turn. In they swept, strafing the oil tanks, the gun pits, anything that moved. One fighter came so close to D Battery that Captain Buckner yearned for a full choke shotgun. Another skimmed by F Battery as Sergeant Carl Faddick ducked low, but not low enough. The bullet smacked into the back of his helmet, then miraculously came out the front without even scratching him. A man could be unlucky, too. When a Zero swooped down on PT-23 out in the lagoon, a bullet entered the bell of the boat's bullhorn, made a 370-degree turn, and hit the machine gunner in the back while he was shooting at the plane. In Colonel Shannon's command post, a phone began ringing. It was some quartermaster who noticed that in the confusion no one had yet raised the American flag. Shouldn't it be up? It was a morning of a million problems, but here was one where the answer was easy. "Yes," said Captain McGlashan. "Runner up." PFC Belichick, a handful of others, raced out to the pole, snapped on the flag, and, heedless of the Zeros streaking by, raised the colors for all to see. The men fought back with everything they had. Not just the regular anti-aircraft guns, but small arms, too. Anything. Deacon Arnold used a Browning automatic rifle. A sailor at the Sand Island Fire Station had a Colt 45. At E Battery on Eastern, PFC Roger Eaton popped away with his 1903 Springfield. Of course, they usually missed, but not always. A Zero staggered over the southwest tip of Sand Island, fell in a blazing heap 50 yards from H Company. A dive bomber caught another blast, careened wildly down, almost taking out the water tower, and crashed by the entrance to Captain Simard's command post. But there was little anyone could do about the Zeros shooting at the few Marine fighters left. They were usually too far away. The men at E Battery watched helplessly as one Buffalo, returning with a badly sputtering engine, went after a circling strafer. The Marine, coming in quite low, tried to climb up under the Japanese. The Zero simply stood on its tail and executed a beautiful loop. A few short bursts, and the Buffalo fell in the ocean. Two Zeros went after another Marine fighter off the northern edge of Eastern Island. The Buffalo began burning, and the pilot bailed out. The Zeros followed him all the way down, blazing away as he dangled in his chute, then strafing the sea where he landed. Somehow a few of the Marine fighters limped home. Shot in both legs, Captain Carey proved the hard way that you could fly an F-4F with just the stick and no rudder. Lieutenant Canfield's flaps were gone, and when he touched ground, his landing gear collapsed. Sliding to a stop, he dived into a trench while a Zero slashed away at the abandoned plane. A crippled Buffalo came in low, a Zero in hot pursuit. With a last effort, the Marine climbed a few feet, forcing the Japanese even lower. Every gun on Eastern Island seemed to open up. The Zero wavered, then slammed down, burning on the runway. As it skidded along, PFC Chester Scotton had a fleeting, indelible glimpse of the pilot throwing his arms over his face. Then he was lost from sight in flames. But the one they remembered best of all was the really hot pilot who wasn't content with bombing and strafing. Sweeping in alone, he turned bottoms up and stunt flew the runway upside down. He nearly got away with it. For long seconds the Marines watched in amazement, too surprised even to fire. Then the spell broke, and guns opened up everywhere. The anti-aircraft finally got him, and he spun off into the lagoon. Lieutenant Rokuro Kikuchi knew the end had come. The anti-aircraft guns had found the range. Now his horizontal bomber was bathed in fire and falling out of line. He pulled back the canopy and waved a last goodbye to his friends from the Hiryu. The ground fire was far worse than expected. Not especially accurate, it rarely was, but the tremendous volume was enough to throw everyone off a little. Lieutenant Tomonaga's lead bomber took a near miss at the moment of release, jarring the plane and hurting its accuracy. More serious, another burst punctured the left wing gas tank. Looking down, Lieutenant Hashimoto was fascinated by the activity below, especially the little PT boats that scurried around like water bugs on the ponds back home. But above all, he noticed one thing. There were no planes left at Midway. The Japanese had attacked an empty target. It reminded him of the way a snake sheds its skin. Here the snake had crawled away, leaving only the cast-off skin behind. Well, they must make the best of it. As planned, the Hiryu and Kaga units concentrated on Sand Island, while the Soryu and Akagi took care of Eastern. If one could forget there were no planes, the results were not at all bad. Lieutenant Hashimoto's own squadron got a good hit among the oil tanks on Sand, and Lieutenant Ogawa's dive bomber really pasted the seaplane hangar. On Eastern, CPO Mori at first feared his bomb had missed. It seemed to land in some bushes, but a great explosion went up. So maybe he did some good after all. By 6:48 they'd done all they could and were on their way to their rendezvous point. A few Zeros lingered, perhaps looking for some last easy kill, but by 7:01 they too were gone, disappearing as they had come into the northwest. For PFC Morris McCoy at E Battery, the sudden silence was worse than the bombs and the gunfire. Major Warner, the Air Force man, had never known such an eerie quiet. No sound whatsoever, except the occasional wail of a tern or the mournful honk of a goonie bird. In the dugouts the men waited and waited, then cautiously began to emerge, blinking in the bright morning sun. Almost the first thing Ensign Jacoby saw was the wreckage of the Japanese plane that crashed near the entrance of Captain Simard's command post. The pilot's body was lying nearby, a symbolic rising sun flag tied around his waist. It was the very first enemy Jacoby had ever seen, but with the foe right before him, his mood was empty of hate. It was just another man whose teeth were pushed in the way his would have been had the tables been somehow reversed. The all-clear sounded at 7:15, and Midway began to pick up the pieces. On Eastern Island, Colonel Kimes radioed his VMF 221 pilots, "Fighters land, refuel by divisions, 5th Division first." There was no answer. Kimes tried again. Still no answer. After trying several more times, he began to understand, and new orders were sent. All fighters land and reservice. One by one they straggled in, 6 altogether. Added to the 4 that crash-landed during the raid, it meant only 10 had survived the fight, and only 2 of these were in shape to fly. VMF 221 was virtually wiped out. Of the 25 planes that took on the Japanese, 23 were shot down or put out of action. "It is my belief," Captain Philip White observed in his action report, "that any commander that orders pilots out for combat in an F-2A3 Brewster Buffalo should consider the pilot as lost before leaving the ground." Understandably bitter, yet a commander must fight with what his country gives him. In any case, VMF 221 was gone. Nor was that all. The thick black smoke rolling skyward told the story on Sand Island's fuel tanks, and the seaplane hangar was burning too. The Navy dispensary was a total loss. Other buildings, like the parachute loft, were badly damaged. In the shell of the laundry, a 5-gallon glass water cooler stood majestically intact amid the rubble and shredded shirts. On Eastern, the CP, the powerhouse, the mess hall, and PX were all demolished. But what really hurt were the gas lines. True, they were always breaking down, but now some bomber had finished them for good, just when they were needed the most. Colonel Kimes shuddered to think of the bucket brigade he'd have to organize to refuel those thirsty B-17s. Casualties were a happier story. Colonel Shannon's reproduction of the Western Front had paid off well. Thanks to all his sandbags and dugouts, there were only 11 dead and 18 wounded among the island's defenders. Best of all was the way they handled their planes. Only one was caught on the ground, an obsolete biplane used for utility work. The only other aircraft lost was a decoy plane made of packing crates and tin roofing. Dubbed the JFU, Jap Fowler Upper, it played its role to perfection. So they were still in business, but Midway's biggest fear lay in what was yet to come. When would the Japanese be back? What would they bring next time? Were the battleships and transports just over the horizon, waiting to close in? Even the cheerful Dr. Addy, casting aside his jokes and bad coffee, grabbed a Springfield rifle and headed for the beach. 2 miles offshore, a highly interested observer enjoyed the morning's events. The anti-aircraft puffs, the diving planes, the column of smoke rolling up. Commander Tanabe was still watching Midway from the Japanese submarine I-168. He was, of course, at the periscope, and from this vantage point he gave the crew a running account of the whole attack. They were overjoyed, and a great cheer rang out when he described the fuel tanks blowing up. Leading the airstrike, Lieutenant Tominaga knew better. It didn't matter that the damage was great. It didn't matter that the losses were small. What did matter was Midway's air strength, and that was still intact. Somehow the Americans had suspected something and cleared the field. Well, they couldn't stay up forever. Soon they'd have to land and refuel. At 7 o'clock, as the Japanese planes turned for home, Tominaga radioed the first carrier striking force, "There is need for a second attack." Chapter 6. The Target Attacks. Commander Genda wasn't surprised by Tominaga's call for another attack. From an earlier message, he rather suspected it might be necessary, and as Nagumo's operations officer, he had no hesitation recommending the step. The striking force had been at sea more than a week, and not a word of warning about any U.S. ships. The morning's search planes had been out 2 hours, and they hadn't found anything either. Even the Tona's No. 4 plane, the late one, must be on its return leg by now. With no sign of the American fleet, it was folly to hoard the reserve air strength any longer. They should use it to finish off Midway. Admiral Kusaka hesitated. Nagumo's chief of staff was always prepared to carry out a second strike, if the U.S. Navy wasn't around. So far, everyone had assumed it wasn't, but nobody really knew. Until now, it hadn't been crucial. If wrong, they could adjust, but no longer. These were the only reserves. He suddenly felt a little like a hunter chasing 2 hares at once. There was the United States fleet to catch. Now there was this call for another go at Midway. As he talked it over with Genda and Admiral Nagumo, the striking force raced on toward a point about 140 miles northwest of Midway. Here it expected to start recovering Tominaga's plains a little after 8 a.m. The force was steaming in regular battle disposition. The carriers formed a sort of square box, Akagi leading on the right, followed by Kaga, Hiryu leading on the left, followed by Soryu, with the screen of battleships, cruisers, and destroyers deployed around in a large loose circle. The crew were all at battle stations, had been since 5:32 when the Nagara first sighted that PBY. They never managed to shoot it down, or another that joined it, and plenty of contact reports must have gone back to Midway. Now there was nothing to do but wait and watch. On the Akagi alone, 20 lookouts stood on top of the bridge, scanning the sky. At 7:05, everything seemed to happen at once. A destroyer up forward hoisted a flag signal. The Tona's main battery opened fire. The Akagi's bugler began sounding the air raid alarm. Ensign Ernest understood that the 6 TBFs would rendezvous, link up with the Marine bombers and fighters, and all go out together, but it wasn't that way at all. Once clear of Midway, the dashing Lieutenant Fieberling turned northwest and led his torpedo planes straight for the Japanese position. About 5 minutes out, there was a moment's excitement when they met an enemy fighter inbound for Midway. The Japanese made a single pass and continued on. The TBFs didn't even shoot back. They too had other business. Still, here was the enemy. Feeling they had been blooded and passed the test, Ernest and Ensign Charles Brannan, flying alongside, exchanged a salute, playfully spoofing the squadron's clenched fist insignia. They hurried on. For nearly an hour, nothing happened. Just a quiet trip at 4,000 feet through occasional puffy clouds. Around 7, Ernest noted what looked like a nondescript steamer plodding along below. Then another. Then no end of them. He never saw anything like it. They were literally spread all over the ocean. In the distance, he could make out 2 carriers steaming side by side, and behind them still more ships, too far away to tell what they were. He had little time to drink it all in. Even as he called out the contact, his turret gunner, J. Manning, warned that enemy fighters were closing in. At the same moment, Lieutenant Fieberling signaled, and they all headed full throttle toward the 2 carriers. It was a long way down to 150 feet, with the Zeros snapping at them all the way. On the second enemy pass, Manning's turret gun stopped firing. Working the tunnel gun, radio man Harry Ferrier looked back over his shoulder. He was horrified to see Manning's body slumped at his post. In all his 18 years, Ferrier had never seen death before, and here, in a single shattering instant, he was staring right at it. All at once, he felt very scared and old. He turned back to his own gun, only to find it useless. By now, the TBF's hydraulic system was shot away, dropping the tail wheel and blocking his field of fire. Another burst raked the plane, and a bullet tore through the bill of the baseball cap he was wearing. It creased his scalp, and he fell back, dazed. In the cockpit, Ensign Ernest was having his own troubles. First the radio went, next the compass, then the controls began to go. He glanced out the canopy. Large holes appeared in the wing. A sliver of shrapnel caught his right jaw, and there was blood everywhere. At 200 feet, he was still boring in, when another burst got the elevator wires. The stick went limp. Nothing responded, and Ernest was sure this was the end. There was no hope left of getting the carrier, no hope of coming out alive. But he still had rudder control, and he would do something with that. He gave it a hard kick and swerved toward the only Japanese ship near him, a 3-stack light cruiser. He let the torpedo go. Now he was down to 30 feet and steeling himself for the crash. At this point, some instinct made him put his hand on the wing tab, perhaps to adjust for hitting the water. In a flash, he realized he could fly the plane this way even if the stick was gone. As he later put it, suddenly it was a brand new ballgame. He zipped up and away from the scene. The Zeros, having written him off, were gone. Looking back, Ernest couldn't see what had happened to his torpedo or to the other TBFs. He was all alone. He had no compass, no radio, and was on the far side of the Japanese fleet. But he hadn't come this far to give up now. He headed for the morning sun, as Ferrier, the old man at 18, crawled up through the wreckage and nestled down behind him. Close behind the TBFs, so close he could see them going in for their attack, Captain Collins led his 4 B-26s. They too had flown out on their own. No rendezvous, no plans to work with the TBFs, B-17s, or the Marines. They simply got their target, and here they were. The first thing Lieutenant Murray saw was some smoke on the horizon, then many destroyers, and there went his hopes for an easy morning. Studying the situation, he plucked a Chesterfield from a can he kept at his feet and put it in his mouth. He was still fumbling for a match when a horde of Zeros appeared from nowhere. Captain Collins held his course, heading for the carriers he could now see at the center of the Japanese formation. Trouble was, the carriers were too well protected on the near side. It was necessary to curl around to their starboard to get a good crack at them, and that meant hedge-hopping a whole line of escorting destroyers. But it had to be done. Veering to the left, Collins led his group over the escort, through a curtain of anti-aircraft fire, then hard to the right again and straight for the carriers. As they raced in at 200 feet, an unknown voice yelled out in one plane, "Boy, if Mother could see me now." There was no formal attack plan, not even time for assignments. The 4 planes just made a mad rush at the leading carrier. Collins alternately climbed and dropped, throwing the Japanese aim off, and Murray did his best to follow. Now they were in the middle of the formation. As Murray's co-pilot, Lieutenant Pete Moore, glanced quickly around, every ship seemed a solid sheet of gunfire. The Japanese gunners would shoot at the water to see where the bullets hit. Using the splashes as tracers, they would walk their fire right into the B-26s. But they came on anyhow. Collins finally released at 800 yards and zoomed away to the right. Murray came hard behind, with the Zeros flying right into their own fleet's line of fire in a desperate effort to stop him. Bullets smashed the plexiglass turret. A ricochet clipped Sergeant Gogos's forehead. Murray shouted to Moore to release the torpedo. But the improvised switch was something that Rube Goldberg might have invented. A trigger, a cable, a plug with innumerable prongs. Moore frantically squeezed the trigger, twisted the plug, still couldn't tell whether the torpedo was gone. "Is it away?" Murray kept shouting. "How the hell do I know?" Moore answered. Keeping one hand on the controls, Murray fiddled with the plug and trigger too. They never felt the welcome surge of the plane rising, relieved of the torpedo. Later they learned that at some point they had indeed released it. Right now they could only hope, and there wasn't much time to do that. They were almost on top of the carrier. Banking hard, Murray flew straight down the middle of the flight deck. His bombardier, Lieutenant Russ Johnson grabbed the nose gun and strafed in all directions. They had a brief, vivid glimpse of white-clad sailors scattering for cover. Pulling out, Murray caught a fleeting glimpse of Lieutenant Herbie May's plane boring in too. It came all the way, almost hit the carrier, careened into the sea alongside. None of the group ever saw what happened to the 4th B-26. No time to look, either. The Zeros were diving at them again. They riddled the landing gear, the fuel tanks, the propeller blades, the radio, the entire top edge of one wing. They wounded PFC Ashley in the tail turret and Corporal Mello at the side guns. With an extra surge of effort, Mello crawled up to the cockpit covered with blood to report the plane was on fire and everybody's hit back there. Lieutenant Moore scrambled back, put out the fires, gave sulfa to Ashley, and manned a gun. At one point, Murray thought to himself that the plane was really gone and he'd rather splash than be shot down in flames. He moved to ditch the ship, but as sometimes happens, an extra ounce of reserve spirit seemed to grasp him and hold back his hand. Finally, the fighters broke off. Heading for Midway, Murray realized he still hadn't lit the cigarette he put in his mouth just when the Zeros struck. But it was almost too late now. In his excitement, he had bitten it in two and swallowed half of it. Thinking back, it was ironic that the only moment he felt safe was when he was directly over the Japanese carrier. Flying down her flight deck, he was simply too close to be shot at. Even so, it was anything but comforting to see that large Japanese battle flag streaming from her mast. After all those newsreels, here it really was. Nothing ever looked bigger. Lieutenant Ogawa couldn't get over how big the white star looked on those B-26s, so much larger than he expected. Until these American torpedo planes appeared, he had spent an easy morning policing the skies above the striking force with two other Zeros in his unit. The PBYs were gone, at least temporarily, and they had little to do but orbit with similar units from the other three carriers. Then, unexpectedly, Ogawa's number 2 man began firing his machine guns to attract attention. Ogawa looked and saw two separate flights of torpedo planes approaching through a hole in the clouds. The rest of the combat air patrol saw them too, and Zeros began diving from all directions. Most piled into the leading flight of 6 TBFs. The rest, including Ogawa's unit, headed for the other 4 American planes, the B-26s with the big white stars. The carrier crews watched in excitement as the Zeros methodically picked off the TBFs. On the Akagi, a storm of hand-clapping went up with every splash. It was almost like a theater audience watching a superbly skillful performance, which, in a sense, it was. None of the TBFs got close enough to make an effective drop, and 5 of the 6 were shot down well clear of the carriers. With the B-26s, it was another matter. The Zeros got on them, but they had more speed than anyone guessed, and they really knew how to use it. One of them fell, but the others kept coming, right at the Akagi, leading the right side of the box formation. But the Hiryu was in danger too, and on both ships men watched breathlessly as the torpedoes dropped. Happily, they were very slow. The Hiryu especially dodged them easily. Some sailors even picked one off with a machine gun. The highly exposed Akagi had more trouble. At 7:11, Captain Aoki gave her a hard right rudder, heading into the approaching planes. As the first one dropped, he made a full turn to escape a torpedo to starboard, then another full turn to escape a second torpedo to port. All within 2 minutes. More was to come. As the B-26s pulled out, heavy strafing ripped the Akagi's deck, killing 2 men, knocking out the number 3 AA gun. cut the transmitting antenna. And just when it looked as if the danger was over, the last B-26 didn't pull out at all. Instead, it hurtled straight for the Akagi's bridge. No one saw how it could miss. Admiral Kusaka felt sure they were done for. He instinctively ducked as the plane came right at him. But it didn't hit. It cleared the bridge by inches, cartwheeling into the sea just off the port side. The whole bridge let out a yell of relief that meant the same in any language. Wow! A shaken Kusaka found himself strangely moved. He thought only Japanese pilots did things like that. He had no idea who this steadfast American was, but there on the bridge of the Akagi he silently said a prayer for him. To the practical eye of Lieutenant Ogawa, it was really not a very professional effort, any of it. There was no coordination between the TBFs and the B-26s. The torpedoes were dropped too far out. The planes all approached from one side. No wonder they didn't hit anything. Yet the attack accomplished more than Ogawa knew. It ended all doubts about a second strike on Midway. That was where these planes came from. Nagumo needed no more convincing. At 7:15, the admiral ordered his second attack wave to rearm, the torpedo planes to shift over to bombs, the dive bombers to switch from armor-piercing to instant-contact missiles. This was relatively easy for the Hiryu and Soryu. They were supplying the dive bombers this time. But on the Akagi and Kaga, it meant a back-breaking job. The air crews rushed forward, lowered the torpedo planes to the hangar deck, and began making the switch. It was a frantic scene. They hoped to get the second wave rearmed and into the air before Tomonaga got back. They were hard at it when a startling message arrived from the Tona's No. 4 plane, now on the dogleg of its 300-mile search to the east. At 7:28 it reported, "Sight what appears to be 10 enemy surface ships, in position, bearing 10 degrees, distance 240 miles from Midway, course 150 degrees, speed over 20 knots. Surface ships. So they were out there after all, and well within striking range. If Chuichi Nagumo had been more of a philosopher and less of an admiral, he might have pondered the fate that put the Tona's plane a half-hour behind schedule. If there had been no catapult trouble, if only it had been on time, he would have known about this American fleet before Tomonaga asked for another strike at Midway. Then there would have been no doubt about his course. Go for the ships right away. But as matters stood, it was no longer that easy. His torpedo planes were now below decks, being reloaded with bombs. The admiral shuffled his plans as best he could. He suspended the second strike on Midway, and at 7:45 signaled new orders to the striking force. Prepare to carry out attacks on enemy fleet units. Leave torpedoes on those attack planes which have not as yet changed to bombs. Next step would depend on what the Americans had out there. The Tona's pilot was exasperatingly vague. 10 surface ships certainly didn't say much. Were there any carriers? If so, they might be hit right away. If not, maybe this enemy force could wait. Over half the torpedo planes were already switched to bombs. If the Americans had only cruisers and destroyers, Admiral Kusaka felt it might be better to go through with the second strike on Midway, then go after the ships. But to decide, they must know what they were up against. At 7:47, Nagumo brusquely radioed the search plane. Ascertain ship types and maintain contact. Despite their quandary, there was no reason to panic. They had plenty of strength. All they really needed was a little time. Time to switch back to torpedoes and armor-piercing bombs if there were carriers around. Time to finish changing to land bombs if they were going to hit Midway again. Time to regroup the ships scattered by the enemy torpedo attacks. Time to replenish and tighten up the air patrol. Time to recover Tomonaga's planes. And above all, time to think and plan intelligently, without too many twists and unexpected pressures. Nagumo was still waiting for more details from the Tona's plane when, at 7:50, the Soryu's air cover unit suddenly reported about 15 single-engine dive bombers coming in from the southeast. Corporal Eugene Card felt as though a bar of ice-coated lead were in his stomach. One consolation, in 3 hours it would all be over, one way or another. It was also good to have Captain Fleming flying the plane, a man so cool he took a nap during the on-again, off-again confusion at Midway just before VMS B-241 set out on its mission to bomb the Japanese carriers. Now at last they were on their way, with Captain Fleming serving as navigator for the 16 SBDs led by Major Henderson. The other planes in the squadron, the 11 old Vindicators, would come separately under Major Norris. They were just too slow to operate with the rest. Henderson's group had enough problems already. 13 of the 16 pilots had never flown an SBD until a few days ago. 10 of them had been in the squadron only a week. They hardly knew each other and had little time to practice together. Like Card, most of the gunners were inexperienced. It was because of their greenness as a group that Major Henderson decided not to dive bomb the Japanese, but to glide bomb instead. It required less skill, but no less courage, for the planes would be exposed that much longer. Heading for the enemy position, they kept in tight formation at 9,000 feet, except for Henderson himself. He flew detached, herding them along like an industrious shepherd dog. Craning his neck, Card could see the rest of the plane stepping down in a giant staircase. Feeling a surge of new confidence, he looked over at Lieutenant Al Tweedy's plane and gave Tweedy's gunner, Sergeant Elza Raymond, the old 4-0 sign. Raymond grinned and waved back. Around 7:50, Lieutenant Daniel Iverson swung by and pointed down to the left. Card looked but couldn't see anything. Fleming broke in on the intercom. "We've made contact. There's a ship at 10 o'clock. Card looked again, and sure enough, beneath a large hole in the clouds, he saw a long, slender black ship. It was heading for Midway and making knots. The SBDs continued on, the clouds rapidly breaking up. Through the holes he could see more and more of these slim black ships, all heading in the same direction. Then a sight he would never forget. Through a large clear space he saw 4 carriers almost side by side, and near them a battleship with a pagoda-like superstructure. He watched, utterly fascinated, as the carriers turned in unison and began launching planes. At 7:55, Henderson's voice came calmly over the radio. "Attack 2 enemy CV on port bow." The SBDs began circling down. "Here they come," Captain Fleming yelled over the intercom. Card caught a glimpse of 2 streaks of smoke flying past the starboard wing. Then a fighter flashed by, climbing almost straight up. Lieutenant Harold Schlendering, flying nearby, had a longer look and wondered at the odd white smoke rings made by the Zero's guns. As the first shell fragments slapped into Lieutenant Tom Moore's plane, Moore thought to himself, "Here comes a hunk of the 6th Avenue L." Major Henderson's left wing began to burn. He fought it all the way, but he was soon out of control, plunging toward the sea. Off to the right, Corporal Card saw fragments from some other plane tumbling over and floating back, like leaves in a breeze. A parachute blossomed out, but there was no time to see who it was. Captain Elmer Glidden took over the lead, heading for a bank of clouds that might give greater protection during the descent. The Zeros hounded them all the way, while the Marine gunners did their best to fight back. Corporal McFeely, flying with Captain Blaine, grew so excited he fired through the tail of his own plane. Private Charles Huber found his gun hopelessly jammed, but Lieutenant Moore told him to aim it at them anyhow. Huber did, and put on such a pantomime of resolution that the Zeros kept a respectful distance. Lieutenant Doug Rollo's rear seat man, Reed Ramsey, tried a different sort of guile. He knew that the Japanese liked to capitalize on the Marines' careless habit of throwing empty ammunition cans overboard. Whenever a Zero saw this, it would quickly close in, since it took about 30 seconds for the Marine to reload. Ramsey decided that two could play this game. With his gun fully loaded, he threw out a beer can. As usual, a Zero rushed over, and Ramsey got a hit at point-blank range. Soon they had other troubles. Corporal Card heard something go woof. It sounded, he later stressed, just the way a person would say woof in a normal voice. Then he heard it again and again. Big, black, soft-looking balls of smoke began to appear. It meant they were now within anti-aircraft range, too. A moment's relief when they hit the cloud bank, then worse than ever when they broke out on the other side. At 2,000 feet they nosed down and began their final run. Now there was nothing between them and the enemy, twisting and turning below. Face to face with the Japanese carriers at last, every man had his own most vivid impression. For Lieutenant Moore, it was the brilliant rising sun insignia on the flight deck. For Lieutenant Rollo, it was the scattering crewmen. For Lieutenant Iverson, it was the solid ring of fire that encircled the flight deck as every gun blazed away. Captain Fleming, cut loose with a blast of his own, saw a whole gun crew topple over. Facing aft from his rear seat position, Corporal Card could see very little, but he could hear more than enough. To the woofs of the anti-aircraft there now added the steady crackle of small arms fire. The SBD lurched. Somebody threw a bucket of bolts in the prop. Small holes appeared all over the cockpit, and 1,000 needles pricked his right ankle. Swooping in, the Marines made their drops, Rollo at 400 feet, Schlendering at 500 feet, Fleming at 300 feet. There were 10 of them left altogether. Columns of smoke and water billowed up, nearly hiding the carriers from view. It was a conservative pilot indeed who didn't think he got at least a near miss. Then away, skimming the waves to make it harder for the Zeros and the ship's guns. Nosing down to a few feet above the sea, Lieutenant Rollo suddenly faced huge towers of water shooting up in front of him. He was heading directly for the main battery of a Japanese battleship. He yanked the stick back, and the SBD popped to 2,000 feet. As he tried to get his controls set again, a Zero came by. That should have been the end, but nothing happened. Apparently out of ammunition, the Japanese pilot merely gave him a casual wave. Captain Fleming was running into still more trouble. Pulling out from his drop, another bucket of nails hit the prop. Something hard kicked Corporal Card's left leg to one side, and more holes appeared all over the cockpit. Then, as the plane leveled off, Card caught his only good look at the carrier, a writhing monster bristling with fast-firing guns, all pointing straight up, a steady jet of flame pouring from each. The ice in his stomach had melted. Hot anger was boiling up. The plane was hit. He was hit. He couldn't see how they'd ever get out of this alive. The only hope was they'd take a few Japanese with them. Commander Fuchida couldn't understand why those American planes came in that way. They were too low for dive bombing, too high for torpedoes. Those long, shallow dives gave the Zeros a field day. But certainly they never wavered. Concentrating on the Hiryu off to port, one after another they swooped in and dropped. Teiichi Makishima, a civilian newsreel photographer on the Akagi, watched with dismay as the Hiryu disappeared in a dense cloud of black smoke. It took forever, but finally she emerged. She was still at full speed, her white bow wave glittering in the sun. The men watching from the Akagi let out a shout of relief. On the Hiryu it had been a frantic minute, as Captain Tomeo Kaku tried to outguess the swooping planes. At 8:08 the ship was completely bracketed by 4 bombs. At 8:12 another near miss landed just off to port. Down in the engine room, Ensign Hisao Mandai shuddered as the ship took a terrific jolt. Topside, they got a dose of strafing, too. 4 men killed, several more wounded. As Commander Amagai watched from the Kaga, his own ship's lookout suddenly shouted, "Enemy planes, quarter!" The warning came none too soon. A final 3 U.S. bombers, either a separate division or planes somehow diverted from the main target, glided in from the port quarter, dropping 3 bombs just off the stern of the ship. Then it was over. The striking force had done it again. A third American attack smashed with hardly a scratch to themselves. Satisfying, but at the moment Admiral Nagumo had other matters on his mind. He still needed to know what sort of ships the Tona's No. 4 plane had seen. All during the American glide-bombing attack, he waited for some sort of answer. At 7:58, the search plane finally came on the air again. But it still didn't identify the enemy ships. It merely reported that they had changed course from 150 degrees to 180 degrees. The whole staff fumed. What could they do with that unless they knew what they were up against? At 8 o'clock, an exasperated Nagumo needled the pilot again. "Advise ship types." At 8:09 he finally got an answer. A new message from the Tona's plane reported, "Enemy is composed of 5 cruisers and 5 destroyers." So there were no carriers. Relief swept the flag bridge. The intelligence officer, Commander Ono, said he knew it all the time. Admiral Kusaka felt it would now be safe to get on with the second strike at Midway. But this brought up a new complication. The 3 American attacks did no damage, but they certainly disrupted the fleet. The neat box formation was gone. The carriers were spread all over the place. To cover them adequately, many more fighters were needed. As Lieutenant Shindo, commanding the Combat Air Patrol, used up his reserves, he began drawing on the fighters assigned to the second attack wave. Now there were none left to support any strike it made. Of course, it could be remedied. All they needed was a little time to regroup the fleet, reassemble that compact box formation, then a little more time to refuel the fighters that would be freed from the air umbrella. The staff was still discussing it when, at 8:14, the Tona's port guns opened up, signaling a brand-new danger from the sky. "We should be sighting them now," said Lieutenant Bill Adams, the lumber salesman turned navigator, as Lieutenant Colonel Walter Sweeney led his 15 B-17s toward Nagumo's position. It was 7:32, and more than an hour had passed since they were diverted from another blow at the transports to hitting the carriers instead. Adams couldn't have timed it better. Next moment Colonel Sweeney pointed through the broken clouds, and there in the distance were the white waves of many ships. To Captain Don Kundinger, piloting one of the planes, it was an astonishing sight. A panoramic view of the greatest array of surface vessels any of us had ever seen. They seemed to stretch endlessly from horizon to horizon. But which were the carriers? Leading the group in, Sweeney looked hard, saw nothing. It was all so difficult. None of these Army flyers had any experience in ship identification. Broken clouds were everywhere, making it still harder to see. Ships would pop out, then disappear again before anyone could get a decent look. Most important of all, there was the matter of height. After several close calls attacking the transports at 8,000 feet, Sweeney felt his men would be sitting ducks if they tried to do the same against carriers. So now they were coming in at 20,000 feet, quite a distance for an inexperienced eye to pick out anything. But they could see the Japanese were busy. Enemy ships were turning in evasive maneuvers. Yet no anti-aircraft fire was coming their way. It took some extra squinting, but finally the Army flyers understood. There, far below, Major Henderson's glide bombers were going in. The B-17s continued searching. Then suddenly Captain Cecil Faulkner spotted something. Beneath a thin wisp of clouds steamed a ship. Not an ordinary ship, but one with an oblong shape, a flat yellow deck, a rising sun insignia painted in the middle. Then he saw another like it, then two more. There was no doubt what they were. No time to lose. Sweeney was far ahead, probing the northwest, so Faulkner signaled the other two bombers in his unit, and they left the formation to attack on their own. By now, Captain Carl Wertley had also found the carriers, and so had Captain Paul Payne in the Yankee Doodle. It was Payne who finally got the word to Sweeney, still searching to the northwest. The colonel told him to start attacking and hurried to the scene with the rest of the planes. Officially, the strike began at 8:14, but it was a more ragged affair than that might suggest. The three-plane elements bombed pretty much on their own, and in several cases the planes attacked individually. But what they lacked in finesse, they made up in enthusiasm. As the Helen Wings unloaded its bombs, Captain Wertley's crew whooped in triumph. The Japanese gunners replied immediately, and the very first round exploded just to the right of Sweeney's plane, smashing the co-pilot's window. To the co-pilot, Lieutenant Westman, it underlined the wisdom of such high-level bombing. From then on, he recalled, all of us were sorry we stopped at 20,000 feet. Next some Zeros appeared. 3 ganged up on Captain Faulkner, ripped his fuselage, disabled his No. 4 engine. Another dueled with Captain Payne, but never really closed for a fight. The Zero pilots always respected the B-17s, and today was no exception. It all added up to a hot 10 minutes, but no serious damage. The only casualty was Captain Faulkner's tail gunner, who suffered a wounded index finger. The Army flyers were jubilant. The price seemed small indeed. The carriers looked finished. Captain Faulkner thought his group got at least 2 hits. Captain Wertley and Lieutenant Colonel Brooke Allen each claimed 1. Colonel Sweeney's own crew were no less optimistic. They felt sure all 8 bombs were on target, and the carrier's stern rose up most convincingly. A shrewd student of human nature, Sweeney cut back on all these claims in his official report, but he felt at least one of the carriers must have been hit. Captain Aoki watched with dismay from the Akagi. There were so many columns of water around the Soryu he couldn't see her at all. He thought she might well be sunk. The Hiryu was in trouble too, also lost in spray and smoke. Everyone was, of course, firing back, but the B-17s were too high to bring down. The striking force would just have to sweat it out. None found it harder than the flyers returning from the Midway strike. They arrived back by chance just at this moment. Waved off their carriers, they orbited uselessly around, praying that the bombs would miss. For Lieutenant Tominaga, there was an extra problem. He was very low on gas, thanks to the hit that holed his wing tank at Midway. By 8:20 the danger was over. The B-17s flew off, the Soar U and Hear U emerged untouched, and the orbiting planes waited for the signal to start landing. On the Akagi, Admiral Nagumo had good reason to feel satisfied. 4 times the Americans had attacked, 4 times they were beaten off. For over an hour the striking force had taken everything the enemy could give, and every ship remained intact. At this moment a new message arrived for Nagumo from Tona's No. 4 plane, still shadowing the U.S. task force. The enemy is accompanied by what appears to be a carrier bringing up the rear. This was a stunning surprise, the last thing anyone expected. Originally, when the Tona's plane first reported the American force, Admiral Kusaka had half suspected there might be a carrier out there. But that was 52 minutes ago. Surely, if there was one, the pilot would have seen it almost right away. Nobody could miss anything that big for long. Yet the fellow had sent several messages since then, and never a hint of a carrier. Now here he was saying there was one after all. No more thoughts about a second attack on Midway. They must strike that carrier instead. The only question was when. Should they attack immediately, or should they wait till they switched the second wave back to torpedoes and armor-piercing bombs, or until they recovered Tominaga's planes, or until they refueled the fighters that had been flying air cover, or maybe some combination of these possibilities? Nagumo's staff had barely posed these questions when one more unexpected development occurred. Still another group of American planes, the 5th that morning, was sighted flying toward them. It all seemed remote and unreal to Lieutenant Ringblom, approaching at 13,000 feet with Major Norris's group of 11 Marine Vindicators. Just out of flight school, fresh from the States, it was hard to believe that here he was flying against a real enemy. He was too inexperienced to appreciate his predicament either, pitting this ancient plane against the first carrier striking force. But his education was beginning. At 8:17 he sighted the Japanese ships through the broken clouds, and almost immediately 3 Zeros turned up. They seemed to be toying with the Vindicators as they nonchalantly did vertical rolls right through the formation. Getting down to business, one of them poured a few bursts into Lieutenant Daniel Cummings' plane, last in the Marine group. Cummings heard his gunner stop firing and called to him, but there was no answer, nor could one have been expected. Private Henry R. Starks of Springfield, Illinois, was really a mechanic, not a gunner. But during the great build-up, Colonel Kimes had run out of gunners, and Starks had volunteered. When he climbed into Cummings's plane that morning, he had never fired a machine gun in the air, and had only been in the plane 3 times. He had no chance to learn to be a good shot, or even protect himself, but he died giving his best. As more Zeros arrived, Major Norris led his men on a fast, shallow dive toward some clouds. On the far side was a line of ships. No one could say what type. Sweeping down into the overcast, he radioed his order to attack and calmly instructed everyone that the way home would be 140 degrees. Expect to get there around 9 o'clock. Bursting out of the clouds at 2,000 feet, Norris found a battleship and cruiser directly below. There was also a carrier on the horizon, but the Japs were throwing everything at him, and he figured he could never reach it. Picking the battleship instead, he peeled off into a much steeper dive. Everyone else followed. Plunging down, Lieutenant Ringblom had a fleeting impression of orange gun flashes all over the ship. Tracers whipped by, balls of black smoke everywhere. To his astonishment, he saw identical round holes about 6 inches in diameter appear in each of his ailerons. Some enemy gunner had fused the shells for the wrong altitude, and they had passed right through without exploding. One after another the Marines released at 500 feet, then skimmed away, hugging the water for protection. Pulling out, Lieutenant Sumner Whitten found himself between 2 lines of Japanese ships. All were firing hard, some aiming their main batteries at the sea to make a wall of water that might slap down low-flying planes. To his gunner, Sergeant Frank Zelness, Whitten was staying around much too long. He seemed to be almost sightseeing. Zelness finally called out, "You dropped your bombs. Let's get the hell out of here before we get hit." Still sticking close to the water, the Marines headed for home. For 20 minutes, Lieutenant Ringblom was never higher than 50 feet above the sea. A Zero trailed behind, making occasional passes, but Ringblom somehow escaped. Certainly it must have been luck, for he tried no tactics at all. He flew a straight, steady line all the way. He was now much better educated in war, but still too scared and ignorant as a pilot to even look back. Captain Tamotsu Takama handled the Horuna beautifully. The Americans pressed home their attack, yet the old battleship managed to dodge everything. 2 near misses were logged at 8:29, but the damage control officer, Lieutenant Commander Yoshino, reported they were nothing to worry about. On the Akagi's bridge, Admiral Kusaka once again felt a surge of relief. For the 5th time they had come safely through an American attack. And what a variety! Torpedo planes, B-26s, B-17s, those curious glide bombers. And as if these weren't enough, a submarine was reported to be poking around too. It all made Kusaka think of Hiruko Daikotuten, the legendary Japanese demon with 3 heads and 6 arms. It was hard to concentrate on other matters, but a new message from the Tona's No. 4 plane made it more imperative than ever to do something about that American carrier lurking to the east. At 8:30, the search pilot reported 2 more cruisers a little to the west of the ships sighted earlier, and trailing them by perhaps 20 miles. It suggested the possibility of an additional enemy task force. Yet most of the second wave were still equipped with land bombs, the torpedo planes were still below decks, Tomonaga's force was still waiting to come in, the fighters were still low on fuel. What was best to do? "Consider it advisable to launch attack force immediately," signaled Rear Admiral Tamon Yamaguchi from the Hiryu shortly after 8:30. Yamaguchi was leading the 2nd Carrier Division, Hiryu and Soryu, and he found it incredible that Nagumo had done nothing yet. He knew what he would do, strike immediately with everything that would fly, whether they carried the right kind of bombs, whether they had torpedoes or not, whether they had fighters or no fighters. Nothing meant as much as getting in that first blow. His reaction was predictable. Yamaguchi was one of those aggressive young leaders who embodied the new spirit of the Imperial Navy. Hand-picked from the start, he had been carefully brought along every inch of his career, including duty in Washington and graduate courses at an American university, in his case Princeton. Now gossip had him some day succeeding the great Yamamoto as chief of the combined fleet. Even so, in the straight-laced Japanese Navy, it took a rare degree of independence and exasperation to indicate openly his impatience with his chief. He was willing to take that risk, too. Flashed by the Hiryu's blinker, his message was quickly picked up by the destroyer Nowaki, relayed to the Akagi, and delivered to the Chief of Staff, Admiral Kusaka. No, thought Kusaka, it would just be throwing away planes to follow Yamaguchi's advice. Launching an attack immediately meant sending the bombers alone, for the fighters had all been used up protecting the carriers, and to send bombers without fighters' support was really inviting disaster. Look what had happened to the unescorted American planes during the past hour and a half. Instead of going off half-cocked, it would be far wiser, he felt, to delay a little and do the job right. First, recover both Tomonaga's planes and the second attack wave fighters that had been diverted to combat air patrol. Next, rearm and refuel them all. And while that was going on, they could also be switching the second wave back to torpedoes and armor-piercing bombs. With proper coordination, they could then launch everything at once for an all-out assault on the U.S. task force. This was his recommendation to Admiral Nagumo. In the end, as always, Nagumo turned to Commander Genda. What did he think? Genda was most concerned about the planes just back from Midway, now orbiting above the carriers. They had been in the air 4 hours. All were nearly out of gas. They should be recovered before anything else was done, and that included launching this new attack. If Tomonaga's planes splashed with empty tanks, scores of top pilots would be lost, affecting not only Midway, but the whole schedule of operations planned for the month ahead. On the other hand, it would delay matters only 30 minutes to recover this force. Then they could go ahead with the second attack, supported by such fighters as might be ready at that time. So he, too, was against Yamaguchi's recommendation. As usual, when Genda spoke, there was no dissent. "Here we go again," laughed Commander Shogo Masuda, air officer on the Akagi, as orders came to clear the flight deck and rearm once more. On all 4 carriers, the hangar deck crews in T-shirts and shorts swarmed over the planes, unloading the bombs they had just put on. Dollies rolled up with the torpedoes and armor-piercing bombs again, and the job began of shackling them back in place. There was no time for routine procedures or even precautions. As the land bombs were taken off, nobody took them back to the magazine. They were simply rolled out of the way and left lying on the deck. With the flight deck cleared, the 4 carriers turned into the wind. At 8:37, signal flags flew from every mast, telling Tomonaga's planes to start coming in. On the Hiryu, a bomber wobbled down to a one-wheeled landing, the pilot passing out as it rolled to a stop. Though shot in the leg by an American fighter, Lieutenant Hiroharu Kadano had somehow managed to keep formation, make his run, and get back anyhow. Another bomber circled the Kaga, its landing gear still up. The crew waved red flags, everything, at the pilot, but he seemed so slow to understand. Finally, he did get the point, lowered his wheels, and came on in. When the plane stopped, they found Air Petty Officer Tanaka half-conscious and shot in the head. Spirit alone must have carried him back. And, of course, there were those who didn't get back at all. 11 altogether. Climbing down from his bomber on the Soryu, CPO Juzo Mori joined the other pilots on the flight deck just below the bridge. They stood around swapping experiences while the division commander, Lieutenant Aba, went up to report to Captain Yanagimoto. Nobody had time to listen. All the officers were busy preparing to attack the American carrier. The Midway report could wait. On the Soryu, the air officer simply told CWO Tatsuya Otawa that he'd better get something to eat right away. He'd be needed again soon enough. Even Lieutenant Tomanaga, commanding the whole attack, found it hard to make his report. Going to the Hiryu's bridge with Lieutenant Hashimoto, he found both Captain Kaku and Admiral Yamaguchi absorbed in plans for the new strike. Shrugging off Nagumo's blunt rejection of his advice, Yamaguchi was now trying to get the Hiryu's and Soryu's horizontal bombers, just back from Midway, reloaded with torpedoes. They could then serve as still another attack wave against the U.S. task force. It was no time to listen to a battle report. He quickly drafted Tominaga and Hashimoto into the new project, and they rushed off to set the wheels in motion. Hopefully they could have the planes rearmed, refueled, and ready to go again by 11 o'clock. On the Akagi, Admiral Nagumo breathed more easily. The box formation was tightening up again, gradually releasing the extra fighters from air cover duty. They were now being refueled and resupplied with ammunition. The shift back to torpedoes was well underway. The Midway strike planes were coming in smoothly. The Chikuma was going to send out 4 search planes to replace the Tona's No. 4 plane and thus keep a firm eye on the enemy. Meanwhile, the Tona's pilot was still on the job. At 8:55, he radioed 10 enemy torpedo planes heading toward you. But this made little impression. Nagumo was too busy planning his own next step. At the same moment, the Akagi's blinker was flashing a confident message from the admiral to the rest of the striking force. After completing homing operations, proceed northward. We plan to contact and destroy the enemy task force. Nagumo also radioed his intentions to Admiral Yamamoto, coming on with the main force about 450 miles to the rear. Telescoping his exchanges with the Tona's plane into one oversimplified paragraph, Nagumo reported, "Enemy composed of 1 carrier, 5 cruisers, and 5 destroyers sighted at 8 a.m. in position bearing 10 degrees, distance 240 miles from AF. We are heading for it." Everything was falling into place. Shortly after 9 o'clock, the last of Tominaga's planes were recovered, and at 9:17 the striking force made a 70-degree change in course to the northeast. To save time, the ships did not turn in formation, but swung left in their tracks. Thus the box of carriers now found the Hiryu leading the Akagi on the right side, the Soryu leading the Kaga on the left. Admiral Nagumo was nearly ready. All ships had reported. Everything was set. The second wave would conform to Organization No. 4, 18 torpedo planes from the Akagi, 27 from the Kaga, 36 dive bombers from the Hiryu and Soryu, 12 fighters from all 4 ships, 3 from each. He would have preferred a few more zeros, but overall this promised the grand-scale air attack he wanted. He would launch promptly at 10:30. Yamaguchi might fret, but it was so much better to take a little longer and do the job right. Suddenly, at 9:18, a destroyer near the Tona began laying a smokescreen. Then the Tona herself did the same. Plane sighting signals fluttered from one ship after another. Engine room telegraph bells rang for maximum battle speed. Along the eastern horizon, about 20 miles away, the Chikuma's lookout counted 16 torpedo planes. He was one off. There were 15. But his confusion was understandable. There wasn't much time to count. These planes were coming straight in without splitting or swerving, hurtling themselves directly at the first carrier striking force. Chapter 7. Pilots, Man Your Planes. Sweeping toward the Japanese ships, Ensign George Gay watched their sharp turns, the smoke pouring out, and decided they must already be under attack. It looked as if the 15 planes of Torpedo 8 were late. They were far from late, yet Gay's fears were natural. It had been a morning full of tense waiting, false starts, and finally a late launching from the Hornet. Yet this, too, was understandable, for the top command was still groping for the right decision on the skimpiest information. Racing southwest at 6:30, Task Force 16 had nothing to go on except those first contact reports, growing colder every minute. Spruance's staff could listen to the PBY traffic, but there was nothing in since 6:02. The other best source, Midway itself, they couldn't pick up at all. The fleet and the base were on entirely different frequencies, so there was no direct way to get anything reported by Midway's Army and Marine pilots. Everything had to be relayed by Pearl, a slow hit-or-miss process. Nor could Task Force 16 ask any questions. Radio silence limited the fleet's efforts at self-help to eavesdropping. But cold information is better than none, and assuming the Japanese would continue to close Midway as last reported, Spruance's Chief of Staff, Captain Miles Browning, urged that the attack be launched at 7 a.m. Browning, inherited from Halsey, was a difficult man, almost impossible to get along with, but there was no doubt about his mind. He calculated that Nagumo would then be 155 miles away, just within effective striking range. That meant a long flight to the target, practically no safety margin, but it was all important to attack at the earliest possible moment. The key to everything was surprise, to hit the Japanese before they discovered the U.S. force. Spruance understood. Originally, his own inclination was to launch at 9 o'clock. Task Force 16 would then be about 100 miles away, and this would allow a certain margin of error for the planes to find the enemy, strike, and get back home. But Browning was his man on this, and if the Chief of Staff said 7 o'clock, he would follow that advice. Still, it was a tough decision. The fighters had a combat range of only 175 miles, the torpedo planes not much more. There would be little leeway for maneuvering, even less for fooling around in case of navigational errors. Many of the planes were bound to splash. Hopefully the destroyers could rescue the crews. It was a risk that had to be taken. At the same time, Spruance took another risk equally daring. He would hit the Japanese with everything he had. It was a temptation to hold something back, for the contact reports mentioned only 2 of the 4 enemy carriers meant to be present. Perhaps the others were lurking somewhere else. But Sinkpak's intelligence said they were bunched together, and it was all important to hit hard. Spruance decided to take his chances. The Enterprise would attack with 33 dive bombers, 15 torpedo planes, 10 fighters, and the Hornet with 35 dive bombers, 15 torpedo planes, 10 fighters, everything available. Only a handful of scouts and fighters were left to fly anti-sub and combat air patrols. That, too, was cutting it thin, but here again was a risk that had to be taken. Meanwhile, the pilots waited restlessly in various squadron ready rooms. 5 hours had passed since that 1:30 breakfast, and nobody's disposition was noticeably improved. Nor did it help to have 2 false alarms that sent everyone trooping up to the flight deck only to be ordered back below. But on one of these false alarms an odd thing happened. As the members of Scouting 6 stood up to go, they unaccountably shook hands all around. They were quite surprised at themselves, for studied casualness was an unwritten law. Maybe this time was different after all. Things seemed more normal when the order was canceled and they trooped back to the ready room, griping about the bridge. More waiting, more fidgeting. Then around 6:45 the teletype machines began clacking again. Once more the men got out their pencils as the talkers went to the blackboards and chalked up a new set of data. Enemy position based on 6:02 contact report. Heading, speed, point option where their own carrier could be found again. The pilots busily scribbled away, hunched over their plotting boards like schoolboys taking a final exam. "Hope you're ready," a flyer on the Hornet said to Gus Windhelm, one of Scouting 8's jauntier characters. "I'm ready," Windhelm replied. "I only hope the Japs are." On the Enterprise, many of the fighter pilots added an extra twist to getting ready. They were lining up at the water cooler. The theory was to drink up now. If shot down, they could last that much longer before thirst became a problem. "Pilots, man your planes." For the third time this morning the traditional summons came over the loudspeakers. On the flight decks of both the Hornet and the Enterprise, the starters whined, the motors sputtered and roared, the blue exhaust smoke washed back in the light morning breeze. The two carriers veered apart, the Hornet and its escorts falling out of line, the Enterprise group continuing on course. Then, at 7, both ships swung sharply into the wind, this morning not enough and from the wrong direction, and the launching began. The fighters and bombers were already taking off when the men of Torpedo 8 left their ready room. As they zipped up their flight jackets, tightened their yellow Mae Wests, and pulled on their helmets, Commander Waldron gave them a few final words. He said he thought the Japanese ships would swing around once they discovered U.S. carriers present. They would not go on to Midway, as everyone seemed to think. So don't worry about navigation. He knew where he was going. "Just follow me. I'll take you to 'em." Climbing the ladder to the flight deck, he turned to his young navigator, Ensign Gay, reminding him to keep on my tail. Then up to the bridge for final instructions, stopping by the chart house long enough to assure his friend, Commander Frank Akers, that he'd take the squadron all the way in. His exchange with Captain Mitcher was very brief. Neither was given to oratory. As the commander promised to get hits, Mitcher gently put his hand on Waldron's shoulder. Across the water, the Enterprise planes were taking off too. The plan was to rendezvous above the carrier, then fly out together in a single coordinated strike. The dive bombers left first at 7:06, climbing, circling, forming into ever larger groups. Taking off like that, a flyer's heart always thumped a little faster, but it also had its secret pleasures. As one pilot has remarked, to get off a carrier deck, one does have a lot of mechanical preparation on deck and a never-failing audience, which means that the beginning of every strike involves fulfillment of Walter Mitty dreams. I'd say the actual takeoff forced one into some self-confidence and bravado, unlike the infantry situation where no one was watching. Orbiting high above the Enterprise, Lieutenant Commander Wade McCluskey, leading the carrier's whole air group, waited for his torpedo planes and fighter escorts. 15 minutes, a half-hour went by, and still no sign of them. Impatiently he studied the flight deck far below. Action seemed to come to a standstill. Meanwhile, he was using up desperately needed gas, just circling and waiting. There were many reasons for the delay. Spruance's decision to throw a full load at the enemy had its price. No more than half the planes could be on the flight deck at once. Also, there was a last-minute change in the bomb load on some of the planes. That took time, too. In addition, a torpedo plane broke down. But above all, there was the problem of inexperience. Carrier operations might be an old story to the Japanese, but the Americans were still just feeling their way. Confusions of all sorts were bound to occur while the U.S. Navy got on-the-job training in this new business of carrier warfare. At 7:28 there was a new complication. Spruance's radar picked up something suspicious. Then the Enterprise's forward gun director, with its powerful rangefinder, sighted it for certain. A Japanese seaplane lurking on the southern horizon. It hung there much too long to hope it had missed them. No doubt about it, they had been spotted. The chance for surprise seemed gone, with the planes only half launched. Still, there was no thought of calling off the operation. As Miles Browning pointed out, the Japanese would be locked in their present course at least till they recovered their Midway strike. But it was more important than ever to get going fast. By 7:45, Spruance felt he could wait no longer. The Enterprise's fighters and torpedo planes were still on deck, but the launching had dragged on long enough. He'd just have to give up the plan for a coordinated strike and send out what he had. The rest could follow. The ship's blinker flashed to McCluskey. Proceed on mission assigned. As the dive bombers headed southwest, Lieutenant Jim Gray's Fighting Six was already taking off. Then it was Torpedo Six's turn. The injured Gene Lindsay hobbled over to his borrowed TBD. The plane captain had to help him climb in, but the skipper was as determined as ever to lead his squadron. They left at 8:06. On the Hornet, John Waldron's Torpedo 8 was leaving about the same time. For George Gay and the other boot ensign, it was all a brand-new experience. They wondered how hard it would be taking off with that pickle, as they invariably called the torpedo. Not only had they never done it before, they had never even seen it done. For all that, it turned out to be easy, and they too were heading out at 8:06. But if this suggested that the Hornets and Enterprise's air operations were in any way coordinated, that would be misleading. This was another art America had yet to learn. Here, neither air group knew what the other was doing, much less what the Yorktown's planes were up to. And while the two torpedo squadrons were indeed leaving at the same time, the circumstances were entirely different. The Enterprise's Torpedo 6 was chasing after its dive bombers, while the Hornet's Torpedo 8, although last off, was actually leading its group. Captain Mitcher's idea was to send his slow torpedo planes ahead, while the faster bombers and fighters were climbing to rendezvous high above the ship. These could then catch up en route, and all would attack together. Fine in theory, but risky too. With the torpedo planes below 1,000 feet and the rest of the squadron at 19,000, it would be easy to miss connections. So now Torpedo 6 and Torpedo 8 were each heading out alone, separately yet close together, with very little to choose between them. One difference lay in the courses they took. Torpedo 6, under the meticulously correct Gene Lindsay, was flying exactly as prescribed. His course was 240 degrees, or generally southwest. Torpedo 8, on the other hand, was veering off to the right, flying a more westerly course. The unorthodox John Waldron had said to forget navigation, just follow him, and he meant it. Another difference lay in the number of planes. Torpedo 6, short 1 TBD, had only 14, while Torpedo 8 was at full strength with all 15 on hand. Looking down from above, Lieutenant Jim Gray watched 15 torpedo planes join up and set out with no escort. As skipper of Fighting 6, it was his job to protect Torpedo 6. Not knowing the squadron was short a plane, he decided these unescorted TBDs must be his. He took station over them and continued to climb. This was in line with an arrangement he had with Lieutenant Art Ely, operations officer of Torpedo 6. Shortly before takeoff, they had agreed that Gray would fly high enough to protect not only the torpedo planes, but the dive bombers too. After all, it was the bombers that took the big beating at Coral Sea. But the torpedo planes weren't neglected. If they needed any help, Ely was to radio, "Come on down, Jim." As they continued on, Gray noticed another torpedo squadron flying behind him and heading more to the southwest. For a while he tried to cover them too, but the gap grew steadily wider. Finally he gave up and concentrated on those below. He didn't realize it, but the others were the 14 planes of Torpedo 6, the squadron he was meant to cover. Directly below, the 15 planes of Torpedo 8 lumbered on, oblivious of the fighters above, of navigation, of everything except the determined man who led them. Waldron had his planes flying in 2 rough V's. There were 6 sections of 2 and 1 section of 3 bringing up the rear. He, of course, was leading. Ensign Gay was flying the last plane in the last section. Around 9 o'clock, Waldron opened up on the intercom to warn they were being watched. Gay looked up and saw a Japanese seaplane trailing them in the distance. It finally broke off, and Torpedo 8 continued on, wondering what sort of reception committee the seaplane's radio might recruit. At the moment, there was nothing in sight. Torpedo 8 was all alone between the empty blue sea and the broken white clouds. High above the clouds, and a little to the south, the Hornet's 35 dive bombers and 10 fighters overtook Waldron's squadron and continued on to the southwest. Whether it was due more to the clouds or the diverging course, no one would ever know. But the rendezvous had failed. Torpedo 8 continued on alone. About this time, Waldron put his planes into a long scouting line. It was nearly time they sighted something, and this might make it easier. Soon, over his right wing, he saw 2 columns of smoke rising from beyond the horizon. He swung to the right, waggling his wings for the others to join up again. By 9:20 they were there, skimming the waves, going full throttle toward Nagumo's outer screen of cruisers and destroyers. He went just as straight to the Jap fleet as if he'd had a string tied to them, George Gay later recalled. Pardonable license. If the enemy's forces weren't exactly where Waldron expected to find them, they were close enough. But there's a limit to Sioux intuition, and the commander's reasoning was somewhat off. Nagumo had indeed turned north, but only a minute or so before Waldron got there. There was a different reason why the Japanese were far short of the position estimated by Spruance's staff. Nagumo was short because he had spent so much of the past 2 hours dodging the planes from Midway. In any case, Waldron had found them, and as Torpedo 8 roared closer, he could soon make out 3 carriers already turning in evasion moves. Picking out the one to his left, southernmost of the 3, he drove on in. The carrier threw out a curtain of anti-aircraft fire. Waldron then shifted to the central carrier instead. It was smaller, but looked easier to reach. The rest of Torpedo 8 swung with him. Ensign Grant Teets, the lumberjack, Ensign Harold Ellison, the insurance man, Ensign Bill Evans, the Wesleyan intellectual, all of them. Outnumbered amateurs, they never faltered, but they had so far to go. The carrier was still 9 miles off. Without warning, 10, 20, no one knew how many Zeros came raging down at them from somewhere high above. These fighters knew their business. They concentrated on the leading planes of Torpedo 8. The very first Zero picked off a TBD on the far left. Waldron came on the radio asking his rear seat man, Horace Dobbs, whether it was ours or theirs. Gay, who had all too good a view of the proceedings from his position at the rear, broke in to say it was a TBD. Torpedo 8 continued on, with the Zeros diving again and again. The rear seat men did their best to fight back, but even the new twin mounts were no match for the Japanese. The Zeros were just too fast, the TBDs just too slow. Waldron again opened up on his radio, trying to reach Commander Stanhope Ring, leading the rest of the Hornet planes. "Stanhope from Johnny 1. Answer." But there was no answers. The Zeros kept pounding, and more planes fell. Yet Waldron had one satisfaction. He was at last ramming home an attack, right down the enemy's throat. It was what everything had been leading to all these months, all that training, all that psychology. It was what his whole life was all about. Now that the big moment had come, there was a touch of fervor in the broken phrases that crackled over his radio. "Watch those fighters. See that splash. How am I doing, Dobbs? Attack immediately. I'd give $1,000,000 to know who did that." Then he got it, too. A burst of flame, a brief glimpse of him standing up in the blazing cockpit, and he was gone. Then another went, and another. It was always the same, that sheet of flame, the blur of erupting smoke and water, the debris swirling by to the rear. Watching planes fall in these early battles, young Americans often thought of the old war movies they had seen. But this wasn't like those movies at all. George Gay could only think of the time he was a boy and tossed out orange peels from the back of a speeding motorboat. Soon there were only 3 TBDs left, Gay and 2 others. Next instant the others were down, and there was only Gay. Bullets slashed into his plane and rattled against the armored back of his seat. His gunner, Bob Huntington, was hit, and Gay felt a sharp pain above his left elbow. He fumbled with his torn sleeve. The bullet was spent, and he easily pressed it out. Not knowing what else to do with it, he put it in his mouth. Incredibly, the plane was still flying, and now he was by the destroyer screen, heading straight for the carrier. He was coming in on her starboard side, and as he drew near, she turned hard toward him, hoping to offer less of a target. Instinctively, or more accurately, thanks to all those blackboard sessions, Gay pulled out to the right, cut across the carrier's box, and swung back to the left. Now he was coming in on her port side. All the ship's guns were firing. The air around him was black with anti-aircraft bursts, but Gay kept boring in. At 800 yards, he pressed the release button. Nothing happened. The electric connections had long since been shot away. He couldn't use his left hand, so he jammed the stick between his knees and yanked at the manual release. The plane gave a welcome surge. The pickle was on its way. Now to clear out. He was much too close to turn away. Those guns would pour into the plane's belly at point-blank range, so he did the only other thing he could. He kept on coming. Flying right down the gun barrel of a big pom-pom up forward, he hopped across the flight deck, did a flipper turn, and flew aft along the starboard side. It was a wild moment as he swung by the island below bridge level. I could see the little Jap captain up there jumping up and down, raising hell. Scooting by the after part of the flight deck, he had a glimpse of a sight that made him yearn for a heavy machine gun up forward. The deck was full of planes, clearly being rearmed and refueled. Gas hoses were scattered all over the place, and a few incendiary bullets could have started an inferno. For a split second he felt an urge to crash into the whole mess, but then he decided things weren't that bad. The plane was still flying. He felt pretty good. Maybe he could get out of this, come back, and hit them again some day. He dropped down close to the water and headed astern of the carrier. The Zeros weren't about to let him get away a second time. A string of them poured down from above, and the second or third one caught him. An explosive shell carried away his left rudder control, flash burning his leg. Nothing worked any more, and Gay pancaked hard into the ocean. The 15th and last plane of Torpedo 8 was gone. Circling high above, Lieutenant Jim Gray was having a comparatively uneventful morning. Fighting 6 had little trouble following those 15 torpedo planes most of the way. Like most fighter pilots, he left the course to the planes he escorted. After all, they had an extra man. So now he just followed the crowd, which he still assumed to be Torpedo 6. As the time drew near when they should be sighting the Japanese, Gray began to worry about Zeros. It would be hard to protect both McCluskey's dive bombers, whenever they appeared, and those torpedo planes far below. Then, as if in answer to a prayer, he saw a low-lying cloud bank directly ahead. Fine. The torpedo planes could use this for cover as they did at Coral Sea, and he could concentrate on keeping the upper area safe for the dive bombers. If anything went wrong below, there was always the prearranged signal with Torpedo 6 that would bring him rushing down. Shortly after 9 o'clock, the 15 torpedo planes disappeared under the clouds, and Gray saw them no more. But it was easy to guess they must have made contact, for soon afterward he sighted the white feathers of the Japanese wakes at the far edge of the overcast. Fighting 6 began circling above, watching for Zeros, wondering where McCluskey was, and occasionally catching a glimpse of the ships below. The torpedo attack must be going well. No one called the magic words, "Come on down, Jim."